3 days into our return to Estonia. First time we've been here since 2020. 10 teams doing battle in 2 groups of 5. Today we're back to Group B and we'll see 4 of the 5 teams. And in fact, all of these teams are competing for a chance in the second round and the top team will make it straight to the finals day. So get ready, get set, and let's go. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Estonia and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Danny Hilmerkust, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket, day number 4 here in Estonia. Blue skies, and I think we're going to see some grizzly balls flying through the air today. What a crazy 3 days we've had so far in this European Cricket Series. Like I said, the first time we have been here since 2020. Only 2 days in, we've already played more cricket in this series than we played back in that ECS, and there's still so much more to come with this 12-day European Cricket Series, and then finishing with another mixed European Cricket International men's and women's T10 matches between Estonia and Malta. So right now we're getting ready for the start of day 4, and it's match number 16. This will be a really good one, I think, between Talon United and the Talon Rising Stars. Another Talon derby. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier. Charles Croucher was at the other end. The Sheriff had the 2 captains.
Rising Stars to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
Little bat first.
So Talon United have won the toss and they have elected to bat. Look, I don't mind that, but I do think it's quite interesting because they did pull off a big chase the other night against the Stallions last time we saw them out, so I thought maybe they'd want to chase again. And the funny thing is, actually, last time these 2 teams met in match number 8, it was the Talon United guys that put 149 on the board, but the Rising Stars chased it down. So that was a big chase against them. Then they came up with a big chase in the last match of that day in match number 10. But look, 2 teams I think that are keen to impress. They both have 2 wins. We got the Rising Stars who actually just like their unit. I like the way they come together. I think that they've got a kind of a cool, calm sense of what they need to do as a team and just kind of flying under the radar at the moment, but I think that they could be going a long way in this tournament. United though, I mean, we saw the firepower they had against the Stallions the other night. They kind of rocked and shocked them, didn't they, with the 3rd highest ever chase on the network. Let's talk weather, and I can tell you right now we're expecting the warmest day so far, 21 degrees, and we are so blessed at the moment. We've got long days and, to be honest, perfect conditions for cricket. Let's talk about this pitch. Now, I would put it in one word: flat. It is so flat. We haven't really seen any variable bounce. I think that's the reason we're seeing some pretty big scores. And so I think it's tough for the bowlers. You've got to get it right. I think you need to be looking at putting the ball between the feet probably 4 or 5 times and over to try and take that length away from the batters, because when the batters do have length, they've just been going up and under, and this ball has been flying out of the ground. Rico Full is standing by. It's just been a really good rematch of match 8, Rico. I can tell you, once again, United, they're going to bat first against the Rising Stars after winning the toss. Let's see how much is enough this time. I don't even know anymore. Let's get over to you. Let's get ready for the start of day 4.
Danny Hilmerkust, everybody. Hello, good morning, and welcome. Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. We have first taking second in Group B. Just a point separates them. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Talking of crackers, didn't we have some action yesterday? And that's the thing about this series here in Estonia. The runs are flying quickly. And, of course, yesterday we saw a fantastic day. We saw 2 centuries from 1 player. That was quite incredible as well. Let's have a quick look back at what we did see yesterday. Then say it was match day 3, and it was the Talon Super Riders up against the Mustami Bulls. Remember the Riders coming back to play the 3rd match after losing both their matches on day 1, and it was a good start for them. They put 149 on the board thanks to their captain, Monsieur Rahman, scored 58 not out, and Rashidul Islam scored a half century as well, and that was enough because they restricted the Bulls to just 118, so a win by 31 runs by the Riders. So the Riders were flying high. The thing was, would they be able to maintain it as they went into match number 12? But this was against the Italian Strikers, the first of their 3 matches, and they were in super form, weren't they? The Super Riders this time only managed to conjure up 84, and it was because of some great bowling by Shaheen Khan, 2 for 11. And then Shaheen Khan showed what he could do with the bat when him and Ilyas Hassan put a fantastic partnership together, both of them in the 40. Shaheen Khan, the player of the match with that win with 28 balls to go, so taking all the points away from the Riders. Then it was time for the Bulls to see if they could maintain their good start to the day, but once again, they came up stuck against the Italian Hippos this time, with the Hippos taking all the points. Mustami Bulls 89 for 7, but the Hippos were in good form. So was Stefan Gooch once more, scoring 50 just for 21. And then it was a good win with 20 balls to go. Match number 14, the Italian Strikers were taking on the Mustami Bulls, and the Italian Strikers turned on their style in their second match. Arslan Amjad scoring 105, not out. Well, say not out, he scored his 100 and then he was pulled off the field of play. And Shaheen Khan almost gets to 100 in the same match. We've never seen that before, 200s in the same innings. Almost got there, he got 92 of 28. Wasn't able to get there, but a pounding win by 107 runs for the Italian Strikers. And then it was the big one when the Strikers were up against the Hippos. This was a clash of the two teams at the top of Group A. The Italian Strikers once again turned on the style. Arslan Amjad scored back-to-back 100s, 113, this time of 34 deliveries. He got good support once again from Shaheen Khan. And despite the efforts, all-round efforts of Stefan Gooch, 2 for 24, and he was out there with the bat as well, 36 of 15. Stuart Hook scored a half century, but the Hippos couldn't keep up with the pace and finished some 41 runs behind. That means that the standings for Group A looked a little bit like this. It was the Strikers that stay firmly on top. They are now on 19 points, and the Hippos are behind them. Well, they played a game less, but on 13, so they've got some work to do to catch up. Okay, this is what we got coming up today. And we're going to tell you about these two teams. The last time they met, I'll give you the scores. Dalian United, 149 for 6. Sahil Chauhan, remember that name. 54, not out he was. He's the man who's hit 6 sixes in a row to get the United a win against the Italian Stallions. Well, he played well, but the Rising Stars got to that target, and they did it with a ball to go. Muridul Islam made 87 of 27. So I reckon we got a really good game coming up here. And Ashish Rana probably will be pretty key as well in this one. Ayush Umit. And on the other side, Muridul Islam. And I think Mohammad Zisan and Ali Masood will be key as well. It's going to be a close one. That's why it's 54% to 46 in favour of the Italian Rising Stars. So we are ready to go. I want to say very good morning to everybody on the chat. And, and also well done to Phil G yesterday. Didn't we have a good day there? And some close games, but it was the Lisbon Supergiants that won both their matches yesterday against the Werewolves. And good job by everybody there on the night series. And, of course, 2 more matches coming up tonight. So we're not just giving you 5 a day like your doctor wants. We're giving you a couple of bonuses as well. 7 matches on the European Cricket Network today. Yes, I want to say hello to everybody in the chat, and some of you are on there nice and early, and of course expecting another good day. Hello, Rob Thompson. Hope you are well and ready for the action to begin. And namaste, assalamu alaikum, sat sri akal, everyone, vanakkam. Here we go. Here's the first, and it's going to be Riaz to bowl it. Nice pitched up loopy delivery, and this one gets played up by Ush Umit on the onside. Takes a single. Gorgeous day today, by the way. And Vinny Sandhu out there in the middle, reflected on it. Best day so far. Temperatures will be up there in the 20s today, and it started very warm already. That's what we like to see. Okay, that's been crashed. Now, we're going to have a look at the height on this as well, I think. Well, 2 things to look at, the height and the boundary check. And you can see the umpires looking at each other. But let's see the height first. Yeah, that's too high for me. That is definitely too high. And now you can have a look at the boundary check as well. Is it 4 or is it 6? Are we going to have a 7 up here? That one was absolutely mullered, wasn't it, by Nanda Riyad? And there you have it. There's a signal from the umpire. No ball. So they pick up the no ball. And it's a 7 up. Maximo. We're off and running, people. We saw plenty of sixes yesterday, or sixes kus out here in Estonia. So when you hear me say kus carreras, 6 runs, a mixture of Estonian and Spanish, why not? All right, free hit to go. And Nand drags this one. Just the pace that Riaz bowls at. He's often difficult to, well, when he pitches it, I suppose, he's difficult to get to because he does keep the pace off the ball. And Shohag saying good morning to me, good morning to you, or tere homikus, as they say. And tere tulimast, welcome to Estonia. We're in Tallinn, which is, of course, the capital. It's about a 20-minute drive outside of the city in this beautiful, lush and green area. Estonia, of course, known for its greenery. It's worked away towards square, and it does well. Comes round, gathers, gets the throw in. Two batters looking to see if they can give them a good start. Yesterday was a day of partnerships, wasn't it? Especially first wicket partnerships. And saw plenty of them. And I think today again, I mean, you saw Vinny give us a little heads up about this pitch. And this pitch is, like now, is dry. Outfield's still a little bit soft because don't forget for a long time, up until about 2 weeks ago, the whole of this area was covered in snow. So underneath it's still going to be a little bit soft, but it will harden up and get quicker, especially when you have days like this and the last few days that we've had. So that's going to quicken up. But yeah, I don't think there's too much in this for the quick bowlers. In the air, chance, backpedaling, and doesn't get anything on it. Disappointment, really. That's the captain, Mohammed Shoaib. He's going backwards. He's doing everything right. His head is staying nice and still. He's got the shades on. He's got the caps on. He says, I've got it now. I've got it. Falle, mera kachia. Adeglo. Ay, agya. Doesn't get it. Not even a finger on it. Now that's a big opportunity that gets missed right at the end of the over. And the score 13 without loss. And, well, Nand getting a life on 7. And it's the captain this time that, unfortunately, lets the team down. Now, this is where we are. We're back to Group B action. Tallinn United, the Tallinn Stallions, the Viking Stars, Tallinn Rising Stars. And one thing we haven't seen so far, Tartu CC. Similarly to Group A, we've seen everybody there apart from the Tartu Wolves. So, well, the teams from Tartu, because they are furthest away, I think we're obviously trying to get the schedule arranged so when they are here, it's cost effective, as this one gets mashed away. Well, that's cost effective, isn't it? 1 hit, 6 runs. Yeah, we'll take that any day. It's a full toss. It doesn't pitch. And, well, the captain, Mohammed Shoaib, who just puts the catch down, well, his morning has just got worse because the first one he bowled is a juicy full toss that gets dispatched for 6. Well, that's better. They're liking it, and it's a wicket. Well, it was a bad start, and then all of a sudden it changes in an instant. He gets the wicket. It's a big swing from Ayushaman. Gets a little feather edge on it. No mistakes from Muslin Hossain. Takes the catch. First wicket goes down. 9 for Umar. Ball number 6 gets him. And that's a little bit of what you'll see, I think, here from the Tallinn Rising Stars. They're not going to put too much on that ball. They're holding it back. It's all a question of getting it in the right areas. And when it is in the right areas, there's every chance the batter can make a mistake, try to hit the ball too hard. So the first wicket falls and the score 19 for 1 as Sahil, the Master Blaster Chauhan, comes out. We know what he did the last time we saw him. Question is, and we all know it, in the European Cricket Network, very often 2 days, forget 2 days, 2 matches are hardly ever the same. Well, he'll start with a quick single. And he'll get there quite comfortably. Umpire Shane says we'll have a look at it, but I think he's there okay. We'll have a quick look. And while we look, I'll remind you of what we saw Chauhan do. It's a nice pickup, early release from Riaz. And let's see if we can see. Yeah, the bat for me is quite clearly in. So Sahil Chauhan 54 not out against the Rising Stars. But then it was 78 not out in just 20 deliveries, including 6 sixes in 1 over, which gave them the win against their opponents here. That we'll see them here today, the Telling Stallions. Stallions put 176 on the board. United got there with 2 balls to go. And this man did the damage. Chauhan, who's now at the on strikers end. Oh, that's a chance, So Shoaib, he's having a up and down sort of day. A drop catch. First ball goes for 16. He gets the wicket. And now this is a call and bowl opportunity. It was hit hard. We don't get a chance to see that again because he does bowl very quickly in between balls. But that was hit right back at him. Good comeback. Just drifts that one a little bit wider. 1 ball to come in this over number 2. Here's Skeleton saying, Chokka Maro, Chokka. Okay. Maybe they will. Let's have a look. Chokka Maro, ji, Chokka Maro. It doesn't have to be that one. That's a wide. Gets this one to go the other way, actually. He's been getting that ball just to swing in a tad this time. Gets it to swing away, but too much movement. So trying to do things with the ball is the captain, Shoaib. Short, Gandhi, and gets put away. So it's a Gandhi start and a Gandhi finish from the captain, Shoaib. But in between there was some good as well. He did pick up a wicket. 25 will be the score. 25 for 1, the wickets to go was that of Umat. Wish played some nice shots before he snicked one behind to Hussain. And it was the captain, Shoaib, that picked up his wicket. So that over comes to an end. Look, this is how the table stands. I gave you that earlier. But remember the Stallions, look, they've played the same number of games as the Rising Stars. Only 2 behind, so very close. But the Viking Stars, they're a team that got to get a move on here today. Can they do what the Mustami Bulls and what the Riders did yesterday? Pick up a valuable win. In the air. It's a teaser, but I feel it will go all the way. It will. Pull it. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagya. Boom. Right out of the middle. Out of the meat of the bat. And that's going to be 6 runs to Sahil Chauhan. His first boundary. He'll be hoping. First off, Manny. The strikers hoping not. Or the Stars. And this one is just over the inner ring. Good shot to play in the power play. And that will be 4 more, a little bit too short. And he's waiting for it. You can see how the batters, that gives you a good indication about the pace of this pitch. The batters are having to wait. Quite often, a bit like the wicket there of Umar, you play too early. You have to wait because it's the sort of surface I playing on pitches like this. As Riaz comes in again. This time's Fuller. And that's a really good shot. Really good shot. It's not a bad delivery this from Riaz. He realises he's got to go a little bit fuller after the short one got put away. So Mohammad Riaz does go fuller. But what a top shot that is from Sahil. Just threads it through the gap. 4 runs. Nicely played. And now that's the width. And asking the question, but I think wide has been given in the end. Oh, that's a delayed reaction from the umpire. Not a wide for me, I have to say. Not a wide for me at all. I reckon this is catching a little bit off that line as that goes through. Yeah, that's catching the line. But the umpires thought a very long time about it, and then eventually, once Shane gives the nod to say, or the shake of the head to say not out on the old stumping chance, the wide gets given. So, bowler was none too pleased, Riaz. Chauhan. Better delivery, well pitched up, just guides this onto the offside. Oh, well, a little bit of argy-bargy. Oh, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਕਬੱਡੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਖੇਲਦੇ ਅੱਜ ਕਬੱਡੀ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਖੇਲੂਗੇ ਕਬੱਡੀ all boom. Well, down he goes. Oh, that's a little early morning wake-up call for Muslain Hussain. He gets charged down there by the Batteria. All right, up in the air. This is going to get over the top of third. Can they stop it? They should. Oh, no. Well, they should do. But he wants to show us some fancy footballing skills, does Shebin Din. And it's, Din, you didn't. Yes, he did. And that's poor, isn't it, really? That one shouldn't have gone to the boundary. It slows up. You just need to bend and get fingertips on it. Din wants to do the back heel, gets it wrong. And that one gets put away. That's nicely played. That's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más. So, really nice shot. Threaded through the offside, through the covers. So nicely played. Well, after being rewarded a 4, that one's been played very beautifully. So, end of the over. They're going nicely. 49 for 1. That's something we saw a lot of yesterday. Power plays. Scores in the 50s. I think we saw a 50. We saw a 54. In fact, in one match, of course, it was the strikers. When Arslan Amjad and Shaim Khan were out there, they scored 50 just 2 overs. It was high scoring, but that's the magical over there. 24 that one goes for. He wasn't helped by some shabby fielding from his teammates. But it has to be said, on this pitch, I like the idea of what the Tallinn Rising Stars are doing. They're holding the ball back. They're floating it up there. But you've got to get the ears right. And then you do need the fielders to play their part as well, because I don't think this pitch is really rewarding the quick bowlers at all, unless you are genuinely quick. That ball holds up and it allows the batters time to play their shots. But there's an art to that as well. For example, that one there, you almost have to sort of start your shot, wait, and then play. It's almost like you're counting. In your mind, you're saying to yourself, right, when that ball comes, I'm going to count 1 and then play. I remember playing on a few pitches like that. I remember at one time, one of the pitches at La Manga was very much like this. The ball never used to come on. Beautiful shot, 4 runs. Don't bother running for that as Johan moves into the 20 as well. So both batters in the 20s, Nand Ria and Sahil Johan. And batting very well. And at the moment, these two making it look easy. Wear purple for Peace Day today. So if you are waking up in the morning and deciding what to wear, put something purple on. Purple for Peace today. And of course, with a lot of conflicts that are happening around the world, it will be a good day to show the world what we should be doing. We should be sitting around a table discussing things and talking about peace and making peace happen. So wear purple for peace today. And another huge day today, and I think this is a very important day, a Global Accessibility Awareness Day. People are encouraged to discuss, debate, and educate themselves about issues on global accessibility awareness, to raise awareness and inspire action. Short, in the air. Well, it could work for him, this. It's in the air. Oh, he's given up. He is given up. And then the batters, just to rub it in, take 2. This one, somebody has to get to this. It's in the air. Look at the fielder coming in fine. And then, I don't know if he pulled a muscle. What's happened? Well, he pulls up. Nobody gets there. And that's a bit of a shocker, really. Once again, I said this before. The bowlers can do and play their part, but the fielders have to do their bit as well. And at the moment here, we're not seeing that from the Tallinn Rising Stars. So Sahil Chauhan gets one banged into him. And, what's happened here? Maybe it looks like he needs a new bat. He could have broken his bat there, going for that short ball. Hits it hard. It goes, well, that's another bat break. And remember, I had a chat yesterday with Arslan Amjad, and I know he's scored back-to-back hundreds. He was a little bit disappointed and emotional because his favourite bat he broke in the process of that second 100. And when I was talking to him, he said, I'm a little bit upset. I've had this bat for 2 years. He's served me well. He's in the process of fixing it today. As this one, surely this is a catching opportunity, and it is. It's taken. So Chauhan will say, मेरा जरा दुआ बैट सिंगा वापस दे दो ये तो है ही है ये तो बहुत प्यारा This one didn't work, gets a new bat. But this one, the middle is no way near as good as his normal bat. And you know what? That's the thing. It's an appropriate moment to talk about this. You know, people get used to their bats. You do. And that's why Amjad was very disappointed yesterday, despite having a historic day. New bat. He's repairing it. Good luck, Arslan. I hope you do manage to get that repaired and it works well for you. But, yeah, you see there, Chauhan changes the bat, gets a new one in. But he hits this one straight into the waiting hands of the fielder. So well done this time by the captain. Mohamed Shuaib, he's having very much an up and down day, isn't he? It's either good or it's bad. But that was good. He holds on to the cat. It was important because it does send back a dangerous player. But one dangerous player goes and another one in the form of Ali Masood comes out. Masood, of course, we saw him score a fine half century the last time we saw him. But they do remove Chauhan just for 22. He was out there for 9 balls. And it's Islam that is the provider with the ball. Ali Masood taking guard. Has a look round, checks the field. As Islam fires a wide one in here. A little bit too short. Masood thinks about cutting it away, but opts against it. He'll take the wide. Coming out there at a good point, a good stage. We're into the 4th over. 50 is up already. So they're scoring at a healthy rate. That's even wider, I think. And the keeper. Maybe the keeper needs to move a little bit closer to stumps because at the moment Islam is aiming at his gloves, but he's standing pretty wide. That's better. And having an appeal here, get the feeling that this is probably pitching outside, perhaps the line of leg stick. We might have a chance to have a look at this again. They may even have got something on it. There's the delivery, and of course coming around the wicket, yeah, can't be out. Back to the live action. This time it's a full toss, and that will just get punished. Can't be bowling there. Well, Nand is still there, and he's actually played some nice shots so far. Full toss. What I like about this is he doesn't try to play it on the leg side. It's a straight full toss, and we've seen many a time batters get out to the full toss because they go across the line. They either miss it or he hits the pad and they're gone. But that's well played. He hits through the ball, gets his boundary, and they keep ticking along at a nice pace. 2 wickets have gone, big wickets, especially that of Chauhan, but 65 on the board at the end of 4 overs. So they're going well, looking to put a good score on. But of course, we all know how things went last time, and United will know how things went last time as well in that incredible match. Match number 8, United put 149 on the board, but Italian Rising Stars did get there. So 150, I think, you got to be looking at that 150, especially on a day like today. Beautiful day, ideal for batting. It really is ideal for batting, and it's no wonder that Italian United did decide to bat first, even though they probably would have been tempted to chase, feeling that, well, okay, if we chase, at least we know what we're trying to get and what we need to, how we plan our innings. When you're batting first, you know, 120 could be enough, 150 could be enough, or it couldn't. As we've already known in this series, the Italian strikers certainly thought that they would have had enough runs on the ball the other day. It wasn't to be, as well as the Stallions. Good effort, one-handed, but I think he palms his over for 6. Let's have a look at this. It's once again, yeah, you know who it is. It's the captain, Shoaib. Hand, but really he's trying to, I can't blame him for it really. He's trying to catch it and he's reaching, where maybe in hindsight, the right play would have been to try and sort of slap it into play. So there's a hand-assisted 6 for Masood, and now he gets a juicy full toss, which he hasn't been able to negotiate away. He scuffs it to square leg. You can see in the distance some players making the use of the nets. I think that might be the some of the Vikings that in there. They certainly need maybe a little bit of practice, they feel, to see if they can get a win here today. That's a delightful shot, isn't it? And a little bit too short. You can see again there the way that's played. See how early the shot is played. Still gets a fair piece of it, does Nund. But he plays it early. That's why a shot he's looking to play out on the offside ends up being one that goes on the onside. You've just got to be a little bit patient on this pitch. If you are, then runs will come. Better delivery, a little bit quicker this time from Pathakar. Better areas, fuller. If there's one thing that all the bowlers can try and do here today, and that is to get this ball right up there, Yorker length delivery. We are at the 5 over mark, and Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, comes in and joins me for the first time today in the commentary box.
Pretty interesting start here. I mean, these two had a cracking match the other day, didn't they? And it was kind of maybe set a bit of a tone for these big chases that we've seen. I did talk about it at the toss, the fact that there's been very consistent bounce, I think, which is tough for the bowlers. But good morning to everyone. Geez, a couple of good games in Portugal last night as well. Well done to Phil G over there.
Well done, Phil.
Bit of a last over thriller in the first game. The second game wasn't so close with a 4-pointer, but it was the Lisbon Super Giants with a giant effort over the Werewolves. I think it wasn't past midnight. I think that was the problem with the Werewolves, because they'll be breaking out after that. But anyway, yeah, looking forward to another great 5 matches here. And you'd also mentioned the Tartu teams, not seeing them just yet because of the travel. So I mean, there'll be a kind of a bit of a kind of wild card to bring in here. As we're going to see one go straight down the ground. Maximo! Masood goes large. A pretty good first 5 overs for Town United, I think. On for 150 plus, and that's a great start to the 6 straight down the ground.
Yeah, Shabin Din says thank you very much. He gets the right length and he pins this straight. That's going to be 6 runs. Yeah, and for those of you that are wondering, Tartu's about a 2-hour drive from here. That one is going to be 6 more. Boom, chugga, boom, boom, boom. Like it. That's the way we like it. And get ready, folks. Fasten your seatbelts, because we're going to see a lot of this. A lot of hitting and a lot of 6s. And I hope the umpires have well-oiled their arms, because they're going to be putting them up in the air like you just don't care. Looks like the bowler deciding he's going to come around, but come in between the stumps and the umpire. And that's pretty well bowled. And of course here, when you're bowling this way, you really do have to get that swivel in on your front foot, on the left foot. Just watch here, he's really got to get the whole body to turn around. There's bat on that, so not out. I suppose good comeback from Din. I like Din's bowling the other day, purely because he's slower, he tries different things, he's got a bit of pace about him, he sometimes flights it up. He's the sort of bowler that I think could be successful in this series if he bowls a good line. And despite being hit for 2 6s, first 2 balls, he's come back well with 3 dots. Masood is going to go after this, he wants it. And he's only going to get a single, so good recovery from Din. We'll just get 13 from the over. Back up is the call. It does get backed up. And the score moves to 89 for 2 after the 6 overs. So keeping it nice and tidy.
Gives a bit of a chance also to say hello to everyone in the chat this morning. Hopefully you're well. See Shohag's in there. And I know that's... We could have had a better day, really, to start with some big hitting. I mean, the thing here, you don't, because you've got the sun up since like, 4 o'clock in the morning. So you don't really have this dew factor hanging around. I mean, it's almost like you're starting at lunchtime. It's what it feels like, even though we're starting it at 9:30 local.
Yeah, you say 4. You do realise it's getting earlier every day by a couple of minutes.
Yeah, of course.
And
it goes down so late.
Yeah.
Well, it's about 10 p.m.
It threw me the other day because I went out to get a few bits. Oh, that's big. Let's talk about this one first. That is right out in the middle. Que grande, que guay, que genial. And, well, It doesn't quite get past the logs. This is the sort of ground you could have these extra points, couldn't you? Hit the log, you get an extra 1. Go past the logs and before the road, you get an extra 2. Get over the road, like you're well aware after yesterday. Get over the road, you can get an extra 4 points.
You should lose runs if you hit it into the ditch because then you lose the ball.
Yeah.
We could be in 6 and out territory there.
You could get penalised for that. And if you hit the low-flying geese, well, then maybe you're getting an extra 10 points. Who knows? Anyway, that was a nice hit, solid. But yeah, I was talking about the light. It threw me the other day. I went out to get a few groceries. Went to a shop. It was shut. What's this all about? I looked at the time and I thought, what's going on here? As well, we know what's going on here. It's another Maximo. 6 more. And, well, he's finding his rhythm now and finding his range, as that's another one that Ali Masood smashes out of the ground. Yeah, I said, and I was like saying, but the shop shuts at 10. It says clearly 7 to 10. Why is it shut? I looked at the time, 10:15.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it was
really
so light.
crazy.
And I'm thinking, this is weird. It's nuts.
Yeah.
It totally. And then it reminded me of all the stories my dad used to tell me about when he used to work night shift.
Yeah.
And he used to work night shift, and he said he could never get used to time. You know, time just went weird. They want it, and they're going to take it. Are they going to get there? Well, it's cheeky. It's naughty, but it's nice. It's naughty, but it's nice. The thing is, the wicketkeeper throws this away. Now, would he have been out? I don't think so. Let's see that again if we can. Have a look. So,
Just
naughty but nice.
Game awareness here.
Yeah, look, the foot I think is down. Is it on the line? I don't know. And then the bowler's not looking, and they take a cheeky single.
Yeah, didn't hear it coming either. That's probably his best chance there. But anyway, yeah, maybe an opportunity. I suppose you kind of need to make something happen. If he saw the foot up, maybe it's worth going. But I suppose if you try to make it, sneak it behind the batter, then you're also sneaking the bowler, aren't you?
Yeah. Here comes the throw, and he's backing up, and he has been backed up. 100 came up as well in this over. Yeah, so the light really does throw you. You just have no concept of time sometimes. You have to constantly keep looking at your watch and say, right, okay, that's the time, is it? Short. Goes down the ground and he gets it big. It's another big hit from Masood. Masood, 14 deliveries now, moves to 39. They got to get him out pretty quickly. In fact, both of these guys, I know Nunn's just gone off the boil slightly, but they are mashing it big. Runs flowing at a very quick and steady pace. They want 150 plus at the moment. They're on course for just that. They're on course for 160. And that's slightly better, just holds it back a little bit. I just don't think that round the wicket is the right approach to two batters that are eyeing up long on and mid-wicket with every shot. You've got to be thinking, right, what am I doing that's wrong? I can tell you what you're doing that's wrong. You're bowling at leg stick or middle stick. It's too short. Batters are hitting you over the onside. When you've got two fielders, and that's the other thing here, you've got two fielders set on the offside. Point is back. Cover is back. They're doing nothing back there. This is our schedule. This is our calendar. Plenty of cricket coming up. Take a snapshot of that because you can stay in touch with us. Have a look. You'll see that on the European Cricket Network website as well, europeancricket.com. And all the action coming up your way. And from Estonia, we will go to England for the very first time.
Yeah, super excited about that, aren't we, as well?
This could be out.
Yeah, that looks pretty close to me. And, yeah, it's adios, and Masood gets done by one by Shoaib, who I think has been pretty good in this series, to be honest. And his first over was all right. Picked up one there. Now he picks up wicket to start the 8th, and it's 110 for 4.
People, as I said, over the wicket. Coming round the wicket doesn't do you any favours. Over the wicket, it is full, it is straight. The batter tries to go in the area where they've been successful on the leg side, but because of the change in the angle, you miss it, you're out. If it's around the wicket, you miss it, you're not out because the ball is pitching outside leg. This is not the one that's out. This is the run that was taken. I think we might have the LBW for you.
Should have reviewed it. Would have got a run.
Yeah. Come on, boys. Wakey, wakey. I know. The sun had you up at 3:40 this morning and you couldn't get back to sleep. Let's have a look. This is it here. Now, it's a tricky one, isn't it? That could have been impact could have been just out of the... Could have been. The umpire has to make the call there. Was it just outside the line? I don't know. Tricky one. Oh, well, there's no doubt about this. This is big. It is 6. Singh comes out there. Well, Anurag Singh, this guy, I remember him coming out the other day, and the first 3 balls he faced, he hit for 6. This guy's a giant. If you have a chance, watch him stand. Look at him. He is a giant of a man. Singh, well, I don't know, Singh. Mere galana Singh, every day, swere paronte khanda hona, raat nu na maine khal saag de naal makkiyan diyan rotiyan jalur khanda hona. Must be, because he is a giant. And that is, well, that ball didn't come back, by the way. Yeah, that LBW. I just think it's umpire's call. A few people might have said that maybe it's going to be just outside line. He steps across on impact. Yeah, it's umpire's call for me. And the umpire, I think, Shane, thinks about it, decides it is going to go on and hit the stumps. And it's only a possibility because he's come over the wicket. Round the wicket, forget it. That's why you've got to come over the wicket if you're right arm, unless you've got a particular plan in place to a particular batter. Well, you need a plan for Singh. Oh, wow, he's a bit lucky here. Not quite where he wanted it to go, but once again, wickets do fall, but runs keep flying as well. And Singh, all together, everybody ain't done this in a while. 6 and 4. Hungry for more is Singh. And
such a similar game to the other day. How they looked like they could go that kind of 149-ish, maybe a few more if these two can stay in. But Rising Stars put off a miraculous chase then. This one's definitely not out. And I'll just scramble through for a single.
yeah, just look, Vinny, look at the size of Singh. He is he one of the tallest we've had on the network? Look at him. Look,
Yeah.
Shane is tall.
Yeah.
But if you compare him next to Shane, I mean, we'll have to do a good shot of him next to somebody.
Especially when he's kind of chatting to some of his own players who are probably not tall at all on the other side of the scale. Anyway, this is up in the air. Keeper wants it, goes back with the flight and then leaves it alone. That was just a bit of a good old-fashioned cook up there. Nobody knew whose it was, and in the end, bit of interference and results in a drop catch.
Yeah, Hossain has to claim it and want it, but maybe he doesn't find it because he's got the lid on. Sees the fielder there, he retracts his gloves, so he gets out of the way, but the fielder drops the catch. None gets dropped again. Now, this one is in third territory. It gets over third. Chasing, can they do better this time? Yeah, he gets a foot on this time. Well, after dropping the catch, Animal Islam, he does at least stop this one from going to the boundary. So, again, they're using the old back heel, aren't they? There we go. Back heel this time, and it works a treat. All right, that's the end of the over. Quite an exciting one. It started with a wicket, and then there was a 4 and a 6, and a couple of leg byes and singles there as well. So, score moves to the 120 mark. 124 now for 3. That over 14 coming off it. So, Shoaib, like I say, he's having a bit of a mixed day. All right, where can they get in the last 12 deliveries? Well, that one should just be left alone. It will be a wide. And hasn't had too much of the strike, has he, when you consider he's up there at the opener. That was, not a legal delivery, so he's only faced 14 balls.
He's faced less than 2 balls and over.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. It's very low. Reminds me of a record in Croatia. Junaid Muller.
Yeah.
He only scored he only faced 16 balls batting through the 10 overs. So, yeah. So kind of on for that, but that's 15, and now he's going to get 16th. So probably not going to happen to him.
What did he make? Can you remember?
About 20 something. I'll tell you exactly. Yeah. Funny stuff. I sit there just watching.
Oh, that's
I know
wide.
that I played in that kind of exhibition tournament last year, and I was batting with Nabi. I was opening the batting with Nabi. I felt like that.
Yeah.
Because I would kind of hit a 1 down the ground, and then Nabi would just hit 5 6s. And then we'd repeat it every over. And I just sore neck. I got sick of my head turning around. I actually think I'm the one that tied him out. I wasn't even bothering to look anymore. Yeah. That was actually a great experience.
You just knew from the sound of the ball on bat, didn't you?
Yeah.
You thought, yeah, that's gone. I don't need to look.
Yeah. There was no question with some of these ones.
It's a bit like Barcelona, though, wasn't it? Barcelona, how many times did we see one batter sort of go out and just dominate the scoring chance if it hits? Ooh, now they could be thinking of second. They will. And this one gets thrown out to the keeper, and he makes a stop. So we're not going to see anything like the crazy four that we saw in the night series.
It was for Ljubljana against the Zagreb Chiefs. It was Junaid Muller, 28 not out of 16, 2 4s, 2 6s, batting through the 10 overs.
This is the running. It would have been gone, you know.
Here's another fun one I've got noted next to that. Most balls without facing when you open the batting. That's a pretty good length. That's what I was talking about. Gonna pick it up, you can have a shot, but it doesn't pick it up. So move it to 130 now. Bilal Hassan for Magic versus Badalona CC earlier in the year.
I remember it.
Yeah. The first 25 balls of the innings were faced by his partner.
Yeah.
So he never got to face. It's a big shot, isn't it, though? Big man, big levers, as it's going to be 6 runs. Maximal. Anurag goes large.
Yeah, lovely shot, well controlled, good leverage as you expect from him. I know that Arslan Amjad is tall. I was standing next to him yesterday when I was talking to him, and I felt like a dwarf next to him. But this guy's taller than him, and well, that's my challenge to our production, Spring Media. I want a nice shot of Singh with the bat there, standing next to somebody, maybe somebody like Shane who's tall himself, just to give our viewers an idea of how tall this guy is. He is a giant. You reckon that's a specially made bat for him? Because it actually, even the bat looks bigger than all the other bats.
Makes the field look even smaller.
Oh, shot. He does well here.
Yeah.
It's a good delivery though from the bowler.
Yeah. Now he wants to slightly dodgy one to go, and they're going to get away with it. They might get another one. They will. Well, he's going to get 3. And probably an unnecessary one from Ruslan Hussain. He's taking the gloves from Mohammad Riaz today. He's giving Riaz a bit of a break.
Isn't that a bit unfair? I mean, look, he just takes how many strides, count how many strides to get back for the 2. He says, yeah, I can make it. He's a giraffe, look. Look how he gets there. It's like 4 big strides. And now this one is going to be a boundary as Nand makes the most of running the 3 and getting on strike. He now gets close to the 40s. He moves to 39 of 18.
End of the over as well. So, yeah, it's been fairly good going. 140 for 3 then after 9. Hey, super excited, Rico. This is a bit of a summary of what's coming up. This is the Netherlands where I'm heading tomorrow. So you can see we've got 3 distinct series there. So we're starting with the T20 International Tri-Series. Ireland, Scotland and Netherlands, the hosts. They're all going to go to the World Cup after that. So that's the full men's T20I side. We've got the KNCB T20 Finals Day, which will determine the ECL winner or the ECL qualifier from the Netherlands in 2025. And then we've got 4 T20 internationals between the Netherlands and Italy. So 3 different series. It's going to be a great couple of weeks there. Right now, it's a great finish. Anurag, you kind of feel like he's a guy. Imagine if he went out and opened there and just did this from the get-go.
Yeah, hang on a minute. I don't want to see this 6 again. Put that graphic back up again. Put that graphic back up again. All right, I'm having a look at this. 18, 19, 20, 22nd, 23rd, 20. I only see 1 match a day, Vinny.
Yeah, they're long matches.
Hang on a minute.
Long-form cricket.
Hang on a minute. What is going on here? You are a cheeky so-and-so. Yeah, exactly. That's unfair is what I'm hearing in my head.
I was thinking about this last night, particularly that first series, like 6 matches in 7 days, right? I'll be there with Corey, by the way. Corey will be doing all the way through. We've also got Andrew Leonard.
Hang on. And so, wait. You've got 1 match a day, and there's going to be 2 or 3 of you?
Yeah. Let me...
hang on a minute.
Let me explain. I like the way he's got to stop this with the body. Has a crack, actually throws blindly, and he's going to get 1. But I looked at that, and I agree with you. I mean, it's basically a holiday. But the other thing I thought is if you showed any other commentator in world cricket like that, because that's the kind of cricket we're doing now. We're 3 teams that are going to the World Cup, right? Yeah. If you showed any other commentator, they'd go, that schedule's a bit fierce. 6 matches in 7 days.
You're right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and for us, it's like, you're right about it. And you know what? I didn't put that on there, but you know what? The matches start, the first 4 anyway, they start at 5 p.m.
No. Oh, no way. Hang on a minute. Hey, I'm starting a petition here.
What a laugh.
Now, I will say this. You did an outstanding job in Italy. You did all of that basically by yourself. So, all right, I suppose you earned it. But
I earned it. Corey didn't know. Corey lives there.
What happened to... was Corey missing in action in Italy, by the way? I have to ask you.
Corey...
you know the last commentary Corey did?
Yeah.
Do you know? Remember it?
Yeah. No, that actually wasn't the last.
Wasn't it?
Because this is the last ball, by the way. They want to run. If we run out. Well, look, in the end, I told you it'd be about the same score. 151.
Yeah.
It was 149 last time. Let's just check this one out. And you see the keeper couldn't possibly miss. And so, yeah, it'll be 151 on the board in the end for the loss of 4 wickets. 152 with the schedule. It's kind of like history repeating here. Very, very similar to match 8. Yeah, but Corey then did a couple of games in Brescia from the studio. No problem. And then the one day when I was meant to then be off, the internet drowned overnight, and so he wasn't able to continue. So yeah, Corey's a bit of a jinx. Hopefully he doesn't jinx that series because it's a big deal for us to do those games.
Can I just say that, but on a serious note, I mean, what a series.
It's going to be great.
What a series.
We'll talk more about it in a moment because, pretty excited to have all that kind of triple treat going on, the day series, night series, and also the T20s, but it wasn't too much of a treat early on as we had high ball to start the day. Then this high ball went up as Shoaib wasn't quite able to track that one down. But like I said, a bit of a sense of history repeating here. And despite the loss of a wicket now and then, and I suppose they were on for a bit more than 150 in the end. They kind of curbed to that. The Rising Stars, they'll feel that they have a chance. A bit of the old bumper cars as well. Luckily, no one was injured. There were a few Grizzlies that were kind of put to the sword in this innings. But yeah, I'm looking forward to a chase. Maybe another one of these big chases that have become a bit of a staple of this Estonian series.
Well, you say maybe, I say probably definitely. Last time, remember, 149 wasn't enough. And the Italian Rising Stars, they did get to this score, 151, and they won with 1 ball to go. That one, yeah, that was the one that I think umpire scored for me. When I looked at it, and of course you can look at that over and over again and start to really fine-tune it and say, I think maybe just impact outside the leg, outside the off, maybe missing off. But, the umpire gets one look, and I can understand why the umpire Shane's given that out. I think it's a fair call, and I think it's a fair result so far. I said they wanted to get to 150. They get to 150 and get the one extra run. But will it be enough this time around? Let's take a quick look at the scorecard here. 40 runs from Nandria, and he bats all the way through the innings and faces 19 balls, so it doesn't quite make a record, but still he does well for those 19 balls. Sahil Chauhan 22 off 9, 40 for Ali Masood, 40 quick runs from him, and then towards the end there, the giraffe, the Punjabi giraffe Singh smashes a good fair few as well, 28 before he gets run out trying to make something happen off the last ball of the innings. With the bowling figures, Mohammad Shoaib, he had an interesting day, didn't he? He was sometimes good, sometimes bad, but he just picked up 2 wickets. The other wicket, apart from the run-outs, went to Islam, who did very well, but he's going to have to be at his best with the bat, and as is the captain. So I reckon we got an interesting run chase coming up here, and Mahidul Islam, he was the hero for the Italian Rising Stars in this fixture last time they met. Can he do it again? Only one way to find out, folks. Join me and Vinny when we come back in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the first match here on match day 4, match number 16 as the Pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hola mi familia, bienvenido, hello and welcome back to match number 16, the first of match day 4. And I think we're going to get another spectacular run chase maybe on our hands. Telling United have had a bat. They've gone 2 better than what they did last time they met the Telling Rising Stars. They got to 151, so 152 is the target. Will the Telling Rising Stars once again pull off a good run chase against United? Let's wait and see. I'm Rico Full, and Vidi Sandu will be joining us back shortly as well. Hello to everybody tuning in around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day, a good start to the day. And I hope you can stay with us, because what I can promise you is plenty of action, plenty of entertainment, plenty of good cricket, and a little bit of fun along the way as well. We are the European Cricket Network. Cricketainment is what we bring you. And that's the bonus point equation there. It basically means that to get something out of this match, the batting side here now, the Telling Rising Stars, need to get to 106. But they're not thinking 106. They're thinking 152. And Telling United will know that they've got to bowl better than they did last time against the Rising Stars. And they need to try and pick up a couple of quick wickets. And getting the wicket of somebody like Mariul Islam will be pretty key. And maybe somebody like Mohamed Zisan himself is looking to make his mark on this series as well. He's always gone on out there and played some nice shots, but hasn't as yet gone on to make a big score. So maybe this is going to be his moment, or maybe it's going to be the moment of Nand Ria, who batted all the way through the innings for his 40, and now he's going to start with a ball, and he will start with a wide. Well, that's become pretty much an Estonian tradition here. The first ball or two has to be a wide, and well, Nand doesn't break tradition. He will start with a wide. It is Madul Islam who is the opener, and it is Mohamed Zisan is the non-striker. Edge, and it's going to be a long, hard chase, but a chase in vain. As this one, well, creeps up on Islam, who swings hard and gets a little bit of good fortune early on, a little bit of suerte por la mañana for the batter. Islam gets off the mark with a rather fortuitous edge, which gets past the keeper and goes all the way to the vacant boundary there on at third. Yeah, teams opting to have third up makes sense really, because of the pace of the pitch really, and also the pace being bowled. That's a Gandhi ball, and the wicketkeeper does ever so well there, Sahir Chauhan, to just get a little bit of that glove, the outstretched left hand on this, because otherwise that was going to be a minimo. Trying to bowl a little bit too fast from here, Nand. Yeah, just take the pace off it and concentrate on getting the line right. They do like to put a good squeeze on the offside to United. That's always been a trademark of the field. That one is a slow delivery, but it's a full toss, and it gets smashed down the ground. Islam, well, he's hit a 4. That was lucky, but there's no luck about this. This is just not a good delivery. Full toss. Goes down on one knee, clobbers it, and then he holds the pose for a little while as well. Says, Ale, dekhiye, shakka lag gaya meri 2-3 photo abhi khich lo. Smile, please. Click, click, click. 6 runs. Straight down the ground. So, Nandria not just having a few issues with getting the ball straight with the wides. He's over pitching as well. Better, but unlucky. And that will go for as well. That's an indication of what we were saying before. The outfield will get quicker. I think this morning, actually, when we arrived, they'd just finished giving it a little bit of a trim as well. And I think that's noticeable. You can see the ball racing through just that little bit quicker as well. And with each day, every day we have sunshine. That's what Terry O'Connor was telling me, that every day we have sunshine, it will get quicker. And he was saying to me, as well, jab down this time, doesn't get the lucky inside edge. he was saying to me as well that he feels that the pitch also will start to perhaps get a little bit more life in it as well. Well, that we'll have to wait and see, but the outfield definitely, Terry, of course, doing an outstanding job here. And not only is he one of our umpires, we know he's been doing a bit of scoring as well. He's a coach and a tutor. He's the operations manager, head coach of the women's team, and manager of the national men's team. Does a little bit of it all, doesn't he? This one is going to be a dot. Well, they needed that dot, didn't they? Because 16 have come off this over already. 2 wides, 3 boundaries. Now a couple of dots. So far, the wide balls, the extras haven't cost him. Let's see if he can get another dot in here. If he can, then he's done all right. The extra balls haven't cost him. And yeah, he has done all right. He finishes well, doesn't he? The last, even that one that went for 4, the last 4 balls have been good balls. The 4 was lucky. It was an inside edge, which went all the way down to that fine leg boundary. But then after that, he's finished with 3 dots. So you'll take that. And, you know, what I would be thinking as the captain is one of those, all right, he didn't start well with the wides and those 3 boundaries, one of them fortuitous, but 2 will bring him back. I probably would be thinking I would. And the reason for that is I'm thinking, all right, the last 4 balls, he's got his line right. So if he's got it right, hopefully he's got it right for another over. And I'd rather use him than let him get cold. And if he comes back again, he starts badly. 42 matches, by the way, since we've had a golden ball. And a 151 to 151 golden ball to start the day. Yes, please. Can I order that now? Hello to Terry Richmond, who's saying hi to a few people. He said hi to Rob. And now he's saying Terry Humikus to me, or Terry Humikus to you. And I'll say Terry Tulimast. Welcome to you, Terry, and to everybody else that's joining us here now. Hello to Prince Khan. That one's just in the gap between the 2 fielders in the offside, and the ball will eventually agonizingly get to the boundary just as the fielder catches up with it. And they're nicely played away. And Terry, I think he's tuning in while he's making his dinner. What are you making? What are you having? Come on, make us all feel hungry, Terry. Make us all feel hungry. What are you having? What's on the menu tonight? Murali or Billy just making an adjustment to the field. They do put a sweeper back out in the offside. He was there, got taken away. Now he gets put back there again, and that's why he's there, because if O'Billy keeps this off stump line, he's going to be pretty busy. There he is, the nice tall man. I would have him in the 30-yard circle, if I'm honest. We saw him take a nice catch the other day. He only took it because of his height. Of course, that is Lumbu himself, Singh. One's a little bit too wide. Just, you can see this time around, the arm doesn't come straight through, does it? From a Billy, just sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of pushes it, doesn't he? Pushes it towards the off stump rather than let it glide through. Say forces it. That's the right word. Forces it. Yeah. Okay. In the air, opportunity should be taken, and it will be taken. It's a good catch. It's a really good catch by Archit Nigam, because that one's gone up in the air, and he's had to get there, find it, and then eventually takes it. So that's very well held by Archit Nigam. So well taken. So good catch. So nicely done. That is the end of the batter. Has a go. Needed to have a go, really. You've got to be trying to stay that sort of just under the 16 and over, haven't you? So Islam is a big wicket to get, isn't it? He'll just go just for 14 off the 7 balls. Good catch taken by Nigam. Nigam, I'm quite surprised we didn't see him with the bat. That really does surprise me. I just, when he took the catch, I thought, hang on a minute. I remember Nigam, he batted really well for United in one of their matches. But this time round, they decided not to use him. Just gets played away this time by Nazmul Haq. We have a few Nazmul Haqs on the network. Of course, our good friend Nazmul Haq, who plays in Venice. I hope you're well. Very nice man. I always remember the day he turned up and gave us flowers. That was a nice day there in Venice. Of course, that was during COVID times as well. So the only regret that time was that we weren't able to go anywhere. We couldn't. So I've been to Venice, but only to that cricket ground in Venice. I never really had the opportunity to go anywhere else and to venture. Yeah, Ajit Nagam, there you go. 73 of 28 player match performance against the Viking Stars, yet we didn't see him. We didn't see him today with the bat. That really doesn't make any sense, does it? Interesting. Maybe he has a double. Few discussions here with the bowler, or Billy. Wants to, looks like he's, well, Singh doesn't know what Billy wants now. He does come inside the circle. And this one is going to go into that vacant third area. This is a tough one for Billy, really, isn't it? Because he's bowling a good line. He's bowled that off-stump corridor, hasn't he? So he's set the fielder out on the offside, a sweeper. And then he's had long on back. And I suppose maybe if you're going to be consistently there, you could argue the fact, because he's bowling with a little bit of zip, that you have a third bat, but he's kept the long on back. And as a result of that, a couple of balls have gone through to the boundary there at third. So 2 overs completed. They've moved to 28, though they have lost the wicket of Islam. Billy was able to pick him up in that over for 14, but you've still got some good batters out there. So, and they're more or less staying up with the rate. They're actually 3 ahead of where United were at this point. Okay. Nazmal now to face Lambu Singh. That's well hit, and well, they keep making a change in the field, don't they? Well, this is a bit of work to be done by Terry. Terry, who's probably just sorting out the rope over there, the third umpire for this match. Well mentioned, Terry does a little bit of everything. Well, he does a little bit of fielding there as well. Yeah, they keep playing around with this field. They can't make up their mind. So they've decided they want third because of where the last ball of the over from Billy went. But look where this is going. This is going to be, I think that's 6 runs. I think that goes and hits the rope. That is 6. So 4 and 6. And Nazmul Haq is getting going. And, well, Singh, he had an over to forget in this fixture last time. And this one isn't going well either. But you got to give him the right field. And if he's going to be bowling that area, forget the leg side fielders on the boundary for the moment. Give him the protection outside and the off. So what are they doing here now? They're following the ball, though. Third comes up, and they put a man just where that last ball was hit. But at least they do have a genuine sweeper now out on the offside. Singh now has to keep that outside the off, but he does the complete opposite. He bangs it in, and that's not sensible. It's not clever. I know it's an edge, he's got the height and the pace to do this. He goes for the short ball. That might be the one for the over as well. But no chance the keeper can stop this. Have a look at this. Yeah, I think that is one for the over. It definitely comes off the bat. Yeah, there's the signal there. So, not sensible bowling. Gets the field that he wants, then bangs the short ball in when he's got no protection. So, 14 have come off 3 deliveries. Singh gets told there by the umpire. That umpire Venkat saying that's your one for the over. This time he angles this in. I was talking about Singh the other day, Anurag Singh, and I said he's got obviously got the height and the build for a good seam bowler, but for me, he needs to have a bit of a rhythm. He needs to have a run up, because he starts from here. It's a couple of steps and he's into his stride, and that one hits the back leg, but it's missing the stumps. It's another dot though, so maybe he, the same as Nandria, will finish his over well. But yeah, I would have gone back to Nandria. I mentioned this before. He finished his over with 4 very good pitched up deliveries. Captain obviously wants to try Singh. But yeah, I'd like to see Singh just, give himself a couple of more paces, get set, run in hard, and hit the deck hard. And you saw already with the one that he did bang into the pitch. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. And now he's pumped. He knocks the stumps over. Jog the Fate. Anurag Singh, this boy's got something. He's got ability. We've seen that with the bat. I think if he puts his mind to it with the ball, he can be a little bit spicy. He can give it a little bit of firepower. He can put a bit of masala out there. He needs to work on it. I think somebody needs to get hold of him, get him to sort out his run, start charging in, get the ball in the right areas, because he can do that. So he's a dangerous bowler to have. He's a dangerous player to have in your side, as he knocks out the stumps. They're off Nazmul Haq. Haq goes for 15. So now the batter sort of gets started and then disappears, gets knocked over by Singh. And that happens right at the end of the over as well. So 42 is the power play score. And, well, like for like, 42 for 2 now, as opposed to 49 for 1. So Singh does finish the over well. 14 came from it. The rate around the 15, so they're not out of it. Just remember some of the overs that we saw yesterday. Yesterday, again, we saw from Arslan Amjad 6 sixes in an over. There was a wide in that as well. So an over that went for 37. We saw an over that went for 32 as well. We saw plenty of magical overs. So the rate is there, but a batter needs to get in. He ties himself in a bit of a knot, does Zisan here. He's chewing up a few deliveries, isn't he? He's been joined out there by his captain, Mohammed Shoaib, at the moment. He's at the non-striker's end. Oh, that's a Gundy ball, isn't it? Rana. Sometimes bowlers do maybe need to try something different, but Rana doesn't need to try this at this moment of time. It's only the second ball he's bowling. The first ball was a dot, and he looked like he did have Zisan in a bit of trouble. Zisan looked rusty, and then he's bowled him. He just wrapped this up and just tossed it up to him and said, here you go, you can have a hit me ball. And Zisan says, thank you very much. He does clobber this to the boundary. No need to do that. He should have just bowled his normal delivery. Only when batters you think are starting to get used to getting on top, you have to try different things, especially when the opposition are needing 15 or close to 16 and over. So he's got to go back to what he was doing before. Right, okay, that gets played out. You see, if you're just bowling his normal delivery, it's just a single, if that. And it's Singh that makes the stop. It gives the ball a bit of a shine as it gets given back to Rana. You can hear them saying, boundary Rognier. Just need to stop the boundary. So they now push, square leg is back. Long on, long off, and then you got the extra cover and the sweeper. Gives himself some room and gone. Well, too much room. Steps right across. It's going to be a golden duck for the captain, Mohammed Shoaib. It's a terrible shot, really. He steps right across. Interesting he does this because square leg just gets put on the boundary anyway. So why are you stepping right across to clip this to a man who's there? I don't know. But if he gets where he stumps in, steps across, they get knocked over. So Ashish Rana gets the prize wicket off the captain is going to be a golden duck, and Goldie is going to be in action as Mohammad Shoyab makes his way back. Hello, Goldie. Telehumikus. With that could be the end of this run chase, which sort of mean they've been there or thereabout. But this over is probably going to hurt them, because not only have they lost their captain, only the 5 runs so far have come from it. Full and straight, everybody. We've been harping on about it. Full and straight. And one man who will agree with that joins me back in the cube is Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, preaching to the choir here, Rick. I've been calling it for ages. Get the lengths right. There'll be better results. You still occasionally going to go out of the ground, but it's not as often. Rana gets it right. Now gets to go at Din, who has to keep that out. And like I say, that's a perfectly executed Yorker. How are you going to hit that to the boundary? The only way I can think is maybe if you get a little French cut, which is accidental, and it squeezes away. So I think bowlers need to sit up and pay attention, because I said it before, I'll say it again. The pitch is so flat here. The batters are hitting through the line. They're even hitting across the line pretty easily with the consistent bounce. It's like bowling on a tennis court. So if you can get it up in that block hole, you just reduce their scoring options.
Yeah, it's good bowling, isn't it? But then he comes out and he wants to be moving around thinking he'll put the bowler off. Rana's having none of it. Well, he might be doing all the moving and the dancing, but it's Rana that's doing all the talking. 2 dot balls to him, and off the 4th over, 47 for 3.
A high degree of unpredictability in this series, isn't there? And now Rising Stars, I suppose they'd still love to try and go at the rate required to win the game, but failing that, at least take a point out of this game. Remember that the bottom team's eliminated after this group stage. They look fairly safe from that, but then you're trying to at least get second, third, or fourth. That way you get to go to round 2. Obviously, you top the table, you can go straight through to the finals. The other thing is you do carry extra points through depending where you finish. So the second place team will carry 2 points through, the third team will carry a single point through, and the fourth team doesn't carry any points through. So another reason to try and finish as high up the ladder as possible. Okay, looks like we've got Shaquille Chow now in over number 5.
Sneaks this one in. The batter has a bit of a go. There's a Zisan. It's time for him really to show what he's made of. Really, he's been the opener time and time again, but hasn't really shown any potential as a good striker of the ball as yet.
A little bit of wobble I've just noticed last couple of overs. A little bit of swing. Chow got that one to go in a little bit.
Okay, one hand off the bat, but there is a fielder placed there. Doesn't really get the timing or the power in this. Just a single.
And Din looks like a pretty good cricketer, but it's a big task ahead of him. Kind of need one big over here. I know they're probably into the middle order a bit quicker than they would have liked as well. And let's see what his approach is.
Well, it's could take it on the rebound. No. Well, straight into the palm off. That's Vikram Singh. Gets it in one hand. I thought for a moment it might drop down kindly for him to take it on the rebound, but not to be. I suppose he does save a boundary.
Yeah, but it's got miles in the air, hasn't it? It really shows you how hard it was hit. But I think they're pretty happy that doesn't go to the boundary, all things considered.
Catch it's a sharp, but forget it. Is going over the fielder who's still trying to catch it, but it doesn't matter. Why hurt yourself doing that? There's no need for it. Good solid hit. 6 runs. This is what they need to get back into this match.
Yeah, really good shot. Just kind of took it on. I don't know. I know we're not really at altitude or anything, but it just seems like the ball's flying through the air here. I don't know. It seems to be going a long way. There's no wind or anything to deal with most of the time.
Yeah, it's it. Well, they were certainly flying yesterday, and they were flying in that last innings as well. That's well struck, and talk about flying, here's another one. This time is over extra cover. So, well, I did say that Mohammad Zisan needs to start showing us what he can do. Well, he's been given the task of being the opener on several occasions, but has never really shone through. And maybe now he's starting to find his rhythm as he hits 2 maximos on the spin of Shakir Chauhan.
Yeah, well, ball just sneaks in. That'll be the end of the over. So even that's essentially a win, 14 off it. in the context of the game at least. The score 61 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, I mean, the 106 is something that they should get to. They've got to be aware of that. You don't want to go crazy swinging and then in the end get nothing. Remember, these two teams, they are right up there at the top of the standings.
Yeah.
You got the Strikers on beg your pardon, you got United on 8 points, and then Italian Rising Stars just behind them by 1 point. So
and they haven't lost a game at Rising Stars. By the way, just sorry to interrupt, but we're on Dragon Alert tonight. We went from werewolves to dragons as Punjab CC Amadora take on Miranda Dragons. Panda might be back for the Dragons tonight in Portugal. Phil G will take you through that one, and it'll pick up pretty much straight after play. Or even last night, the broadcast started during play, which was something pretty unusual.
Well, we had the coin toss.
Yeah, exactly.
We gave you the news.
Got the scoop.
Toss.
That reminds me of when nefarious organizations take over the TV channel, like in the movies.
Yeah.
Like, we have your leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There was a bit of that last night. Anyway, I'm heading down the leg side. Batter's going nowhere. And now, chance for a sneak run. No, but you're right. Rising Stars, like I say, I said at the start of the day, kind of flying under the radar a little bit. They hadn't lost a game yet. Obviously, looks like they're going down in this one. Unless something dramatic happens. You can see for a point they need around about 10 and over now just to hold on to that. So at least those points matter. We've seen that already.
Okay, that's club. So this time is Din who goes, Din Dong, give me a 6. Thank you very much. All right, we're seeing a bit better from Zisan and Din here now. Zisan seems to have woken up. Din, who's just got out there, smashes his first 6. Yeah, you're right. Yesterday was all about the hippos. Today could be all about the panda, especially later on tonight.
Panda playing for the Dragons. But yeah, he's back. So I'll definitely be tuning into that one tonight.
What do you call a mix of a panda and a dragon?
Oh, fire, furry and fiery.
Yeah, swing and a miss. Yeah, the bamboo chomping dragons. Yeah. All right, Masood. Once again, I mean, there is the boundary, but they need more than just the one, and that seems to be the problem. This one gets played away. It should be stopped as well. Yes, I think that's Chauhan who does a good job out there.
By the way, this is the first time that Miranda Dragons have played since 2021 when you were there.
So
I know they're they fall under the umbrella of the Coimbra Knights Club, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, the Knights played last year and the year before. This is our 4th night series in Portugal.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited. I'll be doing week 4 there. I'm looking forward to basically another holiday. Anyways, it's in the air. This should be taken as Masood comes around. He's going to take it. Second opportunity this time. The juggle is complete. He's a good cricketer, isn't he, Ali Masood? And he just kind of knows where he's putting that ball. He gets that return catch via the sky. And the score is 68 for 4.
Very good catch. He knows he's not, as soon as he bowls this, and he goes in the air, he's not looking around to see which fielder is there. He knows nobody is. He's got to get it. They're all on the boundary. He covers a good ground. All right, gets a little bit of luck taking the catch on the rebound, but takes it. It's the unlucky ball, number 13 for Zizana. We'll see him go, but at least a little bit better from him. I just like to see him being a little bit more aggressive and assertive at the beginning of his innings. He goes for 27 of 13 balls. So new batter is going to come out. This is going to be Aminul Islam.
I suppose now I think you are reassessing and just trying to get to that point total, and that'll be handy to kind of take your medicine and move on. I don't think you're going to score, what's that, 84 in 4 overs. 38 for 24. I mean, that's realistic, and especially because you're kind of into the middle order. So, yeah, it's a task for them. Looks like that. What does he want? He wants a TV replay. He was like a big box. Look in the box.
Is he? I think he's just making sure the right batter is on strike. So
hang on, let's check. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that before. I suppose because, okay, that's the wicket. So, yeah, Aminul Islam. Oh, it's the end of the over, right? So, because it's the end of the over, they should switch over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Very
That's
good.
the first.
I mean, he keeps his review. He should get 5 runs for that.
I reckon he should.
You know how you lose 5 runs for being late? For being helpful, you should get 5 runs.
Yeah.
Should we? So never mind penalties. Should we introduce incentives?
We should. I like that. We should reward honesty and fair play. Khan with the ball. And it's a swing and a miss. He's just got this knack sometimes, which he did it from the very first ball when we went out there, Shebin didn't. He likes to move early. And the umpire now just having a word there. And that's umpire Venkat just letting the bowler, Samir Khan, know he's just running slightly in front of him.
What else are we giving incentive runs for? I'm going to explore this thread at Hurst. Let's see this ball, which is sliced up in the air. It's hanging a long time. Oh, what a catch! That's an unbelievable catch. He had interference coming from his left. I suppose when you're the size of Anurag Singh, you know if there's another human that you're going to collide with, the other guy's going to come off second best. So he just takes it like an octopus, and the score's 68 for 5.
Lambu Singh ने catch up वाले देखिया बड़ियां लत्तां बड़ियां बामा कितना मैनी shot था. And he's wearing the most snazzy sunglasses that I've seen out there as well. So, good catch. He has everything to deal with. And then the player comes right in front of him. And I think that's Murali or Billy who tries to put him off. But he still holds on to it. Brilliant catch. Well done from the giraffe himself.
Oh, that is amazing. 79 on his back. Also the amount of inches he is tall, I think. As the beanpole takes that. How was he not distracted? Maybe he was. But he just didn't care. And... what about the fielder coming the other way? He must be nervous because he couldn't even get out of the way.
Yeah.
He just had to keep running through. I think he was bracing for impact. Do we have another review of who's on strike? Should be an easy one.
It's a very good catch, isn't it? Really good catch.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's go again. Very good, Elvira. Anyway, Pathakar, which sounds like something you do when you pull into your garage. He's going to face up for the first time. He's not a bad batter either. Coming out number 7. 38 off 22 for this point.
So it gets on top of this, plays is out onto the off, but it will only be just a single. So they need more than that, don't they? But yeah, Din, he went for 8 of 10 deliveries. Great catch from Singh.
So I was always pretty good at setting up the stumps if I knocked them over. Could I get some incentive runs for that if I do a good job? Save the umpire
something?
It's probably not worth 5. I think it doesn't always shouldn't be worth 5 all the time. It should be like 1 or 2.
Yeah, we
should be like depends on how helpful it is.
Yeah, different ratings. What about if you're LBW and you just walk?
Oh.
Or if you snicked it and you just walk, you know?
It's a pretty handy way to pick up a couple of runs if you win the
Can
game.
you imagine? Number 11 coming out,
yeah,
swings, says, yeah, I nicked that. Start walking, you win the match.
Yeah.
Because you only need a few runs.
But then you could lie.
Yeah.
So if you're caught to be lying,
if you're caught to be lying, then you lose the points.
I like it.
Yeah. Okay, good hit. Sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai as Islam gets this one right out of the middle.
Yeah.
Clobbered.
Really good shot. Maximo time. What about, when the ball hits you when you're batting and it goes away and you don't take runs?
Yeah.
It's like you're being a good guy. But now you get 2 runs for that, so you get the runs anyway. Give us your thoughts in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network here on your ECN Thursday. First match out of 7 today. Back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
How about a point for a team when every time a ball from a fielding side, the bowler hits the pad, then they don't appeal?
Oh, yeah. We're not going to waste your time.
Yeah.
But then you have to ask for the run. So how are you going to do that? Anyway, hey, guess what's coming up? Stallions are back on the park. Good toss to win for them. They're going to bat first against Viking Stars, who really struggled on day 1. So, or day 1 of Group B, which was actually day 2. But let's see if they can put something together. They've got to sort their bowling out. Otherwise, I could see them going, I was going to say for a cricket score, but for like a, what would you say?
It could be a big score. We've seen big. We saw 200 on the board yesterday.
I know that in bowling, 10-min bowling, the perfect game's 300. I'd be a bit scared we're approaching those kind of numbers if Viking Stars get it wrong. But let's hope they can be competitive against the Stallions coming up in around about 35 minutes' time.
Yeah, and catching, and I think a lot of it was also their fielding. And last time in that contest, remember, the Stars did bat first. They got to 67 and they were knocked off pretty quickly. I think they only took 25 balls, I think, to get the runs.
But then also angry Stallions, because remember they made 176 and lost the other night against Talent United. It's just full toss, hit straight to the fielder. Picks up, goes to what I thought was the wrong end, probably was the wrong end. They'll get a single, So, like, you got Cypher Rahman. Apparently, I heard that he hauled the captain up in the corner and said, "We're batting first if we win the toss." He's quite an imposing character. Said, "If 137's not enough, maybe I need to score 237."
Yeah, because
which wouldn't even be his highest score.
It was an interesting match, wasn't it? Because he got 137, and of course, the score in that 170s. That's well bowled, and getting an extra. It's just if he hit, he could be gone. I think he would have been gone if this hits. So they'll get. Well, no, it's giving us runs. Shane is saying it does catch a little bit off the bat.
Hey, I like this from Elsboy. He says, bonus runs for no foot fielding for a whole innings. Yes, Elsboy.
Yeah.
That would have been out. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. No foot fielding the whole innings. Like it. Something I've wanted to bring in for ages is, in ice hockey, they've got the penalty box. Like, if you do something, you're out for 2 minutes. So if you drop a catch, you got to sit in a little box for like 6 balls, and then you have to field with 10 fielders.
Yeah, I like it.
So you're in a little pen, but it could be pretty crowded sometimes in ECS.
We've got to have like a little, maybe it can be a sort of fun weekend tournament where we have all of these things included.
Penalty box.
It can be something that we do. Penalty box could be in there, a few obstacles on the pitch.
Or, like, you only get out of there when your team gets a wicket. Or if your team gets a wicket, then you free the people in the box.
Yeah. Slow ball, but it gets picked and it gets mullered. It's a gentle, slow, full toss. And it is time for Carr to go into overdrive as this is smashed away. I think you want to just check the height on this.
Funny one. I mean, he's a long way out. It is a slower ball. So I actually think that's coming down below the waist at the crease.
Yeah. I reckon if the batter doesn't come out to this, it's probably going to be hitting him around about his ankle. So I don't think there's any issues.
It looks high there. I actually think it's probably dipping down.
Yeah, I don't know why he's going with these slow balls here. I mean, he started to get the pace in pretty well. So, yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with that. I'll be very surprised if that gets called as a no. Hey, we could get Danny Hudicek to bring his dogs down and just have them tied up just on the boundary at one side.
Jeez, they're really having a good look at this. Maybe they're just waiting for the ball. Okay, got it. They're just waiting for a new ball. I was still looking at the replay. Yeah. You talked about maybe having an alligator on the ground. Charles is always good. Let's get the sheriff over here for a second, because we were talking about slip over. End of the over, it's 83 for 5, so now they need 23 off the last 2 overs for a point.
Yeah,
let's get the sheriff in here. The sheriff is on patrol.
The sheriff on patrol.
We were talking about the fact.
Hang on, I want to know what's going on here. What is happening here? Can somebody tell me what this is all about?
It looks like something out of a horror film, doesn't it? It's like the Grim Reaper.
What's he doing here? Is he digging out the weeds?
Yeah,
he must be digging out the weeds.
Well, I think
he's on weed patrol.
Looks like he knows what he's doing. Let's bring in the sheriff here. We were saying that. Hello, Charles, by the way. How are you going?
Very well, thank you.
That's good. Now, instead of penalty runs, incentive runs. So, like, for being helpful, the batter just came out and said, "Can you just work out who's on strike?" Rather than normally we ping him 5 runs, and we're trying to think of what might be helpful. So we're like, no foot fielding the whole innings, bonus runs, maybe not 5. Now, I want you to have a thinking. You're good at this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like it. I like the concepts. Incentive run, love it. I'll have to put my thinking cap on it.
Have to put his cowboy cap on, I think.
Yeah, or like umpire drops his hat, you didn't know, he didn't notice, you give it back, 2 runs. Or like, when it hits you and you decide not to run because you're being a good person, you actually do get the runs now. Just give me 2. End it. Anyway, this is up in the air and out of the ground. Maximo as Islam gets them close to that point, and that one might be digging out a few grizzlies that have impacted. Maybe a few craters over there, Rico.
Incoming, Mr. Weedman, because watch out for the grizzly. He's there. There he is. He's there somewhere.
Isn't it good to see the sheriff wandering around like a good sheriff would, just kind of checking out all the different little buildings over here?
Yeah.
Keeping an eye on things. Where's his hat, though?
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned. I hope he's got some sun cream. He slapped some sun cream on there.
He loves eggs. Looks like one.
It's another little fine snick. It's going to be stopped. Well dealt with. A little bit of dandy footwork, and the batters will come back, though. for a double up there. Ayush Umat is the bowler. So, I mean, remember, they should now get to this 106, shouldn't they? But they've just fallen away from getting to the target. It's losing those wickets at the wrong time.
A BP thriller, maybe.
Okay. Bowler should get there, and he won't. Misses it. Batters get one. It's a caught and bowled opportunity. And it looks like something's being said to him that Umit is not taking a liking to. It goes up in the air. He knows he's the only one that's got to take it. We saw Ali Masood do the same thing earlier, but he just doesn't get those hands together. So it gets dropped. So, hey, so what happens with your theory now? If he's got to go into the sin bin, what happens with the over?
Didn't think of that. All right, this is in the air. I reckon this is high, you know. We'll have a look at it.
I reckon it might be too high.
Well, they better start running. Otherwise, we might have a run out. We should have gone to the bowlers in. This is borderline. Sheriff's going to have to duck back and do some work.
He's got to run. Run, Sheriff, run. Get on your horse. Get on your horse.
Too high. Definitely too high.
Yeah, I think even if he's standing in his crease, that's going to be above the waist. This is a no ball coming up. It's not going to be out. He's walking. Get back. Get back.
That's definitely a no ball.
Sheriff has got on his horse. Let's show it one more time because Sheriff has probably only just got back. And yeah, I reckon that's. Yeah. He's back. Hey, he's got the cap back on, so you know
that's
he's
some
meaning
good sheriffing
business
as well, and just he's keeping an eye on everything around here.
Yeah.
Don't want to get the wrong side of the law here in the European Cricket Series.
The only thing he's missing is some of those handcuffs. I reckon he should have some handcuffs.
He has handcuffs actually.
Has he got handcuffs?
Yeah. Won't tell you what he uses them for. 12 off 7 now for the point.
We should do an ECN badge in the shape of like the sheriff.
Well, like the Western Shield look like a bit like the NYPD badge, just blown up and made to be about 30 or 40 kilos. All right, last ball of the ninth.
It's going to be a 6 because even though the tall man, Lambu Singh, is there, he ain't going to be able to stop that. There's going to be 6 more. So they are getting closer to at least getting a point out of this contest, but they're going to be disappointed that this time the Rising Stars are not going to be able to chase down the 152 required, and they're going to have to give up their 100% record as well. End of the over, the 100 comes up.
Still the chance for the point though. I mean, that's the main focus this over. Throwing the ball around, haven't they? 8 different bowlers, and I think they've been able to do that. Although I would say this deserves some attention this over because you do have the chance, Talon United, of getting the 4 points if they can keep the batters down below that bonus point target. So they're defending essentially 5 here. And looks like they're going to go to Ashish Rana. I think this is smart. The captain coming on to bowl the 10th. Yeah,
he bowled very well, didn't he, Rana? Very good 4th over. We only conceded, I think, 5 runs.
Oh, Kroom's so clever. Anyway, here we go. Bowled. Scramble one, or will they? They definitely will. Yeah, Kroom says tactical sin bin when you're bowling bad. Although to do that, you'd have to create a catch.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I like that. Yeah, maybe the bowler, they get to finish their over, then they got to go to the sin bin for an over. That makes sense. Keeper? Problems.
Well, or you could
Playing without your keeper.
Yeah. Down the ground, and this should be the point. It will be. So they will get something out of this contest.
Actually, they need one more.
Do they need one more?
They need
wow,
that
okay.
105 wouldn't be enough, but one more. They should get one more, you'd imagine. Yeah. Sin bin's cool. By the way, Elsboy says we should have a fair play trophy. We have had that in some of our major events, which I think
we do.
Stronger Together trophy. Viv Kingma won it, which was great for his work, and then he got banned for 4 matches for ball tampering in ICC cricket soon after. So, don't know if we have to go over to Viv's house. He's going to be run out here. Don't go upstairs. All right.
They're going to get.
They'll get
the one, but they're maybe not going to get the 2.
Actually, that was really good. You saw that live, what the umpire sees. And I gave it out. I'm going to give it out by a metre.
So what you're saying here is that if the batter, let's have a look. So what you're saying here, if the batter here now says, "Hey umpire, don't review because I'm out," then he would get his team a couple of bonus points.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that was a good. You be the umpire.
Well, there you go.
So you be the square leg umpire. Now you know it's out, but this is actually the the actual speed that it was without slowing it down. So trying to put him off for the run. So, okay.
Yeah.
It's out. Some of them, obviously, that one's pretty clear cut. But even that live. So imagine in longer form games where nothing happens for most of the time, umpires get spooked by those, and often they'll give them not out because, like, oh, I've got doubt.
Yeah.
Partly it's not expecting it. But here in the ECS, obviously, you've got the technology, but plus they happen kind of all the time.
Yeah, but isn't it frustrating that in some of the professional cricket now that it's almost like every decision has to be reviewed?
Yeah.
I mean, what's your thinking of, for example, every time there's a wicket, you always have to check if there was a no ball from the bowler. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Let the otherwise, you might as well say, let's take the umpires out of the game.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like it. But cricket is not the same without umpires.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Gone.
Really well bowled. It's lucky they got to that point because at the moment they're only just there. And it's going to be a golden duck for Muhammad Islam because he comes out after the run out and he'll get a rock and rolled. Cue golden Derek.
Yeah, beautiful delivery, nice and full. And right in the block holes. What a lovely ball it was. And down go the timber. So, yeah, Islam, he's going to get old Goldie behind him. Says, come on, off you go. So another golden duck there. So
We got Glenn McGrath in the chat. Hello, Glenn. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, where's the sound? All the viewers want to hear Golden Derek.
Golden Derek's on stripe. Yeah, ever since I've seen your schedule for Netherlands, I'm not happy.
No problem.
I'm not happy.
I could take Derek's with me.
No, you can't.
Wait.
The Dereks can't go with you. They're staying with me.
Can't wait for some of the...
You can take the Tortuga. You can take the Tortuga.
Some of the players go to the World Cup to be chased by Derek. Can't wait for that. All right, two to come.
You definitely got to do the Derek then.
Oh, yeah. Not out. Last ball coming up in this one.
Corey can do the Derek.
I want to know where Glenn McGrath's watching from.
Hello, Glenn.
Glenn, one of the better bowlers we've had in the chat. We've had MS Dhoni in the chat. We've had Glenn Maxwell in the chat before. Hello to you, Glenn. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. Love all your work as well with the Jane McGrath Foundation. Doing fantastic things for breast cancer research and support for those that are affected. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 10th over.
And they're running, but he's running. No, where's this? He's gone.
That's proper average protection from Carr.
They're still going upstairs. Then, I don't know here. He says, let's run. He says, what you're running for, it makes no difference. And
He's going to... Ooh,
I reckon he's...
Just out?
Just out, I think.
Ooh.
Line belongs, so let's see when those stumps are broken.
He's actually in.
Let's see.
You know what? He shouldn't be pinged for a duck there.
He's gone.
He's out there, but is the bails off?
And you don't have to look at the bails. It's on contact, isn't it?
No,
We've had this.
That's what I wanted.
It's on contact.
To be honest, he got absolutely cooked by Carr, who just decided he didn't want the run. I'm going to say it's not out, but let's see. And I can tell you at the end of the score, hey, I told you, lucky they got that 106. That's all they got. They do get the point by the barest of margins.
Yeah, that was
and
good.
The margin this one is going to be 45 runs. But, yeah, a bit rough. Might have had a one. Instead, he's got none. Carr high fives around saying, I did well. I'm not out. And, yeah, in the end, yeah. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Viking Stars versus Talon Stallions. Well, if you're a fan of teams getting ground into the ground, then you might be in luck because Viking Stars, they're going to have to dig deep. The Stallions, they're angry horses as well after getting rolled the other night. 176 wasn't enough. Maybe 276 will be enough. Let's have a look. Could be big. Watch out for Big Saif coming out to open the batting. Faraz Abbas, by the way, he's the guy that almost became the twin centurion with Ghulam Abbas Butt, the golden butt, back in the ECL. Moniruzzaman Munir and Junaid Khan also come in for the Stallions. Nilesh Yadav and Sachin Chauhan come in for the Viking Stars. Let's go and have a look at these highlights. 152 proved to be a bit too far, but they just sneak in for the one-pointer.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed, Vinny, because, you know, the start was okay. They were on it. The power play, they got 42 from that. At the halfway point, they were in the 60s, 61, but then after that, it just all fell apart. I mean, that was a really good wicket from Singh, got the ball in the right area, and just watch out for Lambu Singh because he took a brilliant catch as well. But bowling at the stumps, and we saw more of that here today. Rana also bowled beautifully. What a good delivery. That was when the captain came out. He wanted to give himself some room to clip the ball away, but he went too far across, showed his stumps, and Rana says, I'm going to have you. and knocks them over. And this one could have been an absolute gem of a catch. It was absolutely smashing, and Vikram Singh gets a hand to it, but he couldn't quite complete the jalebi catch. We're still waiting for a jalebi catch here in Estonia, but this was a nice catch. A little bit of luck, but he was able to catch up with it and take the catch. Well done to Ali Masood there as well. I'd have to say a pretty good and tidy bowling performance as well. We've seen some untidy ones, but a number of extras, only 6, only 4 wides. That's a big improvement, and there was that great catch.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything in there. I think obviously that wasn't such a great catch, but I just think the United side have just kind of got a well-balanced team. This was one that they took on. He tried to say, don't come, it's too dangerous. Aminul Islam didn't listen. But look, like I said, the fact they get the 1 point there, Rising Stars obviously kind of keeps them in the hunt, doesn't it, for a decent ladder positioning. And the other thing is that these two teams still have matches to play. This is the way it finished with the big, I've taken my gloves off already. I literally am not going to leave my crease because I'm closer to the change rooms. And let's get off, let's get ready. Because like I said, both teams, they will have some more matches today. United will see them in match 4 against Viking Stars and then match 5 against the Stallions. That's a great rematch of match 10 the other day for Talon Rising Stars. They just have the one more match, and that is against the Stallions in the middle game of the day. Looking at the scorecard, 27 for Zisan at the top. Ends up leading the scorers there. A fighting 26 from Aminul Islam. He was run out. Probably a bit of a dicey one, but at least he kind of puts them in a position where they do get to the point. They get much better with the extras. I think that's been improving a lot.
Yeah.
We thought it would since the first day for both of the groups. Just 6 extras in there, as that total of 151 is defended pretty easily. They throw the ball around. 8 bowlers used. I think Rana, clever that he came on for the 10th. Couldn't quite get the 4-pointer, but 2 for 10. Best of the bowlers. We had 4 other wicket takers there with Obili Anurag, as well as Ali Masood and Samir Khan with 1 each. We'll take a break then, back in around about 10 minutes or so. And looking forward to the second game of the day, the Talon Stallions. Let's see if they hit the ground running. Viking Stars hoping for a big improvement as well. Vinny Sandu, he moves to Maximo in Estonia with Rico Full. We'll take a quick break and back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the second match of the day, match number 17. A bit of a David versus Goliath here, really, as Viking Stars, without a win so far in the series, are taking on the Talent Stallions, the team that did qualify for the ECL from Estonia in the last 2 years. Charles Crouch, the Sheriff, well, he's hatless, but he does have the coin. It's time for the coin toss for match 17. Let's see what happens.
Italian Stallions to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
So Talent Stallions have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. Look, no surprises there. I think that they want to go out there, express themselves, get some more batting into their batters. Of course, they've got a big day with 3 matches of their campaign today. Viking Stars, though, they're going to have to try and find some answers here against a really strong Talent Stallions batting lineup. Saifa Rahman was incredible the other day, wasn't he? He scored 137 not out of 39 balls. And to be honest, it was an incredible innings. But it was also something else. It was the highest score by an individual in a match in which their team didn't win the game, as United chased down their monster score of the 170s that they put on. So, I mean, that's big, obviously, but Viking Stars, I suppose if they got a point out of this, they'd feel like that's a big result. Nothing to lose here for them. So I think that is the thing to kind of bear in mind for Viking Stars. I think Stallions, they want to chase that automatic qualification spot for the finals day. They don't want to leave it to chance. I think it's a good chance for them to go out there and put up a big score. Let's see what happens as we get ready for the first ball. Rico Full standing by. The Stallions are galloping away, winning the toss, and they've elected to bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of match 17.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back, everybody. It's match 17. It's the second of this match day 4, and the Vikings, well, they're hoping to turn around, which has been a disappointing start for them so far. Remember, they went down to the Italian Rising Stars 174 to 65. They also then went down to Italian United 170 to 97, and then they tried something different against the Italian Stallions on that match day 2, when in match number 9 they did play the Stallions. They batted first, 67 for 8, and Saifa Rahman scoring an incredibly quick 58 of just 19 balls, giving the win to the Stallions by 10 wickets with 35 balls to go. And then, of course, we know that he then went on and scored that 137 not out. But as Vinny said, he ends up scoring the highest score that we know, and then ends up on the losing side as well. So they're out to prove a point here, the Italian Stallions, and you can see that they've got Munir Rizman Munir behind the stumps this time. Junaid Khan comes in to the side as well with the bat. Not the Junaid Khan from Portugal, of course. We are seeing some cricket in Portugal. Maybe Junaid Khan will be featuring there in that night series. But the Vikings, they really need to get things going here. They're being given a 9% chance here, which I think a lot of people would be feeling is, well, let's just say a little bit perhaps on the high end, because they are a team that really haven't yet clicked here. But they are the Vikings. I'm loving the kit. I'm loving the way they look. Let's see if they can get a good performance in here as well. Well, this is the traditional kit that we know and we get used to from the Italian Stallions. And, of course, very important news coming in today, which has got us all buzzing and pumping. I just found out today from our founder, who's come up with the information that today we have gone past 1 million runs scored on the European Cricket Network. That's quite amazing. 1 million runs. We have to celebrate that. And I'm sure when Vinny Sandhu comes back, we'll talk more about it. 1 million runs. And I just want to say to everybody that's been involved on the European Cricket Network, we are a big family. Of course, yesterday was International Family Day, but we are a big family. And every one of you that's played, every one of you that scored runs, big runs, small runs, doesn't matter what, you've all contributed to make that happen. So congratulations to everyone. It's a day that we should all be celebrating 1 million runs on the European Cricket Network. And of course, those runs have continued to grow, and they'll continue to grow here today as well. And I think the Italian Stallions are looking to see those grow quite quickly. And this is Faraz Abbas, of course. Vinny mentioned him, the European Cricket League. And one guy was almost, we saw the Stallions almost first break that 2-2-2 record. This one is into the pads. And then also something we haven't seen, 2 men scoring a century in the same innings. That almost happened there at the European Cricket League as well. So good to see him back. He gets one that wraps into his pads first up. It's Rupan Bura with the ball first up here. See if he can get a good start for his side. He knows and they know they are big time underdogs here. But hey, underdogs can have their day. Mustami Bulls have shown us that already today. Right, leans into this and gets completely off balance. He's reaching for the wide one. He gets it and it will go all the way. So starting with a 6. Sometimes they say it's all about balance. And you can see there that Abbas says, well, I'm going to go contrary to that. It's not always about balance. It's about how much force and power and weight you can get into the shot. He gets plenty into it. And the first scoring runs of this match will be 6. 6 to Abbas. He's off and running. Abbas is out there with the very dangerous and powerful Saif Rahman. This is pulled away. That's going to be 4 runs. We saw him play plenty of these shots in the European Cricket League, didn't we? That's probably one of his favourites. Lovely pull shot. He gets it clean, gets it proper. 6 and 4 all together now. Hungry for more, and of course we are hungry for more on the European Cricket Network. Oh, we've gone past 1 million. Bring on the next 1 million, that's what I say. Tremendous shot from Abbas. They're not the right ball there, though, from Rupam. I think he's got to go back to going fuller. Just a quick check on the field. We've got a sweeper out on the offside. Third is back. He drags this one and thinks about the single, but Saif Rahman says no. He's a hard hitter of the ball, is Saif Rahman, but maybe not the quickest of runners. See the fielders we're talking about there. That's the sweeper. That's your third back. Other than that, everybody inside. 4-man in the leg side. And this one will find one of them. Once again, no run. Doesn't take it cleanly. And Stallions have to think about their game plan sometime. And we're all talking about that game that they lost, scoring 176 against Tallinn United. And when you think about that game, I mean, look, when you're a team and you go past sort of the 170s, you think you're winning the match, don't you? You don't think there's any way back, as that's been smashed away. And of course, that was the case yesterday when the Strikers put 178 on the board. Tallinn Hip as a team that we know are very strong and very powerful, got some great players, still fall short by 41 runs, 137. But I just got the feeling about that innings that there was a lot of singles still that weren't taken. Saif Rahman wasn't taking singles, he was turning them down. And then there were plenty of opportunities when Saif Rahman had already got his century and, you know, he was well set, that the batters coming out weren't actually rotating the strike. They were swinging and missing. So they could have quite, what I'm trying to say is they quite easily could have got to more runs. And I think that the mentality you have to sometimes have, say, right, we've got big scores on the board, but hey, big scores can and do get chased. We shouldn't be complacent. You know, if there's an opportunity to make it bigger, we should make it bigger. And I think we should be seeing more of that from them today. But still, they're turning down those singles, you know, and those sort of, whatever it could end up being, you know, 10, 15 runs that you don't take because you turn down those singles. It's a matter of winning and losing. And that certainly was the case against United. Okay, Rahman plays this one out. He will take the single as this one bobbles away to the fielder. Keeps his eye on it. That's Nilesh Yadav. I think it's the first time perhaps that we're seeing Yadav play. A couple of new names in the side this time of the Vikings. Salman Khan probably is one of the key players for the Vikings. And that one has been just struck away. It's a monster hit outside the off. That's gone a long, long way. A little bit too short, and how quickly he's on this. Remember, we've said this before, the ball does tend to hold up, and when it's too short, it's just waiting to be hit. And I'm liking that shot from Abbas. Plays the ball on merit, gets it away. Saif Rahman needs to do a little bit of a repair to his hair. It makes it look nice and tidy. Fair bit of conditioner in that head of hair, isn't it? It's looking very, very healthy and shiny. And looking very healthy and shiny is Abbas as well, as he ploughs another one over the offside field. It'll take 4 runs here. First over from Rupin went for 14. This one here from Salman Khan looks like it's going to be a few more than that, unless he really changes it around. Already 11 or just 3 deliveries, a single to start off with, 2 boundaries. And, well, there's going to be another boundary. This one is going to go all the way. Balle, kinda sona. Shaka Lagya Abbas. Well, he's hungry for some runs, this for us, Abbas. He's moved to 30 of just 9 deliveries. Cracking hitting. Powerful hits. And wear purple for Peace Day today. So if you are, if you've had a late night and you're just getting up, put something purple on. Purple for peace. And, well, I tell you what, I think the Vikings are already waving the white flag and say, peace, we'll have a little bit of peace, thank you. Hey, go easy on us, because that's the full toss. It could be a no-y. I think we'll have a look at this side on as well. It's definitely gone for 6, but is it a 7 up? That's the question there. Let's have a look at this inside on. And I wonder if we can just have this slowed down here. I think that's a no ball. I do think that's too high. I don't think it's coming down. Just see what gets called. And I think it is called. So no ball, free hit, 7 up. And this over is in danger now of going supersonic. 24 have come off Salman Khan already. 38 on the board. Still 2 balls to go in the second. And the Tallinn Stallions are making their announcement. We are here, and we are here to... Oh, well, what happens here? Now, is this going to be called a dead ball? He's talking to the umpire, saying there was some talking. I can see square leg umpire now getting involved. So, yeah, dead ball does get called. There's something being said, and, yeah, there's some talking. I can see that, I think that was Terry then has a chat with the man who's on the 45. He's probably saying something, and you can see Faraz Abbas just steps away and says, hey, he's chatting away here. Well, now that man is going to be made to pay, because after all the talking, he's going to have to do some running. And maybe that's one way to keep him quiet, to get him out of breath, because he's going to have to go fetch this one. Not the cleanest of hits, but the free ball, the free hit has been put away. Yeah, wear purple for Peace Day and Global Accessibility Awareness Day. People are encouraged to discuss, debate and educate themselves with regards to issues involving the Global Accessibility Awareness Day, to raise awareness and inspire. And of course, the most important thing is to create action to happen. International Day of Light today as well. That celebrates the contribution of light and light-based technologies to various fields and areas of life, including arts, culture, education, medicine, communication, and science and sustainable development. And, well, this one has seen some light. It goes all the way up to the sun and comes back down again. It's 6 more. The over will go supersonic. 34 come off it. It is 48 without loss after 2. And the Tallinn Stallions are making a blistering start here. Salman Khan, well, that's an over that he'll want to forget, and want to forget pretty quickly. And welcome to everybody in the chat. Shahag, I hope you're well. And Shahag's been there all morning, piping away and doing a good job doing the moderating as well. Hello to Els Boy. Hello to Karumu. I've seen in there as well. I hope you're all well. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're having a good Thursday. And I hope you're going to stick around and seeing another high-scoring day here on the European Cricket Network. As the score 48 without loss. Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the cube. And Vinny, I've been talking about high scoring, but we've certainly had some news, haven't we, about the number of runs that we've seen scored on the network.
1 million runs Isn't that crazy? 1 million runs in ECS.
I can't believe
cricket.
it
million.
takes you time to
1,000
process
thousands.
that. Yeah, it just. Oh.
I don't even. Yeah, you can't visualize 1 million runs. I'd like to know. I'm going to start googling some stuff. How many runs have ever been scored in like Test cricket?
Okay.
Got to be a lot.
It's got. Well, don't forget. Hang on. What do we say? Oh, it's a bat change. Yeah, don't forget. Test cricket has been around for a long, long time. We ain't been around that long, and we've gone past 1 million runs. Vinny.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they must have had 1 million.
He can't decide which one he wants here. Well, he said he tested one. He said, "Hang on a minute, you got one of those? I'll have one of those. I love one of those. I used to have one of those when I was a wee boy, and it was good. I loved it. All right, he's got a new bat. Remember, there was a bat change earlier by Sahil Chauhan, which didn't go well. So keep an eye on that bat of Fawaz Abbas. Hey, what a start from Abbas. And, of course, I remember hearing from the ECL.
Okay, so there's been over 2,000 tests played, right?
Okay. Ooh,
and I'm going to say that on average you're going to get, let's say, 1,000 runs in a test. I don't know if that's right or not. But let's say...
Okay.
Okay, so then you're talking about maybe 2 million test runs. Okay? And we're halfway there already. And they started playing tests in like 1877. Anyway, this is going to be 4 runs. Saifur Rahman, well, he's kind of been just sitting back doing a lot of watching. Now he's going to do some hitting.
Yeah, Nilesh Yadav. First time I think we're seeing him with the ball here for the Vikings. And first time here in Estonia in 2024. He works that away. And look, I got to say this, and I think I mentioned this once before. Every one of you that is watching, that has played on the European Cricket Network, wherever it may be, congratulations, because you should be celebrating this as much as us.
Yeah.
Because every run scored by every player in Europe playing on the network has contributed to this amazing, amazing achievement.
Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, it's a team effort, isn't it? And in so many ways.
You know what I'm thinking now, though? I'm thinking, I want to know how many wickets have been taken on the network. I wonder, I'm pretty sure that somebody will come with that figure for us. But how many wickets? So we know how many runs. Over 1 million. It's still, I can't believe I'm saying it. Over 1 million. Yeah, 1 million runs. I wonder how many wickets.
Good question. So 1 million runs. I'm trying to think how many. So let's say 5,000 matches. Million. So that would make sense. Because you have, on average, let's say 200 runs a game. Okay? Yeah. So that kind of makes sense. You have some rainouts and things like that. So 200 times 5,000 is 1 million.
Yeah.
I think. It's a lot of zeros. Anyway, Yadav trying to stop the bleeding. This one is on the tram line. It's just going to be whacked away. He's got very good shot selection, doesn't he? Saifur Rahman, doesn't he? And that one easily just kind of eased away. He just seems to have so much time when he bats as well, doesn't he?
That's what I was going to say. You're right about his shot selection, but it's the time that he has. It's the time. And on this pitch, I suppose it's fair to say that if you like a little bit of time, then it serves you well because you have a bit of time. But yeah, it's a joy to watch. And when he scored that 137, it was just an incredible knock.
Highest ever score in a losing cause, though, and that's why I think he might be a little bit grumpy. But the thing with Saif, for such a big guy, he really is a BFG. He's a big friendly giant.
Yeah.
He's really a nicest guy, very intelligent guy. Great to deal with off the field as well. Right now, he's watching Abbas, who's such a great inclusion for the Stallions. And together, they're 60 without loss after 3.
Yeah, Abbas, well, remember, he did have a bat change, so he's going to be testing out the new one first time. Well, there was the over to forget, over number 2 from Salman Khan, went supersonic for 34. And not the worst of those, that one there from Yadav, 12 off it. All right, so we know exactly what Faraz Abbas is thinking. He's not here to stick around. He could, if he gets a boundary here, get a 13 ball 50. That's quite incredible. Excellent strike rate from him. It's going to be a Shahid Hussain who's going to try and stop him and also try to send him back. And moving the field around a fair bit. Poor guy, that third man doesn't know where he's going. He's going one way then the other. Right, they finally think they've got it right. Here we go.
All right. Let's see if they can keep him quiet. That's not going to help. In fact, they're going to get a couple of freebies here. So Saifur Rahman will be facing up. Left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about that That game where the Talon Stallions made 221.
Yeah.
And it was a crazy game, really. I couldn't take my eyes off it. It looked like for sure we were going to get 200s in one innings.
Yeah.
Faraz was on, I think it's 96, and then 2 balls to go. Couldn't score at all. It's probably...
Was it 2 or 3?
It was 2.
Was it 2?
It's going to be no ball, I think, for height. It was off the pitch, but after the crease. We've not too much luck with people blocking the camera. We've had a good run of having the camera side on without...
Yeah, we just get to see it. It's too high.
It's some of Takir's waste. So the last 2 balls, wasn't able to score. At that stage, the score 221 without loss. So he went... he got back on strike and he was on 84. Just a bit of a warning here, I think, as far as the...
Okay, there we go.
As far as the height goes. So he was on 84 with 4 balls to go. He went 90, 96. 2 balls to go. They turned down on 1, remember?
Yes.
Uh-oh. That's probably just as bad again. So they're trying something here, but they're saying, well, he
He's
might be in the sin bin before too long because that's a second and final warning.
He's in trouble. And, of course, the thing is, going back to that, by them turning down, and they turned down a couple of runs, actually.
Yeah.
And by doing that, that meant they didn't break that record.
Yeah, so the highest all-time ECL record, and Corey was on with you, wasn't he? He's saying, oh, the record's gone, guys.
Yeah.
Forget it. But then they turned down a run, and they didn't get another run, so 221, 1 run under the highest. Anyway, it's in the air. It's a free hit anyway. It's into the gap anyway. A bit of work to be done. Does it well there, but a very easy 2, a cantering 2 for the Stallions and Cypher Rahman.
Oh, nobody's looking. And fortunately enough, somebody for the Vikings was alert to this.
Groom's got a question. How many matches have there been and how many wickets on average? Good question. I'd say, because you do get some chases, we have about kind of 5.5 wickets per 10 overs. But I will say, I'd say on average 10 wickets a match. I'd say that'd be about right.
Yeah.
I'd say, because sometimes you don't get the full 10 overs. Second innings, when there's a chase, have some reduced games. So I'd be saying we're around about, how many is that then? 10 wickets a game. So 50,000 wickets.
Okay.
50,000 wickets for 1 million runs. This is astronomical cricket. $60 golden balls.
You know, when I was just for a moment, I went quiet because I was thinking what you're saying there, and I was just thinking...
was buffering there for a second.
It's
Anyway,
like,
this is going to be 4s. This is pumped through the offside by Cypher Rahman. That's a log smasher.
It's like we're playing the game on another planet, isn't it? That's what it feels like.
It is cricket from another planet.
It is.
That's one way to say it.
It's a different planet that we play, and it's a different game altogether, a very exciting game. And that's one thing, you know, when I talk to people about, and they talk about, oh, so you're doing cricket, blah, blah, blah. And one thing I would say to them, I said, yeah, but I say it's a different breed.
Yeah.
It's completely different. This is cricket like you've never seen before.
Yeah.
And when those people turn onto it, they can't turn away from it.
Yeah, and the thing is, some people go, oh, but this is different because of this. This is different because it's like, that's the thing. It's different. It's not different just for the sake of being different. It works, and what works stays. Elevates this time. There's nobody back here. That's going to be 4. Those logs are just going to get chipped away again. Here we go. Duck. And they are protecting a little bit of the road there. It's going to be another 4 runs. Saif getting his opportunity now.
I like the way those logs have been reinforced now for impact.
The other thing is, we often say, where are we going to go next? In a generation where we're doing like European Cricket Series Mars, we're like, get on a rocket, off you go, set it up.
We'll probably go outside of Europe first, Vinny, before we get to Mars.
Yeah, there's been some chat about that. I mean, I think we've already had Thailand on the network last year in the Dutch Women's Series.
Yeah.
This year looks like we might be doing the Netherlands, USA, Canada series in the Netherlands. Some thoughts about some of the locations, some of the continents we might get to. Stay tuned. I think it's kind of inevitable that we'll breach the borders. Slight miss hit here, and it's still going to go for 6. And that's what makes Cypher Rahman such a dangerous player. He's one of these guys that can actually miss-hit a ball out of the ground. This is a good example. If the fielder was on that line exactly, maybe he would have had a play at it, but in the end, maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, I think he's just got enough of this. I was thinking the same. If the fielder's on it, any chance? I don't think so. I saw where that ball landed, and I think even if the fielder was right in that position, he's got the timing of this perfection. And, well, they're looking to... It says 194. I get the feeling they iron up 200 here.
They're on 209 pace right now. Short. That's probably not going to end well. That's out of the ground. It's Maximo. 6 more. Saif doing some catching up here. Who knows, maybe can win the race to the half century. Scary thing is, even if these two got out, there's still a lot of batting to come for the Stallions. Oh, look, I just saw it. Charlie Hunt is in the chat. Hello, Charlie. Hopefully you're well. 86 with no loss after 4 here. Yeah, but Charlie, of course, great job in the Medina Cup. He's been a history as well because he commentated the first ever Super Over shown on the network. We would have had a Super Over in the ECL 19, by the way, if we'd had a tie, but it never happened. And Charlie, actually, he's travelling to Estonia tomorrow, and he'll be with you on Saturday because I have to go and do the Dutch Tri Series, which starts on Saturday. So, Charlie, I know we're kind of ships in the night, and I'll miss you, but I'll be able to catch up with him in England because he'll be helping us with the ECS England commentary.
Yeah, well, hello, Charlie. And Charlie, can I just let you know, while you and I will be doing 5 matches a day and working very hard, this one to my right, going to the Netherlands, 1 match a day, starting at 5 p.m., Charlie. Starting at 5 p.m.
Okay, the 5 p.m. is cool. That's going to be 6.
That's
a little
cool
bit
as well.
swinger, and it's Adios Pelota Maximo. As that's 50 for Abbas, and he's batted very well. Brings it up in 13 deliveries. So out of his 13 balls, he's hit 4 for 4 and 6 for 6. That's 10 out of 13 balls that have gone to the boundary or over. Pretty curious about the 1% chance the Viking Stars are given here. I'd like to be on that planet or that version of the universe where that happens.
They started with 9%.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people thought that was probably optimistic. But hey, cricket is sport. Funny things can happen in sport.
We see upsets. But almost everything would have to go right for them, wouldn't it? It's not a bad spot to miss for Yadav. It will be a wide. There's Terry back out umpiring. I think he did a bit of umpiring on day 1, didn't he? Terry O'Connor. Very, very busy guy here in Estonia.
Isn't he just? He does a bit of everything.
Backs away. It wasn't the play for Abbas. I think it's almost, I've seen batters that almost batting too well, and then it's almost like they get bored scoring runs one way, so they'll do something outrageous or try to
different,
keep making it more and more difficult for them. I wish I had that kind of luxury when I played. Anyway, Abbas probably goes the other way now. Stands tall and in the air. It's going to fly out of the ground. Maximo! 6 more for Abbas. And his score continues to climb. Yeah, no, Charlie, he is going to be doing it. Obviously, the hard yards here in Estonia. Not that they're hard, but they're long days for sure. But Charlie, he only had 1 game on Sunday. And it was a pretty easy start. I think it was 11 o'clock. And then he had the whole afternoon. Probably got to go and a little sangria in the afternoon.
Yeah,
Since then, he did 0 matches on some days.
Yeah,
So,
trying to justify.
all right, Sky, who wants it? Bowler or keeper? It's going to fall in between.
Drop.
Oh, can't believe it. Ball drops and never really had a chance there, did he? That's Snowman Shabir behind the stumps. So, I mean, just nothing going right for Viking Stars at all. How does this fall between the bowler and the keeper?
I don't know, Vinny, but he's got to get there for me. I mean, taking those little steps. So that's like. I know that 2 weeks ago this whole area was covered in snow and ice. Well, 2 weeks ago that's the way you go for a ball like that. But now he should have been charging there and taking that catch.
That's hit very hard as well. Bit of work for the fielder. Does well. That's how to do it, by the way. Gets right down. Does Barua. We'll have the right of reply in the second half of this innings.
Yeah, I've liked what he's tried to do here. First time we've seen him. You can see that the wind's just picked up slightly if you look at the shirts of some of the players.
We had a lot of wind in the series. Well, it won't be the end of the over yet because that's sprayed a bit too wide. That's the other thing. The team that have had some problems with their control in this tournament. You've got a left-hand, right-hand combination forcing them to kind of keep readjusting their lines.
We know it is very flat here in Estonia, so if it does get windy, there's no wind breaks, is there?
Wide. Yeah, that's true. It's an expanse, isn't it? It's very flat. I think we were talking yesterday that the highest point's only 300 metres.
380 metres, and it's got a name for it as well. It's called Big Egg Mountain, and that we
Big
had.
Egg Mountain. That's
we
right.
had the sheriff here. We had the sheriff. I reckon the sheriff probably sometimes is standing on Big Egg Mountain. Well, this one might be heading to Big Egg Mountain as it gets put away. It's going to be 6 more. Manos. Arriba, Vitro. 6 carreras más.
Zahu, who chases this. They could have used him going after the high ball because he's putting in the big strides. I think he would have got to that sky ball. That's good form.
It
But anyway,
is.
it takes us to the end of the over and up and away, 109 without loss for 5. Now, before you think this is a foregone conclusion, we have seen a team make 114 and lose. At one time, we've scored that many in the first 5 overs.
Yeah.
But yeah, welcome to you. Now, Pista is in the chat right now. Of course, I'm Vinny Sandu. This is Rico Full for the ECN. And he's saying, Vinny's smart, less work, intelligent. It is true also that I do get to set the rosters.
Yeah, well, that's why he's very smart,
That's
actually.
why you're always happy. I always try to give you what you want.
Look, I ain't complaining. We're seeing great cricket here. It's a lovely place. I'm happy to be here.
It is tough to kind of juggle with this many tournaments on, obviously. A few people have said this is not an enviable task, but it also gives us a chance to give some more people opportunities that, we'd like to put out there on the network, like Phil at the moment in the Portugal Night Series. Obviously, we'll probably have 1 or 2 new voices during the year as well. This is short, and it's smashed away. Saifur Rahman moves into the 40s. Do not bowl short to this guy. Can't really bowl full either. It's hard to see what you can bowl. It's not going to disappear.
Yeah, they go back to the opener, Urupam, who didn't bowl badly in the first over. It went for 14, but his first one is too short. And anything that's in that area to a player of this caliber is going to get whacked away. So you can see that Saifur Rahman is looking to bring up his half century here as well. Just very good, powerful hitting from these guys at the moment. Asking the question, and they like it. Rahman just steps away. The umpire, no real signals from him here, so goes for it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really tell from this replay, although he does look around straight away. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean,
He's
the
walking.
game-
He's walking.
Ah, is he?
The umpire was
Wow.
looking at square here. Now, I don't know whether it's just checking to see if it carries. Let's see it one more time. So, the umpire was having a good hard look at. Now, I don't
Definitely
think
carries.
square should not be involved in this decision.
Yeah.
And the standing umpire, Venkat, was looking at the umpire at square, which is Terry, and between them in the end, they decide that's out. So, I mean, I'm not saying he didn't snick it. All I'm saying is he shouldn't be really looking for the square leg umpire to give you
Yeah.
any clarification on that.
Because the notes could be a variety of things. I don't know. I thought maybe he made a late decision to walk. Yeah, strange one. But I suppose they need something to happen. That'll be the end of Saifur Rahman. He'll miss out in the half century and be out for 42. Well done, though, to Barua, who picks up the first wicket of this game.
Yeah, well done. So he comes back, gets brought back by the captain. Probably gets brought back earlier than they would have liked, but it's the right thing to do from the skip. There's no point holding your key bowlers back, especially when the batters are smashing it all over the place. And that 100 partnerships come up. You need to break it. They do break it. The thing is, though, you get one hard hit to go and another one comes in. Rifat Khan now gets an opportunity. And opportunity is the word, isn't it, really? Because when you're in a team that is loaded with good hard-hitting batters in this short format of the game, quite often you don't get those opportunities.
Especially in a game like this, where you're basically cruising, giving the other team a bruising, still expecting over 200 even with Saifur Rahman back in the shed.
Hello to John Gray that joins into the chat. He's saying hello to everyone in the chat, to us and also to Charlie as well. Hope you're well, John. Hope life is treating you well. A bit of a field change here now to the hard-hitting Abbas. They push back mid-wicket and then long on, but nobody at square, and that's where he tries to go here. So we mentioned this before. Sometimes if you're bowling well, then batters are the ones that are going to try and be a little bit more imaginative. So now with them leaving the square leg boundary open, so nobody back from a square leg all the way around to behind the keeper, you can see them trying to get some runs in that area. And now he goes funky, and he does a little bit of the reverse Malachi. Well, it's the reverse Malachi scoop from Abbas, and I'm liking it. Well, we got the Baltic Sea behind us, so there might not be any sand, but there's certainly plenty of sexy cricket. That's a beautiful shot. Really is, and that goes all the way, Vinny.
Really carried a long way. Maximo time. Quick early position. He can only really play that with if there's some length to work with, and he got the perfect ball for it, didn't he, from Barua. Abbas up to 71 now.
Yeah, really good shot. So you can see he tried to work one behind square in that square leg area before because there's nobody back there. So this time he says, well, okay, well, I can also go this side because there's nobody back behind the keeper. As I mentioned, I wonder if he'll try and do something funky again. Abbas?
Well, he just hits it very hard sideways. It wasn't too far from the fielder, but look how far these are running away now. This field is so quick. And that was absolutely moosed. Fraction short from Brewer, put away for 4 more.
Yeah, that's a shot he plays really well. I was very impressed with his pulling and hooking at the Cardamom Oval when saw him put that massive partnership together. He's very good striker of the ball on the leg side. He's got a very good eye, and that's been crunched away. So he's into the 70s here. And yeah, people, you're right. There's enough time on the board. And so far, well, I've been pretty good. I've been calling it, and it's been happening. So I'm going to call it again. We're on century alert again from Abbas this time. Yeah. Seeing if he can get to the century. Seeing if he can do what he couldn't do at the Cardamom Oval.
That's a little dab factor. Yeah, you're right about that. He was so close yet so far, wasn't he? From an ECN century back then in the ECL. 127 for 1 after 6. And with Saif out, Rifat Khan has been put into bat at number 3. He'll get a chance to bat now. Saw that John Gray was in. His thoughts on the bonus runs we were talking about earlier. Maybe if a team didn't bowl any extras, they get rewarded with some bonus runs. That's a very good idea, John. I like that.
Yeah.
Also, sports comments saying which team might make 250 in this tournament. Is there a chance? Well, we know there's a chance because we saw 257. Tell you what, in this game, what do you need? If you go 4 supersonic overs, then that's 120. That's 247. 1 minimo, bang, 250. But I mean, surely not. You just got to try and fight back from a tough situation. But that's, I was going to say, I thought that was going to get smashed. Oh, well, Abbas might be in trouble here. He's probably going to wear the ball in the back. I tell you what, Rifat doesn't really read the room here. You got a guy there on 75 and motoring. Firstly, I thought he should have put this one into outer space, but he misses, gets hit by it. You can see him coming, just gives him a little bit of a Hadouken to try and send him back to this ground. And
Why was I thinking Julius Samaria when we saw that?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, that's why Rifat wants to stay on strike, because he says, well, now it's my time to shine. And he dances, and that turns into a full toss. 6 runs as Jared, new member of our Blue Crew, does the fielding. Yeah,
it's Jared looking very calm and casual, doing his role very well. Part of the crew here. Hello to Jared, and Neil Cash is here as well as Marzi Joe Foster. All doing a wonderful job. Andy House, I hope you're enjoying the day off. I'm sure Andy's going to be walking the beautiful cobbled streets of the old town of Estonia today and enjoying the sunshine and some of the refreshments and sightseeing of this beautiful, beautiful capital city, Tallinn.
Getting some confirmation from the sheriff. Saif admitted he hit the ball in the end, ultimately. Even if that was after he was sitting in the change room. That's good honesty from Saif there. This will be 4 runs.
Where is Saif? Just tell him we're only joking about the bonus points for being nice, and you know it doesn't apply.
He might want 58 of them because then he would have had his 100. But anyway, another 4 runs. Even the edges not really helping.
Yeah, all right, fair play. But really, once again, the umpire shouldn't, for anything like that, shouldn't be really conferring with the square leg umpire. If you see it, you give it. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah, right outcome, maybe not the right process. Anyway, in the air and just over the top. As Rifat, he's certainly made hay since he's refused Faraz Abbas to strike back. Maybe, I think it was a bit of a battle between these two about who might open with Saif. So that's why he's really doing Faraz no favours. And Rifat's now 20 off 5.
Yeah, he's saying, well, look, when you get on strike, you can deal with what you're trying to do. While I'm on strike, I know what I want to do. I want to hit the ball as hard as I can. And he tries again. This time it almost pulls his shoulder out as the ball goes over the stumps there from Raja. Now Hadi Raja is already gone magical, and it will stay that way. The over comes to an end. So Liz Abbas will be facing the start of the next one when 147 is on the board. 1 wicket down after 7 over.
You Dragons fans, get ready. Punjab CC Amador, also a pretty popular team on the network, but Phil
We'll be standing by. Phil G taking you through more Group A action tonight. It's night 3 of the European Cricket Series at night in Portugal at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo. And that should be fun. We had a bit of a last over thriller there last night, the first game. Second one was kind of like a bonus point thriller, but ultimately 7 points out of 8. Went to Lisbon Super Giants. Good effort from them. It's probably slight underdogs. I noticed the win predictor had them 50-50 start of the night. So 7 points out of 8 is a huge result for them. Rashid comes on. 3 overs to go in this first innings. This is hit hard.
Great stop.
Amazing stop down there. And now, just shows you how fast you can run when you want to. Have a look at the turn here.
It's a really good bit of fielding, but we'll see some good running there as well. But of course, he wants to get back on strike, Abbas.
Yeah. Just, I thought it was a really good effort to put his body on the line.
Yeah, excellent stop. Back to the live action. And
yeah, but I was going to say, look, this is a really good example of running from Abbas, who kind of makes up his mind, but he is turned. I don't know if we've got the turn here. He turns, runs a good line, and you should be turning that way really all the time. And you can always turn it down if you want, but at least if you decide to go for the run, you've made a good start. That's definitely going to be too wide and re-bowled.
Abbas is so keen to try and get back on strike, isn't he? He's even like, come on, we can go for that. And you can see Khan saying, nah, we can't. You'll only run yourself out. Don't be silly. You got loads of time, he's saying. You got loads of time. It's better delivery. That's well bowled. Goes a little bit wider this time. There's Rashid as he angles it in. Rana Rashid, the bowler.
Still clinging on to that 1%. Won't go away, will it, Viking Stars?
Oh, Gandhi. And this one is called wide because I think it does get past to the line of the stumps before it hits the deck. And the height, I don't think the height is too much of an issue on it. So, wide ball called. Oh, total miscue this time from Abbas. You can see, sometimes with some players, you can sense when they feel that they're close to getting that magical 100 because they get the nerves creep in. And I suppose he knows all about it. He came close once before, didn't he, on the network and didn't quite make it when he knows he should have. And that could have been a huge historic moment. It would have been history in the making if he had got that century. But he's just feeling it now, and he's trying to hit the ball harder than he normally would. The timing seems to have gone out of his game, and he's been stuck in the 70s now for a while.
But still got time. 13 balls left. Last ball, the 8th coming up. Steps across and turns into a pull. He had so much time there. That's going to be 6 runs. Maximal. Abbas into the 80s. And the score continues to go through the roof. The Stallions are 161 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, this time it's just too short. And he plays shot on merit this time. He gets across early. He gets a swivel in a little bit of the MJ. Oh, is that one? It goes all the way over that leg side boundary behind square. 6 more to him, 85. So he's 15 required for him to get to the century. It will be the 4th here on the European Cricket Network in Estonia.
Such good batting conditions, though, honestly. It's very tough for the bowlers.
Yeah.
Like I say, you still got an ability to affect things, but also you probably need a bit of luck. You maybe need a batter to kind of make a mistake as well, I think, when they're so set. Anyway, let's see if Zahur can finish well. If he just misses out this one, this is okay. I think he stays pretty leg side of the ball. So that's not going to be a wide. Good start to the over. His time just running out for Abbas now, isn't it? With that ton.
Yeah, every time there's a dot ball, every time he doesn't get on strike, he starts to panic and feel the heat a little bit more.
Oh, it's Kundi. He wants it here. He's going to get it.
Watch
really
out.
Good.
Oh, well, I know we have got the Mustami Bulls that have been playing in this series. Well, this could have been, this was a genuine bull charge by Abbas. And I thought for a moment that Numan Shabir was going to be wiped out. Just watch him go here. He's charging. And look at Abbas here. And Shabir thinking, oh, no, incoming. Moves out the way at the last moment. Yep. All right, he's there. He's on strike. You know what he wants? He wants 15 runs to get a century. But let's just say he's not hitting as clean as he was earlier. Nowhere near. Remember, his 50 came off in 13 deliveries. All right, 85 he's on.
Yeah, well bowled. That's all I think that the bowlers can do. Try and hit that block hole. You can see if you get 6 there, it doesn't matter what he's on. He's on 8 or 85. Still difficult to put away. Good ball from Zahur. The question is, how often can he do it?
That's gone. That's big. Adios. And how far will this go? It's once again, look, those logs, they serve such a good purpose, don't they? Well, that's another one that the Grizzly gets to the log, rebounds back, stops it going into the road. Thank you very much. Makes it an easier retrieval for the fielder. So 170 now on the board. And Vet Khan is hitting the ball pretty well. Abbas just went up there and had a word with him on what he said. And goes again, and that's going to be 6 more. Well, if it was take a single, let me have a few, please. Khan is not playing that game. He's playing the game about, well, when you're there, you hit him. When I'm here, I'm hitting him. So,
yeah. I mean, again, he's playing the role of burglar pretty well, isn't he? Refuk stealing a lot of runs since he's got to the crease. 176. Are we going to get another 200 score? Saw one yesterday, of course. That big 211. Striker striking.
and that's out.
Yeah, he's gone. So no need for any conversations this time. And so Refuk is going to have to go. The score 176 for 2. Now look, I think he deserves that, Zahur. I think he's tried to bowl one side of the wicket. See the deflection there, pretty clear through to the keeper Shabir, who has 2 catches in the innings. And so the second wicket falls, 176 for 2. I don't know, I just feel like this is all set up for another kind of heartbreak for Faraz to get stuck in the 90s again.
I'm with you. The thing is, though, he's got nobody else to blame. He's had his opportunities. As I was saying, he brought his 50 up in 13 balls. So he's had another 13 deliveries. You can see he's stuck on 86 at the moment, but he's been mistiming, trying to hit too hard.
All right, that doesn't help either. He's desperate to get back. Oh, no, he's always going to get run out.
Oh.
Tell you what, Zishan Ali, the captain, he's saying, my turn. Maybe you get him stuck in the... Look at him. I've never seen anyone run so fast as Abbas in a European Cricket Series match. I love the intent, but now he has to go back. But, yeah, maybe give him a few more 90s, keep him hungry for runs.
I have to say, I did start saying... at the start of this game, that I know that the Stallions, they do hit the ball hard, they score a lot of runs, but they always do turn down a lot of singles as well. And I think in that loss to United, it was turning those singles down that, in the end, lost in the match. So big scores are fine, big hits are fine. Oh, well, look at this. It's a swing and a miss, but it's called a wide. It's called a wide, but look at Abbas trying to get to the other end. That would have been a result if he could have got to the other end, because he would have got 6 balls to try and get the runs that he needs.
All right. Well, there's the one. All right. Well, a bit of history repeating. He was on 84 when he got it hit in the 10th back at the ECL. He ended up on 96. So he's got, what's he got? 5 balls now to get 14. Faraz Abbas chasing a first ever ECN century here in match 17. Rashid in. And he's bowled. He's bowled around his legs. I don't know how you can be frustrated when you're in the 80s, but that's exactly what he was. He tries to make something out of nothing. And once again, we've said it so many times, if you see a guy going outside the off, then just hit the pegs. Get rid of the problem. And Faraz, in the end, probably didn't have to do this. Kind of went for the easy option, but he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Still a brilliant innings. And he set up a monster total for the Stallions. 86 off just 27 balls. What an entry to the series for him. It's 179 for 3.
Yeah, well done to Rashid. Yeah, full and straight. You can see what he's expecting there. He's had a lot of short bowling. You think, if I jump across, it's going to be short. I'll play my favourite shot. I'll ping it for a big 6. But it's pitched up. The stumps are gone. He's gone. He'll depart for 86. And a new batter comes out. Here's Junaid Khan, who, well, he could be gone. Could be 2 in 2 here. No, they don't get there. It just ends up being a single. So, captain goes back on strike now, Zishan Ali.
Let's see if Zishan can finish things with a bang. Well, he won't be banging this. Just be a wide, I think it was just on the pitch, but I mean just.
Oh, we got Junaid Khan up there, Vinny. We'll see Junaid Khan in Portugal as well, won't we?
Yeah, probably playing for Warish in the night series. They're in Group B. All right, thick edge, that's flying away. Even though that 200 looks like it's melted away, still a big score on the board. 185 now, a couple to come.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the bowler, Rana Rashid. He's not bowl badly at all. I think one thing that the Vikings have tried to do better this time is get the ball more outside the off. I mean, they've had to deal with some hard-hitting batters, but it's been better. I mean, 13 wides this time again, but it's better than what we've seen from them, so they are slowly improving.
Yeah, this one's a hanging full toss, and that's out of here. So up in the 190s now. Stallions searching for all the points in this, I'm sure. The Viking Stars probably pretty happy just to get off the field, maybe not conceding the magical 200. Last ball to come.
Yeah, that gets whacked away. Well, that's a shot, really. I think in hindsight, Abbas wished he did played because the ball was there for it, slightly over pitch. Abbas, of course, went right the way across and ended up yorking himself, but no problems there from Zishan Ali. And, that one will have to be retrieved from a distance. So a ball to go. We're in the 190s. And as long as this isn't a no ball 7-up or something, then they shouldn't get to the 200. Expected score 193. Let's see. I think it might be more than that. Well, they're going to go for one. They'll come back, and who am I to mess with the magic computer? Because it will be 193. So 193 for 3 as they get to a big score. And remember the Vikings. The Vikings have had a lot of trouble with their batting. We've seen them score 65, 97, and 67. So they've struggled to get anywhere near the 100. So it looks like they might have a bit of a hard time out there. But one thing they've got to do, right, the 194 may look unrealistic, but go out there and try to improve, try to get better. They've got a few new faces in the lineup as well. Maybe some of them can click. But click, well, they were clicking. They were clicking boom shakalaka time as the ball was flying all over the place from the two openers. Abbas was hitting it clean, and he got off to an absolute flyer, didn't he? But this one probably should have been taken. I think the wicketkeeper had to get there quicker. Shabir wasn't able to do so, though Shabir did take some good catches behind the stumps. That was the first. The big appeal, it wasn't given out by the umpire. And in the end, I think the umpire didn't have to give the decision, as it was Rahman himself who eventually did walk. That was a lovely shot from Abbas, the reverse Malachi, to get him going. But then we saw a dismissal at the other end. A swing and a miss from Khan. He would go for 34. Once again, good catch there from Shabir. Then I suppose all eyes were on Abbas to see if he could finally get a century on the European Cricket Network, but it was not to be, as he was well bowled by Rashid. So Rashid not only stopped Abbas getting to his century, but he bowled very well and also stopped the Italian Stallions getting to a 200 score despite the efforts and some good hitting from the captain right towards the end. So 193 it will be. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard. So for us, Abbas 86 of 27. Remember the 50 coming up in just 13 deliveries. Saif Rahman makes 42 before he sneaks one behind. And good on him for walking as well. Rifat Khan scores 34 of 12. And Zishan, the captain, a couple of big hits from him to get them to that 193. On the bowling front, like I say, they tried hard, used a number of bowlers. Some of the new guys that came in, like Nilesh Yadav, happy with the way he tried. And most of the time, he got the ball in the right areas. And Hari Raja, one over from him that went magical. Rana Rashid picked up one. He conceded 30 runs, but Zahoor Ahmed, 1 for 16 for him, and also Rupam picking up a wicket there as well. So it's going to be a difficult chase this for the Vikings. They haven't really scored well, but they've got to try and get some confidence from somewhere. And for me, it's about going out there and just seeing if they can maybe even get past 100 marks. So give yourself little new milestones to try and get to. And I think 100, 120 would be a good result for them. But they're going to have to score plenty of runs here, even just to get a point. And things for them won't get easier today, because in match number 4 of the day, match 19, they also take on the hard-hitting Tallinn United as well. So they've got to start somewhere. It's the case of, I think, for me, go out there, be positive, play your shots, and try to set yourself a little landmark to get to. Myself, Enrico Fall and Vinny Sandhu will be back in about 10 minutes' time. Join us back then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, folks, and welcome back as the Viking Stars have a real test in front of them here, a team that have really struggled with the bat against a team, well, who haven't struggled with the bat, as the Italian Stallions once again put big runs on the board, 193, thanks to some good hitting from Faraz Abbas and Saif Rahman. Rahman falling short of his half century, but Abbas, well, he falls short of another century. He gets to 86, and then Rifat Khan also put in a good performance with a fine quick-fire 34 as well. So the Vikings, this is all about really trying to get better with each match. They're up against the big boys here. They know it won't be easy, but to see if they can, well, pick up a few highlights themselves. Maybe a batter from the Vikings can also maybe get to a personal landmark of a half century. It will put them in good stead for other matches coming up their way. They've got an important one coming up against Italian United. That won't be easy either. Remember, United put 170 on the board against them last time. So tough matches for them. They've got to take little positives out of them. I'd just like to see them get past the 100 mark here. Maybe try and push on to get to close to that 120. So we're getting ready to go. And it looks like the first over is going to be bowled here by Junaid Khan. It's got a bit of a run up as he comes in and bangs one in. It's a short delivery, so I think probably the first time, I was saying this the other day, we haven't really seen too much genuine pace. Junaid Khan is bending his back a little bit. I think that's been giving us one for the over straight away, so can't be bowling any more shorter deliveries. 136 becomes the score that the Vikings need to try and get to try and get something out of this match. It's just stepping away, isn't he, here? He's the opener, Shahid. Wants to give himself a little bit of room, so swing and a miss. He's joined out there at the non-striker's end by Rupam. So Rupam Baru. Wind not causing any real problems, blowing sort of from the mainly from left to right on your screens. Well, this one will be a no ball. I reckon this is over the shoulder. And wide is being... Well, I don't quite understand this. The one was given as one for the over before. I'm sure the first ball was given as one for the over. So that one then for me, if that's another one, I mean, square leg is calling that a wide. It's certainly not over the head. So... Oh, there we go. Now we're going to get clarification here as word comes through to umpire Terry. So I think this is where Shane, who's the third umpire, is probably saying, all right, if the first one was the one for the over, square leg is calling that a wide. Is that because he's thinking it's over the head? If it is over the shoulder, i.e. over the head, then it's got to be a no ball because it's the second one in the over. So just getting clarification now from this. I was pretty certain that I did see Terry signal one for the over because I know that the bowler was a little bit bemused by it, and then the signal went through to the batter on strike. So we're just getting that clarified. So let's keep an eye on umpire Terry as he makes his way back. Well, you're coming to your screen in a moment from the left. Come on, Terry, where are you? There's Terry. Now let's keep an eye on umpire Terry, see what the signal is here. There you go. Retracts the original call. Should be signaling here no ball. There you go. Nicely done. And now for the scorers as well. That's the way to do it. Good teamwork, getting it right. And now the only thing left, Terry, is to signal the free hit. And he does. The bowler starts running and goes back. Hey, hang on there. Hang on there, Khan. There's a lot of things the umpire has to do. Right, free hit. All done with nicely, and in the end, professionally as well. Now, what about this one? So, Terry's looking at the square leg umpire straight away. I'd like to see this side on. He might just keep this below the shoulder. Let's have a look. Ooh, only just. Well, Junaid Khan. Finally, we're seeing a little bit of pace, and we were always wanting to know how this pitch would deal with a bit of pace. Well, Terry was out there, was telling me that it as it dries up, it will quicken up. And that's nicely played, but unfortunately for him, it doesn't manage to get it past the fielder who's on the 45. I think it takes more off the more off Shahid than it does off the bat. So just the no ball then is the only reason for the score to be 1 at the moment. No runs off the bat. Oh, wow. Fires this one in. And once again, Terry keeping an eye on the square leg. So, bending his back here, Junaid Khan. Well, the Vikings are probably thinking, what's going on here? Okay, we're having a rough old time. And now, all of a sudden, Junaid Khan comes into the attack and he's attacking them. And I don't think Shahid quite likes this. The areas that Khan is bowling. Once again, he's just following these. So this is where, I mean, he's going the wrong way. He's actually going down the leg side. If he steps the other way, like he did with the ball before, so look where he's standing here, and look which way the batter goes, going the wrong way. If he goes the other way, the last 2 deliveries were certainly going to be wide. So end of the over, just the 1 run on the board so far, and that was as a result of the no ball. So Junaid Khan making a good start, a good impression. He's left a few impressions on the batter as well, because a couple of those were worn by Shahid. I saw him vigorously rubbing his chest at the end of that over. It's 43 matches since the Golden Ball. I don't think we're going to get one in this one. Tell you what though, next match is the Italian Rising Stars taking on the Italian Stallions. That one certainly has potential for being a bit of a thriller. 2 teams that did do battle back in 2020 in the semi-final number 2, which it was eventually won by the Italian Stallions, but they went on then to lose in the final against the Hungry Hippos, Italian Hippos. Okay, over number 2, Giwala who wasn't at his best the last time we saw him, it has to be said. And a great stop. Cracking bit of fielding. Well, that's absolutely sensational. This was a brilliant shot, but brilliantly stopped as well. Cracking action. How about that? That is superb. And I get the feeling that might have been Habas. You know, he all happened too quick for me to really give you the actual field up. We'll want to find out, but that was great work. This one is down the ground, and that is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So nice from Rupert. He really knows he should have had 4, maybe the ball before, which was brilliantly saved. Yeah, that's a good shot. Nicely played. And now, well, be brave. And fortune favours the brave. Well, that one ends up on the foot of the tripod of the camera. I wonder if, do we get any reaction from the camera to this? Let's have a look. Are we going to have a little nod? And yeah, just a little nod of appreciation. Bit of luck, bit of suerte, but fortune does favour the brave. Baru is making Giwala think about things. Yeah, Giwala is, I mentioned already the last time that we saw him, I don't think he was at his best with the ball. He had a few issues. He was over pitching more than anything else. And this time he gets good swing on this. It gets worked away nicely by Baru as well. Unfortunately, there is a fielder placed on the leg side boundary, so that will just be a single this time. Now let's see how Shahid fares. Remember, so far he faced 7 deliveries. He wasn't able to get off the mark, and he was moving down the leg side a bit. And I think, well, Giwala wanted to come around the wicket here. I would have stuck with over the wicket and just get the ball swinging around and through the legs. You see that movement there? That's a good stop, by the way. It's been called a wide, which we'll see it again. I think it's a tight one, this tight call from the umpire, but can understand the reasoning. But because he's getting this movement, let's see this once again. I don't think this is a wide for me. No, definitely not, nowhere near. But because you've got a batter that's moving away, I think Giwala's far better off coming from over the wicket. It'll be at the pads of that almost takes the off stump. So you know that you've got a batter here. Then every single ball that Shahid has faced, he's moved down the leg side to. That's now another dot ball. It should have been actually 9 dots, but of course a wide been called. Yeah, come over the wicket, get the ball sort of aimed around leg, middle stump. It moves away, it takes off, especially to a batter that's moving away. You might do it here anyway. And this time, when he wants the movement, he doesn't get any movement at all. So, all happening at the moment. Swing is a funny thing, isn't it? When you get it, you don't want it. And sometimes you get it, and you think, well, I didn't want it. And then when you do want it, you don't get it. But anyway, that's the score so far. It's 11 of the first 2 overs, 11 without loss. And Giwala does finish that over pretty well. But of course, the concerns here at the moment for the Vikings is that Shahid has now faced 9 balls and not got off the mark. We had a quick look at the standings there. And the Vikings, where are they going to get started? They played 3, lost 3. And remember, the team that finished 5th will not progress any further, won't play the round 2 matches. And at the moment, they know that they're in trouble because Tartu CC are the other team that we haven't seen yet. And if they play well and get a few results, then the Vikings can find them some real trouble. So, got to try and find getting some points from somewhere. Just to get a point here, they need to get to 136. The Italian Stallions, they are, as you saw, they're 3rd at the moment. And if they can take all the points here, they will jump to 2nd place. They'll jump above the Italian Rising Stars, and that makes the next match very exciting because the Rising Stars, the way it's looking, will be on 8 points, 1 point behind the Stallions. So crunch match, the next one coming up, probably more to play on it. Probably won't be as one-sided as this one is looking like it's going to be. As Krishnan bowling the third over, so they don't go back to Junaid Khan, even though he almost bowled the perfect over apart from the no ball. And oh well, what is this caught? I think this might have caught a bit of the bat. I think it could have been a bit of an inside edge, because otherwise I thought this ball was, yeah, I think that is an inside edge. Otherwise that is going right onto the stumps. Difficult chance there for Munir. But I think that's one that goes down. All right, played away, and finally Shahid will get off the mark. Well, 13 is normally unlucky for some. 13 is lucky for Shahid. 13 balls it takes him to get off the mark. It's a short delivery from Krishnan that allows him to do so. Rupam has been good. He works this away, wants a single, gets a response from Shahid, who scarpers through and gets there. That's the end of the over. And there they are, struggling 14. And you'll see the difference in the power play. You can see the difference in the quality of the two sides. 14 here as opposed to 60 that was put on the board by the Stallions. I've mentioned some of the days already. And, well, back in 2010, folks, it finally happened for England, didn't it? The England men's first global tournament win. And, of course, it came, I can mention this now because Vinny's not here, he's having his lunch. And it came against Australia in the T20 World Cup. Yep. Back on this day in 2010. And also on this day back in 2013, just as the IPL 6 season came to a close, it got as big as jogged when a handful of players were arrested by the Delhi police for allegedly match fixing, fulfilling promises made to bookmakers, facing charges of cheating, forgery and fraud. Of course, something that we all take very seriously and try and iron out of the sport. And of course here on the European Cricket Network, our integrity unit take it all very seriously indeed as well. Yeah. Another one that's into the pads of Shahid. Took him 13 balls to get that run, didn't he? But interesting choice of an opener, I have to say. Vikings. See with the Vikings, I know that you're going into this, especially when you know you need a huge score like 194. So you're going into this match, no, you're not winning it. But you're not doing yourself any favours if you're not playing your shots and trying to get to a good score. I mean, finishing on a score of 60-something here is not going to serve you any purpose at all. It's not going to do your confidence any good. I think you're far better off being more aggressive, more assertive. So that was better there from Shahid. At least this time he goes the right way and plays a good shot. And Arupam, well, no mistakes from him. He's probably not had anywhere near as much of the strike as Shahid has. And he's doubled up. He's at least going to around about two ball. It's a nice shot. Hits it over the top. Of course, the Stallions don't really have to make too many changes in the field. They don't have to change that field. They can keep it pretty attacking. A single will be taken. They've got the 3 men out on the leg side though, so they have pushed everyone back. Square leg, mid wicket, long on his back there as well. And then they've given themselves, instead of having a long off, they've gone with a cover and backward point on the boundary. So mid off is in place. Saeed to Shahid, who works this away nicely, but it will only be just a single. The over does come to an end. 8 come off that one. The score at the end of 4 overs is 22 without loss. So matches still to come today, remember. Still got 3 matches to come from this beautiful national cricket and rugby ground in Estonia. You can see the rugby poles there to the right, and there's going to be some rugby being played here at the weekend, I'm told. So it should be a busy old place, and well, it looks like the chirping of the birds in between balls will soon disappear at the weekend with, well, I'd imagine a lot of noise coming from the rugby field. But, yeah, 3 matches still to come. I think the very important one, as this is going to be a wicket. It's a wild swing. And, well, it's so laid back. He takes a wicket and says, I better do up my laces now. And just full and straight, really, from Zahan Khan. Tosses it up there. Shahid goes right across the line. So his innings comes to an end. There'll be 17 balls that he faces for the 3 runs. He gets cleaned up there by Zahan. Yeah, the important match, I think, next one, match number 18, match 3 in the day. This match day 4, the Rising Stars taking on the Tallinn Stallions. So the Stallions here look surely they're going to pick up all the points, the 4 points, and that means that they'll go a point ahead of the Group B standings and 1 point ahead of the Tallinn Rising Stars, who currently are holding that 2nd spot. So 2nd and 3rd will go head to head in match number 3. Viking Stars then will have another difficult outing against Tallinn United. United, of course, will be key to keep up the good work that they're doing. They've got a very good win, of course, earlier today against the Tallinn Rising Stars. And then we finish with what is going to be an outstanding match, I think. The Tallinn Stallions taking on Tallinn United. Remember last time, 176 wasn't enough for the Stallions. So we have got some, I believe, some closer and more challenging matches to come. This one does, though, look like it's going to be very much, or it is very much, a one-sided affair. But it's all about what the Vikings can learn here and what they can pick up. I don't think they gain too much with having Shahid at the top of the order. I think one thing that they learned is that Shahid, though he's a left-hander, isn't the man at the top of the over in the innings with a 3 ball of 17. 3 of 17 he scores. But someone can't. Now this guy, he can give it a crunch. So let's see if he can get going and get some momentum in this innings for his side. It's firmly hit, and that'll be 6 runs. Nice shot. And Rupam, he's certainly going well. And if he can get a bit of support at the other end, who knows? Nice shot. Boom. Shakalagia. Nicely hit. Also got something like Sachin Chauhan in the side. And maybe he, if he gets an opportunity, can also go out and deliver some hefty blows. Down leg side, and this one is going to be 4 as well. That's better. I like it. Así me gusta. Me no gusta tiki-taka, gusta poquito de boom, boom, boom. And that's a lovely little slog sweep for 4. So Khan might have started with a wicket, but ever since he's tied his laces up, he's seems to have lost his line a little bit. 12 have come off the next 3 deliveries. So after the wicket, there was a no ball, a single, and now 2 boundaries. This one just gets blocked out, well bowled, and well played as well from Baru this time. End of the over, or is it? Yep. Calling the end of the, well, he's actually, what's he done? Is he played, he's played it on. I thought he blocked it out. He doesn't block it out. Well, let's have a look at this again. Let's see if we can see this again. So I thought he blocks it out. There was no the thing was there was no celebration from the bowler. There we go. Now let's look. See, looks like he blocks it, but in fact he doesn't. It's gone onto the stumps. Well, that's what threw me. The stump stayed there. The bowler just walks away. Or maybe he's going to tie up the other shoelace. So he picks up his second wicket. And there's still a ball to go as well, because there was the no ball. Well bowled. Once again, we've been saying this a lot. At least he does get it nice and full. So Rupam Baru, good little knock from him. 27 of 12 balls. Gets bowled there. Good delivery. So after going for a couple of boundaries, he comes back with a nice one. Full and straight. Knocks the stumps over as Numan Shabir. Here's the new batter that comes out. Let's see what Shabir can do. It's high up in the air. And oh, that's a comical drop. He comes in, does Ram Krishnan, and he looks like he's under this all the time, and he gets it completely wrong. So just watch this. A bit of luck then for the new batter. He thought he was going to go for a first ball. He thought he was going to be quacked off, but then, well, some shabby fielding means that he gets alive as we welcome you into the commentary box as Vinny Sanders joins me back.
Yeah, good to be back. Yeah, this is a slight technical thing. Obviously, they're a pretty good fielding side. The Stallions have to be, I think, to be national champions. But yeah, it gets there. But this is a simple thing. It's when you're trying to catch with the fingers pointed out, so not really catching above your head, but you need to get your hands together.
Yeah.
It sounds so simple, but there's sometimes, especially if you're rushing, if you do it late, then they might not get together in time. I think that's one of those times where he was kind of in the right spot. He made it, but if you leave a gap, the ball's just going to burst straight
never
through.
got those hands together, did he? Never got the hands together.
I want to say thanks to everyone for looking after us at the ground. And actually, I've been having a little bit of lunch. Rico, why don't you have yours?
That sounds like a
You've
good
been working
idea.
pretty hard. But this one, I think just heading down the leg side. Obviously, a bit of batting practice. I got to say, I had the bat phone ring, and it was Paul Stubbsy Stubbs from the Miranda Dragons. And interesting that the Dragons are on today because Arkham, what was he? None of 12. So we're potentially looking at the longest duck record being broken. That's actually stood for over 3 years. This is in the end, that is caught. I won't say that was exactly the same technique that I was using. It's caused a bit of a finger shake, but it will be the end of Khan. He's going to go for just the one. The score's 36 for 3. Yeah, that was the longest duck. I think we had a couple of double-figure ball-faced ducks. But let me just tell you exactly when that was. It was Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. Reminds me of Greg the Wizard Bullock. I would love to see him on the field. I don't know if he's in the squad. I'll have to check that for Miranda Dragons. But yeah, it was in that innings of 14 for 8 off the 10 overs. Miranda Dragons, 15th of April 2021. So that's over 3 years now. 2 bowlers were actually on hat-tricks at the same time during that innings as well. I think Krip Patel and Conrad Greenshields. It was against Awerash. Yeah, match number 19. And it also had 53 dot balls in the innings. Oh, and we thought, okay, that's never going to be beaten. Or kind of worsened. I remember thinking that at the time because we had the lowest score, I think it was 40. It was that innings where Steph took 6 for 2. It was against, it might have been Baggy Blues in Hungary. This is proper Wild West times. And we had 35 by Fateh, and then we had 34 by Skyways, and then we had like a 30, and they weren't even all out. That was in Germany. But then when that 14 for 8, I should say, came, I thought, okay, that's never going to go down. 14, come on. And then, of course, famous game in July 2021, Gozo CC made 6 on their ECS debut, losing by 194 runs to Malta Super Kings. So, yeah, European cricket's all about stories. Our story, still fairly young, but certainly rich as far as games that have been played. And as we found out today, we have over 1 million runs passed on the network now. Hello to Nick, great to see you, and hopefully everyone's enjoying this action at the moment. Nick's actually written a message in Bangla, so I'm going to try and translate this. It'll be the end of the over right here, right now, and the score 39 for 3 after 6. Barua thought he might be the one to step up. He got so far, 27 for him, but everyone else finding it pretty tough going. Again, understandable. Viking Stars in a slightly different place to the Stallions at the moment. Yeah, Kroom said that he thought it might be the longest Derek. Yeah, well, like I say, Stubbsy got out of his seat, which it doesn't do it very easily. Anyway, that's good fielding. We'll come back for 2, and actually if that hit probably would have been out, but had to hit from side on. Still very good piece of fielding out there. So the Stallions, they look primed, don't they, to take the 4 here. It's pretty close. Terry pretty quick to say no. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, that one was so sharp that we won't be able to see it. I think it looked pretty close. Not know if there's any batting it or not. Yeah, nice fielding. Trying to keep their standards up here. Yeah, lovely work. Do you think they've got a bit more variety in their attack here with Zahan Khan providing a real kind of pace-off option? We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen a single leg spinner here this week, which is pretty unusual. In fact, someone that's a bit different, I think, would be pretty handy on this pitch, which isn't giving the bowlers a lot of assistance, let's be honest. Well handled out there on the boundary. Whacks this onto his own leg. They're going to take a run that's not really there. Have a go. Oh, and yeah, it was a slow throw. It was a slow turn around. It was like slow motion all round. But it will be a dot ball. And that will finish the over. Score 43 for 3 after 7. Certainly looked in a bit of trouble here, Sachin Chawan. Bowler had a ping, but couldn't hit the stumps. This is what's coming up then. Talon Rising Stars take on the Stallions. So big day for the Stallions. They play 3 times. And the news from the toss is that the Rising Stars have won the toss, elected to bat first. Rematch of the semi-final in the 2020 tournament where the Stallions did get across the line, but that game is coming up starting in exactly 30 minutes time. Anyway, Saif is getting a bowl. All right. He's actually not the worst bowler. We saw him bowling a bit at the ECL when they ran out of bowlers. Now this has gone through. I don't know what it's hit. Umpire says it hasn't hit anything. You just see he doesn't quite get far enough left quick enough, does he, Monir? But Saif's a genuine big guy that bats. You'd imagine if he really tried and kind of got into it, he'd be a pretty fast bowler. With the frame he's got. And he might get a wicket. He should, and he will. There's a slight fumble there from Giwala. I don't know if there's any gi on the hands there, but just popped up. And Saif, well, he's pretty impressed with his work, saying, look, you guys can't believe this is your role in the team. Just rock up, get it moving forwards, propel it towards the batter, and wickets happen. So Saif, maybe searching for all-rounder status. He's going to have his first wicket of the series and scores 47 for 4. Like I said, actually, Talon Stallions at their first ECL back in 23. They were scoring big runs, but they were also conceding big runs. And the full toss was their enemy. They bowled so many full tosses. I remember Hankins just having a field day from Hornchurch, just hitting them into the next door over the trees. So Saif was getting a bowl at some point, just searching for options. Well, another miss from the keeper. And this is going to run away, and then Christian has time to turn around and say, hey, do you remember your main role is to stop the ball? Where does it go wrong here? Glitch in the matrix there, but I think because he got caught not moving far enough left before, this time he moves and the ball's never there. So 8 buys in the over, and the ultimate fake maiden is on here from Saif, who technically hasn't conceded a run, but there's been 8 runs off the over. We have a helmet malfunction. Terry, genuine Mr. Fix-It, comes in there, saves the day. Runner, I suppose responsible for those runs on account of missing the ball. This is it down the ground. Might have been Sam Houghton, by the way, that has appeared in the chat. Sam, how are you? And how's cricket going in Croatia? I know we've got Jared here at the moment as part of our Blue Crew. I saw them setting up their Hotel Resnick ground in Split for some matches a couple of weeks ago. Bowled him, and Saif's going to get 2. Oh, look, he loves it as well. I mean, Saif's hit so many Maximos in this series, but I don't think I've seen him as animated as this yet, as he just basically puts it through the gate and rattles the timber. Yeah, a little bit of the old fist pump. Not exactly rushing to him, were they, the teammates, saying, hey, you're already a bit of a big dog. We don't want to encourage you to be stealing our overs as well. That's the 5th wicket down. 52 for 5 now, the Vikings, as Takira 1 comes out. Might have to go and look up Saif's career stats with the ball. Like I say, I do remember he did bowl in that ECL. A little bit at least. He bowled 1.5 overs, none for 20. Just misses, but he'll probably appreciate he gets another ball. He bowled 1 over in the 2020 ECS, by the way, as well. Took 1 for 11 against Tallinn United. So this 2 for already his best figures. When he goes close to getting 3 as well. Well, sign him up for the 10th over. If they're still going, that is. As the score at the end of 8 is 53 for 5. Yes, Sam, you'll be proud to note last night we had a little bit of a crew get together at the Gooch's residence because, of course, they're living here in Estonia. That was very kind of them. But I was wearing my shirt from Split in Croatia. You know the one? The golden shirt. Very kind of Sam and the crew there where he was working to give me that shirt. Had to work pretty hard for it. But yeah, Sam popping in. Hopefully we see him a little bit later in the year in the ECS. We didn't see him a little bit in the Gibraltar night series to start the year. Faraz Abbas will get a bowl here. Certainly batted well, 86. That century still eludes him though. Well, hold on. We got the batter on the same side as the guy who's bowling. Terry either hasn't noticed or doesn't care. Now, yeah, okay. Now he's saying, hey, you go over there. Get Terry marshalling everything out there in the middle. Throws the hands at this and finds a little bit of a gap. So Rashid will get another run, and this will bring a 1 on strike. Faraz did bowl a little bit in that ECL as well, bowled 3.4 overs in the tournament, 2 for 54. Bowled 1 ball in the ECL, I should say, against Indies of Guernsey. That was the last ball of the game because he got hit for 6. So he'll be happy that his economy rate comes down below 36 for the season. With a bit of a bowl here. Nice shot, but knocked down slightly. There's two there if they want it. Should get it. They will get it. A better throw on target. Might have had runner Rashid in a bit of trouble. Also, Faraz, I can say he's made some runs against good opposition. Remember, he made 82 versus Hornchurch last year. It was a good knock. This one straight on. He's just pitching outside the leg stump for the first part. There's a bit about that at some point as well. That's a good shot. Goes, throws the hands of this, and Maximo. Well, that's more like it. Only the second six of this entire innings. And he's kind of spring in his step, doesn't he, with these off spinners. A little bit round armour, probably something maybe could work on is getting his arm a bit higher. But that was a cracking shot. Rashid puts it out of the park. Oh, and he's bowled him. Oh, it's a little mystery ball from Faraz, and it never arrived. And now he's pretty impressed. And there's going to be a fight on to see who bowls this last over, I'm sure, because the Viking Stars are teetering at 63 for 6. And have a look at this. This ball was so slow. If he didn't like it where it was pitched, he could have probably had time to go and fetch it and get it and bring it back. But he was through it so early. And Rana with an entertaining little cameo there, but he goes 6 and out. Just so early in the shot there for us. Well, spin to win. As after 9 overs, it's 63 for 6. I said there'll be a bit of fight for who gets the last over. They've bowled 8 bowls, and it will be Saifur Rahman. So the opening batters turning into opening bowlers, or closing bowlers here in match number 17. Well, here comes one of the slower tall bowlers you'll ever see, Saif. He's just got to hit the 3 pegs. You can see Awan backed away a little bit there. Does have a run to his name, Awan. Yeah, Sam saying currently stacking the split team in Croatia. Plenty of merch coming for everyone this year. Oh, I'm down. Also appreciated the out to sea split t-shirt they gave me last year, which actually sounds fantastic. He runs a party boat company to Sam Houghton, amongst other things. Swing and a miss. Just playing below that one a little bit. Probably an easy one to hit. It's always a genuine cut when you're actually hitting the ball behind you. Well, this is a little edge. It's going to climb above the keeper. Slightly mishandled. A 1. We'll get a second run. Double his score. It's a big margin, isn't it? We're talking kind of 120 something here. Saif. 2 for 3. No interest in a run at all there. Yadav, let's see if he can get a run. Let's get around him. Last ball. Love to get off the big 0. Here we go. Yeah, he will get a run. That's all he'll get, but it'll be 65, and it runs hard to come by, no doubt about that, but still. It's a 4-pointer. It Stars, they tried their best. I guess just a little bit outmatched against this powerful Stallions lineup. Let's have a look at what's coming up next then, as we've got the middle match of the day, rematch of the semi-final from last time around in 2020, with the Rising Stars batting first against the Stallions. Rising Stars, actually Shooting Stars in their first match of the day, taking only 1 point. Whereas the Stallions coming in, taking all 4 against Viking Stars. That game is coming up in about 20 minutes. Let's have a look at the highlights. And I suppose the only thing I was interested in earlier was if Arkham could break the longest duck record held by Paul Stubbsy Stubbs of the Miranda Dragons, who, by the way, are playing tonight in Portugal. That's a record that stood over 12 years. Took 13 balls to get off the mark. But the Stallions, I suppose, they're building towards something. Still think they're going to have to play very, very well to get an auto qualification spot for the finals. Really, it was only Barua that kind of looked in the mix as he was able to put together a handy 20-something. Yeah, when the wickets fell, they started to fall with alarming regularity. Only lost 2 of them in the first half, but they lost kind of 4 in the second. But I suppose the most important thing they did was restrict, wasn't it, the Stallions? And I think by the end, with the batters coming in, they were pretty much throwing the ball around, letting a few non-bowlers or not regular bowlers have a go. And Saif, he was enjoying it, wasn't he? Had a wicket there, said, I quite like this bowling thing. And he kind of went in and had a bit of emotion from the big man. He certainly is a character, the Baltic boss, with a cheeky little twofer at the end. And for us, bowled a ball which I assure you wasn't in slow motion. At first he got hit out of the ground like that, but just have a look at this one, hang in the air. Excellent use of flight for us. So he was able to get Rashid 6 and out. That was his second maximum of the innings you saw there in the 9th over. And then not too much happened on the scoreboard in the 10th. In the end, Viking Stars with 65 for 6 off their 10. They go down by 128 runs. Brewer with 27 off 12 was the standout performer, wasn't he? Rashid, though, with 10, including the only other maximum of the innings towards the end. Talon Stallions, as you might expect in a game like that, they kind of mixed it up a little bit, with Saib getting 2 overs, 2 for Bort. He steals the figures. Zahan with 2 wickets as well, 1 for Faraz Abbas with his off spin at the end. Junaid set the table pretty nicely with just the 1 off the first over of the innings. Really never even in the hunt for the point there. That's the way it goes sometimes. Viking Stars, well, they'll be hoping that they can put on a bit more of a show when we see them returning. We will see them playing Talon United in the 4th game of the day. We'll take a break then, back in about 15. And it will be the Rising Stars versus the Stallions, a rematch of the 2020 semi-final. Vinny Sander, who Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll have a quick break. Back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to the fantastic Estonian national cricket and rugby ground here in Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, of course. Coming up now, a pretty fascinating clash. It's match number 18. And we're going to see the Tallinn Stallions. They are back and they're going to take on the Tallinn Rising Stars, two teams that have already played this morning. And interestingly enough, this is actually a rematch of the semi-final back in the 2020 tournament. Seems a long time ago. I suppose it is a long time ago. But the Stallions, they were victorious on that occasion, making it through to the final. So the Rising Stars, they've probably been waiting for this ECN rematch for quite a while. A little bit earlier, the Sheriff Charles Croucher was out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss for match 18.
Italian Stallions to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We're going to bet first.
So Tallinn Rising Stars have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Get the chance to go out there, try and put some runs on the board. We know the Stallions, they're very strong with the bat. They've got Faraz Abbas obviously in their team for the matches today, and he's such a big addition. Just missed out in this entry, but he wasn't far off in that first game, first hit for the series. But I will say that he looks like a guy, sooner or later, he will score an ECN century. And I will say also that the Rising Stars did fall to their first loss this morning, though they did end up managing a point by their barrister margins in this one. I think they do have to go in as underdogs. Don't forget the Stallions have made it to the ECL, the Champions League of European cricket, the last 2 years. So I expect some big hitting from both sides. Here's a heavy hitter in the cube that'll take you to the first ball. Rico Full standing by in match 18. It's the Rising Stars. They won the toss in another Tallinn derby, and they're going to bat first. Over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Well, the Rising Stars, well, they were a bit of the fading stars, weren't they, at the start of this match day 4 when they went down to the Tallinn United side, 151 to 106. They are looking to come back then with a bang. And remember, everyone will remember back in 2020 when we had this semi-final between these two teams. Of course, it was the Stallions that were victorious there, and they put good runs on the board and restricted the Rising Stars to a score of just around about that 60 mark. So it's I like the move though. Look, you might as well be positive, go out there and try and get runs on the board and try to apply a little bit of pressure to the Stallions. But the Stallions, of course, they're in good form. They've got some good players in there. Rahman has been in outstanding form. We saw also there what Faraz Abbas can do in the first time we've seen him this time around, scoring 80, and even Rifat Khan there as well. I certainly did like the extra bit of pace there from Junaid Khan as well. The boy's got some pace, and I think it's the first time really we're seeing some serious pace out there. So Junaid, I think he bowled that first over and he bowled to Shahid. Shahid really had no idea how to play him, and I think it was a good call then, I think, from Zishan Ali, just to decide, look, you know, we've got the game in the bag. We don't want to injure or hurt anybody, so he deployed the spinners, and we also saw the likes of Rahman, who picked up 2 wickets in the end, and Faraz Abbas turned their arm over. 67% to 33 is what the win predictor is suggesting in this one. I get the feeling, though, that this one could be probably very much in favour of the Stallions. The Stallions have looked good this morning, and I don't think we've seen them get out of second gear, to be honest. So it's a big match for them, but they know that they're really preparing themselves for the match that will come up later in the day, match number 20, when they'll be trying to get their revenge over the Tallinn United side. The United started the day well, didn't they? We'll see United in action again against the Viking Stars. United will be looking to make it 2 out of 2 in the day for them, and they and the Stallions will look like they will go head-to-head in the final match of the day. And we know one thing, the final matches of the day have always been humdiggers, so look out for that one at the end of the day. But for this one, match number 3 in the day, match 18, it is all about how many the Rising Stars can get on the board. Welcome to everybody. Yeah, I did have a nice spot of lunch here, so thank you to the Federation for organising that for us, to the likes of Terry O'Connor, and also to Tim Cross, the president of cricket here in Estonia. It was very much appreciated, and well fueled and ready to go. And let's see if this one will be a closer contest. For it to be a good contest, I think the Tallinn Rising Stars have to hit the 120 mark bare minimum, because I think the Stallions have just got so much firepower. Speaking of firepower, I did like the look of this guy, And Junaid Khan, I think it's the first time that we've really seen any bowler charging in and hitting the deck hard. And you won't even see him in the camera when it comes to the bowler side. He just comes into the slot here. He's got a long run up and he bowls with a bit of pace. And straight away, that's one that wraps Ruzman Munir in the gloves. He's not able to take it. So a bit of firepower here. The over he bowled, only bowled the one over in that last match against the Vikings. It was only the one run he conceded, courtesy of an extra. It was a no ball, and he went too short on too many occasions, and it was called a no-hit. So there's going to be a handful to deal with. Marilul Islam, though, he has scored well on occasions, and that's a cracking cut shot. It's in the air, hits the hands of the fielder. That is an opportunity. Down goes the man who's chasing up the boundary. I don't know what happened there, but I can tell you what happens here. He hits it hard, it's in the air, it comes off the hands of the fielder. Let's have a look at this. What happens? All right, it just slided, try and stop it. I thought maybe the rope came up from nowhere and got the fielder there. That's Ram Krishna, and he certainly gives us a highlight or two. Could have been a wicket, though, has to be said. I know it's not an easy chance, but Islam have to put it down. Gets dropped on 0. And this one, it's going to be a tester for the umpire. They're going to call it the one for the over. And he obviously sneaked this in inside that wide line. So one for the over being signalled. Now let's see if Junaid takes the little warning from the umpire seriously this time, or was he going to go and bang another one in short? Hello to Binge Watcher. He's asking, what special lunch today? Well, it gets a bit of an inside edge on this, but back into the deck and to the keeper, to Munir. Well, we had a nice, I like me bagels. We had a nice bagel with some tuna and egg filling. So it's sort of a sandwich day today, sort of like a typical English tea, sort of. So a bagel and a little wrap as well, with some nice filling, but a salad wrap as well, and then a nice cup of tea to wash it down with. Tomorrow we'll go back to the Oriental style with maybe a little bit of Sri Lankan food. That's gone all the way. Well, that gets blasted. Well, from Oriental style to European style. Well, European Cricket Network style, goes down on one knee, crunches it, and hits 6 runs. He got fortunate getting a 4, didn't he? But no fortune here. It's just a powerful hit. And that's the one thing with something like Junaid. All right, he's bowling with a fair bit of pelt, but if it comes off the middle, it's going to ping to the boundary. Good shot from Islam. And this is up and over the infield. Chase is on. Ball will slow down. And even though things are, real mix-up here from the two batters. One of them wants the 2. The other one says, no, stay there. And it could have ended up badly, but it doesn't. So Islam hands the strike over now for the first time to Zishan. Oh, no, he doesn't, because it's the end of the over. They have to walk back. And that's probably why I think Zishan was pretty keen to get the 2. This is where we are now. Now, tomorrow we will see the Tatu Wolves in action. We're going to go back to Group B, Group A action from Group B that we got here today. So Tatu Wolves, looking forward to seeing them. And they've got a couple of games coming up. So I know that we've all been waiting to see the Wolves. And we already saw the Werewolves in Portugal. And they're going to start off their campaign taking on the Bulls. Are we going to see the Bulls versus the Wolves? So if you know what happens when the Bulls and the Wolves meet, well, you'll find out when you join us tomorrow. That's a wide, and it could go all the way. It will go all the way. It's going to be a minimal. Let's ask, I tell you what, let's ask our 4th camera if it wants to see the battle of the Wolves taking on the Bulls. So Wolves taking on the Bulls. Do you want to see it or not? Yep, it says yes. Little nod of the head there from the 4th camera. Big shout out to our crew here Hello to Elvira. Hello, Elvira. How are you? And Elvira is in the engine room, and we've got Chris Stapps and Ballantyne's here at the ground. I think Ballantyne's up in the tower at the moment, where I reckon it's a little bit breezy and chilly. A little bit of communication happening here from the widest signal. 4 wides, I think. I think we need to follow that up with the full signal, but we know the score. We know what's happening. Shot. Beautifully played. I'm liking that. And Madilal Islam, now this guy, you know, he's played some good innings already. He's one to watch. I enjoy watching him as well. And that's a delightful shot. Beautifully played. Yeah, he scored, remember, 87 not out of 27 deliveries in that incredible run chase against Stallion United. That was match number 8. And Zishan played his part there as well. And Zishan started well this morning. I was saying, need to see a little bit more from Zishan at the top of the order where he is. That one is a bit of a miscue. He got it over the fielder. No, he hasn't. Has a nice catch. Plucks it out of the air. And well taken. And it's a good intro for Junaid Khan into the team. He's bowling with a bit of firepower. And when it comes to doing his job in the field, no mistakes. And that's going to be disappointment from Madilal Islam, because he'd back himself to at least clear the infielder. But good catch, plucked out of the air from Junaid Khan. And that means that's the departure of one of the key batters. Now, I've said this before with the Rising Stars. They can go, as we know, they can go on and score big runs, as they did in that run chase against Stallion United. But they are very much about 1 or 2 players. One of those players has gone. Another one comes in now. This is their captain, Mohammed Shoaib. Now, he got a first baller, didn't he, in the last match? So he's looking to get a little bit of confidence, and hoping that he has a bit of the rub of the green in this one. He joins Zishan out there. Zishan earlier today did get a few out in the middle. In the air and gone. 2 out of 2. And can you believe it? It's the second golden duck. And the captain is having a bit of a nightmare. He hits it hard. He's going to go for a second golden. Oh dear, oh dear. It's a long, lonely walk when you go back. So 2 golden ducks on the trot. So off he goes. And it's going to be... Well, the captain should know better. He got a golden duck, didn't he, in the match earlier, match number 16, when he came in at number 4. Well, I don't normally see somebody who gets a... What's going on there? It's a children's show, you know. It's too early for any of that happening. No ducking about. Thank you very much. There's the golden. Elvira, you naughty girl, Elvira. What are you up to? I don't know what thoughts you're having wherever you are. But, oh dear. So, it's a pair for El Capitan. You don't often get a golden and promote yourself up the order. Well, he does. He promotes himself from number 4 to number 3. But it makes no difference. And that means we have a hat-trick alert here. Hat-trick ball. Oh, it's a good delivery. Nice and straight. He doesn't waste it. Goes for the stumps. Does Giwala. Giwala is back, everybody. He hasn't been at his best, Prayan, so far in this tournament. Hasn't bowled badly, but he hasn't been at his best. But he's starting to bend his back a little bit here now, and putting a little bit more oomph into his bowling. 2 for 9, bowling to Huck, who gets beaten by this one outside the off. So the rising ball plays and misses. Oh, spare a thought for poor Mohammed Shoaib. 2 knocks today, both of them golden ducks. Junaid Khan, by the way, taking his second catch. Earlier, the wicket to fall was that of Islam. Also, catch taken by Khan. All right, high in the air. And this one is going to drop over the rope. That's going to be 6 runs. So that's what they need. Nazmul Haq hammers this one down the ground. Good hit. And yes, be positive, be brave. Giwala gets crunched for a big 6. That's the end of the over. 2 overs completed. I suppose you're going to be okay or fairly satisfied with the runs on the board, but not with the number of wickets. 2 wickets then in that over from Giwala. Over goes for 15. The first over from Junaid. Now, do they go back to Junaid? Doesn't look like they do. They're gonna go now to Ram Krishnan. Yeah, so Batches, I was telling you about, has gone already. We've seen the end of Islam. Good caught, well caught there by Khan. Made 15, and he'll be disappointed the way that he went. And that's dragged down on the leg side. I think that almost gets the batter in that nightmare area. And Krishnan. Better areas outside the off. Good take from the keeper, Munir. Nice to see him back behind the stumps as well. Munir. Just hear that breeze blowing, and I'm just about to touch on this, the way it's blowing at the moment, because I can feel it coming in to our cube here. I think it's blowing from, if you look at your screens there, coming into us from the left of your screens right into us. So any ball that's hit up in the air, I think probably for the first time in this series, is going to get a bit of wind assistance. You can see that from the shirt of Krishnan as he comes in again. So hitting down the ground is going to serve you well. 2 wide this time. So liking this now from these 2 batters. Both Zisan and Haq have hit boundaries. Zisan earlier today, 27-13 in a disappointing loss to United by 45 runs. So he is in some kind of form. This one gets dragged onto the leg side. Says no run there. Yeah, you don't want to give an unnecessary wicket away here now. Crunched, and fielder, just gotta get. Now, when you look at this, some people will say it's a difficult one. Yeah, it is, but he has time to get into position and put a solid base down. He doesn't want to wear it, and that's the thing here. Sometimes, as a player, as a team player, you got to take one for your team. And I think that man there doesn't want to do that, and now as a result of it, he's got to go and fetch this. That's been well struck. There's a lot of talk there from Junaid Khan giving some bowling advice, or maybe field placement advice to bowler Krishnan. It's probably, well, he's either saying you need to replace that fielder, who looks like he's gone into the road to get this, because certainly taking some time, and I think he's telling you, come back, forget it. If it's in the ditch, leave it alone, otherwise you'll end up there, and well, an array of animals could come and get you. We are here, of course, in Estonia. All types of animals over here. We have bears, we have wolves, of course, lynxes as well, so you've got to be careful. So, a country that is loving nature and in tune with nature, the tree-hugging nation. And yeah, I mean, wildlife includes lynxes, brown bears, wolves, foxes, rabbits, and deer. And it's a very beautiful place to be. All right, another ball comes out there. It takes a while to do this. Not sure why it took so long, but anyway, Krishnan makes some subtle movements to his field. He does get a second body out there on the leg side. That's maybe what he wanted. He's got it now. And this one now goes up in the off. Junaid Khan will take his third. He does. And he's saying, see, it's all about me, that Krishnan. It's all about me. I told you about the field change. Mind you, it doesn't go to one of the fielders that he puts out there, but he takes his third catch. So, well taken. Now, we know, those of you who know that on the European Cricket Network, I don't think we've ever had anybody that's taken 6 catches in an inning. So that's number 3. So Junaid certainly making things happen. He's got the wicket now of Zisan. So Junaid takes another catch. He's been in the scorebook for all 3 wickets so far. And this time it is Ram the man. Ram Krishnan gets the wicket and Zisan will go for 10. Ball number 6 sees he's down 4. And now we get Shebin Din who comes out. And I reckon we're now surely talking about the last key partnership. The last 2 real recognised batters are out there. That was also the end of the over. So 37 for 3. I often say if you can pick up 3 wickets in the power play, you'll certainly make the team struggle. So once again, field being moved around. I do like these kits, but one thing I'll say, now I was saying the other day about all the kits here, I love them. If you look at the kits here, particularly of like the telling Rising Stars, I love the big numbers on the back. My only tip would be here to the makers of the kit of the Stallions is no white numbers on when you got kits with these light numbers. I mean, that number's quite difficult to see sometimes. I know that's why sometimes the scorers have issues. Of course, the scorers need to know who's bowling. They normally know who the batter's out when they go out there, but who's bowling, who takes a catch. Quite difficult to see these numbers sometimes. And yeah, just a little bit of advice that we can give to some of the boys and girls that do make some of these kits. I know Nick is certainly taking note. But this is the kit, of course, you'll know that. Because if you can, maybe you can zoom in to the bowler here, Saeed. If not now, maybe next time when he walks back to his mark. But you'll see that the European Cricket Network, there you go, you can just make out the European Cricket Network logo. This, I think, dates back to a couple of years ago. They're kitting the ECL. Oh, that's lofted. That is a biggie. Balle. As a Nazmul Haq goes boom, shakalagya. That one is his second 6. Well, he's faced 6 deliveries. He's scored 12. 2 scoring shots, both of them 6s, and he's hoping that maybe Shebin Din can give him a little bit of partnership here, but he's got to stay there. Hitting a couple of 6s getting out is not what they need right now. This one, oh dear, it's a blooper. That's what our survey says about that one. It gets through the fielder, and well, the Stallions, their standards are normally higher than this. That should not have gone through. And I think that's Abbas, you know. Abbas is a very good fielder. For him to make an error like that, that's pretty uncommon. It helps Nazmul Haq get another boundary to his name. Saeed gone for 10. Last 2 balls have gone to the boundary. This one's drifting down the leg side. Won't get anything off that. I've mentioned some of the important days today already. If you're just joining in, it is International Day of Light. Did you know that in 1802, Humphrey Davy invented the world's first electric lamp? It's a day to celebrate the contribution of light and light-based technologies. It's going to be a wide, so that one will have to be bowled again. A wide signal there by Terry. Also, Global Accessibility Awareness Day. I'm glad, look, I'm from Spain, and Spain is one country that's really taken this on board. I know when I moved to Spain some 20 plus years ago, accessibility for things like wheelchairs, and was really bad. And it really has improved immensely. So well done, not just to Spain, but to a lot of nations that have made things a lot better. But we can still learn a lot from it. And this day is all about encouraging and to discuss, debate, educate people in this area, to raise awareness and to inspire action, because people are aware and action is required. And if you're a driver of a motor vehicle and you're one of those naughty people that park when you shouldn't, in those dipped curves, think about it again. Don't do it, because you make life very difficult for a lot of people. And Also, wear purple for Peace Day today. So, you know, if you're going anywhere this evening, if you're going out, get something purple out of the cupboard. Wear purple for peace. That's what we need. We all want peace. We should all be one big happy family like we are on the European Cricket Network. And this one is up in the air and dropped. Well, Saeed is looking on there and saying, come on, you've got to be taking that. Yeah, Saeed's not happy. He's not happy because he knows he should have had another wicket. So, bowls it right to the field. Fielder lets him down. And now this one is going to go all the way, and Saeed will be feeling this one. Big hit. And Ram Krishnan is just suggesting it's not my fault. He went like this. I don't know if you can see that from me. He's sort of signaling. He said, but he went like this. Well, he's allowed to do that. Krishnan, he's allowed to go any way that he wants. You'll see this again. This is the shot. And fetches it from outside off, and you just see him. He said, but in here, dagita. He said, dagita. He said, it's okay, it's allowed. Well, can he go again? This time he gets it over, only just. The outstretched hand there of Krishnan will take a single. So Nazmul Haq certainly trying to make things happen. Let's see what Simin Din can do. Only faced the one ball so far. Gets ready to face his second. And just, ooh, that's looks like a tight call for me. Umpire Shane's called it. Alvera, show us this again. I reckon this. Let's see. Does it go? It starts to come back in for me. Yeah, we've seen a few of these calls. I suppose umpires are getting used to the new rules and new regs. We're saying that the ball to be called a wide has to be completely past that line. Another one. It's the fourth, everybody. The fourth catch now taken by Junaid. So Junaid Khan takes the fourth catch. He's been involved in every single wicket so far. So Junaid, well, we've talked about him and his firepower with the ball, but his catching has been spot on. Shebin Din goes for the big shot, but who does he find? Junaid Khan takes another catch. So, well, Krishnan gets the wicket that he does deserve because, you know, a couple of catches have gone down from him. And Din, well, he finds the one man you don't want to. He's got the safest. So 4 catches, everybody. 4 catches. As Din goes for 1 of 2. So can we see a little bit of history here? Can he take a couple of more catches? If he does, it'll be the first time we've seen somebody who's taken 6. Well, nobody's catching this. You might as well fetch it from the other side of the field. Well, that's going close to the logs. Won't quite go all the way. So Aminul Islam comes out and he bashes his first ball for a 6. Now, Nazmul Haq is just hoping that somebody can just stay there with him. That's all he hopes. That's all he wants. Can somebody stay there with him and give him just a little bit of support? And it comes back with one wide outside the off. It's a dot ball to finish from Krishnan. Not a bad spell from him. 2 for 26. We're at the halfway point. Vinny Sandy joins me back in the cube. And, well, Vinny, well, what about Junaid Khan? Comes into the team. He's bowled very well. He's got a bit of firepower. He shows us that this pitch has certainly got some pace about it.
Yeah.
But 4 catches. Could it be?
Could it be? I mean, the record is 5. We've seen a couple of times Madupa Fernando first did it for Bolyasco in Milan. That was back in 2021. And Simran, I believe, has done it also in Barcelona. So could we see 6 catches? I mean, there's time.
It's on.
And the other thing is there's still 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and he's in the hot spot. I don't know. Could be a bit of a feeling about this. I still think, yeah, the Rising Stars will be a little bit disappointed with their run rate at the moment. But again, you know, not being allowed to score too quickly. I think that the Stallions, obviously, they've turned up wanting to have a big day. Here's Zahan coming out, and he'll get worked away square of the wicket for a single first ball.
Yeah, Zahan bowled well in the last match, didn't he? Picked up important wickets at the right time. Let's see if you can do the same again here. And, well, yeah, you can. He's Then the last match he started with a wide, then he got one full and straight and knocked the stumps over. So we see Islam, he did pump one big 6, but tries to do the same again. Zahan Khan gets the wicket, and it's more disappointment here for the Rising Stars. It's a really bad shot, you know, and he knows it. He's angry with himself. He just shows all his... Just look at this. Goes the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's a ball that's straight on the stump. He shouldn't be playing a shot like that to that. And he's disappointed with himself, and so he should be. So he has to depart as a new batter. Makes his way out there, and it's time for the see. I don't think we've seen Santosh Datta yet. So Datta comes out, and let's see if he's able to, once again, as I keep saying and repeating myself, can he give some partnership to Nazmal Haq?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out. That's one that isn't caught, I suppose.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, the wind keeps changing. I mentioned earlier that the wind was coming into us. It seems to have changed now. Now all of a sudden I'm looking at the Junaid Khan who's taken those 4 catches, and I'm looking at his shirt. He's actually blowing now from behind. It's sort of coming from, if you like, he almost plays this onto his own stump. If you're looking at the screen here now, look at the shirts there of the bowler. So if you're looking at the clock, let's say you're looking at the clock face, it's sort of blowing in from around about 8 o'clock and going up to 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's changing pretty quickly. You can see it, yeah, on the umpire's shirt there. Good point. All right, still waiting for a 5th catch. Could we get the rare 5? We've seen a few keepers doing it as well. 5 dismissals in an innings. I've also seen 5 catches by a keeper. But yeah, one day, that's on one of my final frontier sheets. One day we'll see 6 catches in an innings, I'm sure.
Yeah, a good point being made by a couple of people, and Mohsin Naqvi saying if both batters stick together for the 10 overs, they could get to a score around about that 110 to, between 110 and 125, and I agree with that. That's one thing they haven't been able to do. They haven't been able to get partnership. And then, Shohag is saying, cross batting, that's the problem. You got to pick the right ball to go after, and that last shot, really from Islam, was a disappointing one, but he was not the only one guilty of it, really, is he? Okay. Khan wants to come round, and that's this could be a catch, should be a catch, and it will be a catch. It's a disappointing way for Nazmal Haq to go. I just wonder whether he just starts to get a little bit cautious because wicks are going into full toss. He tries to guide it when really he should be trying to whack it. He ends up leaning forward, hits the back of the bat, skies up in the air, and an easy catch taken. That happens at the end of the over. All the 6s on the board, 66 for 6 after 6.
Never a good sign, is it, when you see all the 6s up there, the Devil's number. Haq, the top scorer, but just have a look at that. Those 4 catches for Junaid. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's still 4 wickets in hand, 4 overs to go.
Yeah, he's going to go, and ball number 13 does him. Giwala makes no mistake, and Khan, well, he picks up his 2nd wicket in the over. He's been pretty good here today. And the Italian Rising Stars you have to be honest and say it's been disappointing from a team that promised so much after we saw them earlier, the batting, or at least the top 3 haven't clicked. And with Shojab, their captain, getting 2 golden ducks in the day, it doesn't help matters at the top of the order. Carr, it's another guy who can hit a ball like Datta, but hitting is one thing, partnership is another. Can they get a partnership? And the man who's been doing all the catching at the moment comes on to bowl. It's a chance for us once again to see the pace of Junaid, and toying with the idea of taking the 2nd. So, well, seeing the bright red helmet of Pattakar, I get the feeling that might end up looking like a bullseye for Junaid Khan. He does like to bang it in. And that's okay. That's sort of that good heavy ball that I think we're used to seeing, that ends up being a very productive delivery on the network. There's a lot of players, a lot of batters struggle with the ball this kind of height. He's got the 3rd back on the boundary as well. If I was Junaid, I would want my backward point back. Backward point back. I don't think I would need so many men back on the leg side boundary.
Well, maybe cheeky court and bold chance here to bring up the 5 catches. But you're right. If he gets it right and he keeps bowling that channel, I think he's going to have a good series.
Yeah. So just looking at this field at the moment. So they pushed point back. I would have him backward point and maybe have a normal point in place, because this pace, and he's definitely is targeting outside the off. I think that's where the ball is going to go. And then you could even think about getting square leg up and putting the fine back or the 45 back, because he's certainly bowling with a bit of pace here.
Be a bad shout. That's well bowled as well. Really good bowling. Just zippy. You see the difference that genuine pace makes. Kara comes out. He's not the worst batter either, by the way. I think he's held it pretty well so far, but he's kind of middle order. He's not kind of one of the top 3 or 4 in the side. Junaid, yeah, searching for the wicket. I think he's pretty happy just to restrict. He's not getting greedy here. They're going to buy here. It's about too quick for the keeper. So I mean, he would like the wicket here, but I think if you gave him the choice between kind of like a 2 for 15 over, he'd rather have like a none for none.
Yeah,
none for 1 or 2. Yeah,
and I like that. I don't think, especially at the ECS level, we don't see a lot of this. You often see bowlers a little bit greedy, going at the stumps rather than trying to contain. Sometimes it's far better. You know, if you go at the stumps, you give the batter a chance to wallop it.
They haven't really established they can handle him at all here. That's the thing.
Yeah, really liking it, and they will get it. He's going to have to go, and I think, Vinny's nodding his head. I'm in approval of this one. I think this just takes a little bit of the edge there, Data. And this is just genuine pace, and it's a really quality over. If you looked at all the deliveries in this over, every one was slightly different. And what he was doing, he was teasing the batters outside the off. So the first ball was that single, then it's like, and that was the dot, dot, dot. There was the bye, and this one, the last 2, he just got them to come back in rather than move away. Catches the edge. He's got pace. He's got bounce. He's got carry through, and he's not let down by Munir behind the stumps.
Yeah, and just little edge ahead on the way through. So I think it's a good decision. Shane Stuger, an excellent job out there. As you can see where we are on our 2024 adventure. Of course, this is subject to change, but this is the plan. See how many of these countries are doing series in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 different European cricket series. That's not even to mention the night series, not even to mention the ECL, the ECC, which is now 2 divisions, the ECCW, which is now 2 divisions. What else? The other T20 international cricket happening, night series, I think I mentioned. What else? I mean, there's a lot happening basically this year. European cricket internationals, don't forget as well. Anyway, who knows where we'll end up, but that's the plan. Of course, just came from Italy in Brescia, and we'll be back in Italy in August for the Rome edition, and also the first ever Miltu Shield, which is the women's version of the Western Shield.
Yeah, that's going to be cracking as well. Of course, the Western Shield was a fantastic event. I loved it. It was almost like you're in dreamland. A lot of these players that you know that have played and represented different European nations coming together up against, of course, the British and the Irish Knights. It was just, you had to really pinch yourself sometimes to believe what you were seeing, all of those great players together in the same side.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? When Mina was on with me on the weekend during the ECIW, we were actually talking a potential Miltu Shield squad for Europe, and it was so exciting. Honestly, we just saw Methnara Ratnaka, for example, that was MVP. She was pretty unlucky not to win the whole thing in the ECCW last year, playing for Italy. Opening the batting, excellent keeper, big 6-hitter.
Yeah.
And then the likes of, like a young Naomi or something from Spain, who obviously has done some pretty great things for their national teams that she's come in. As this is up in the air and is going to be dropped. And in a way, I'm not happy for the Stallions, but it does make it more likely that that Junaid might get another catch, because that's a wicket that's missed, still 3 to 4. I don't think Giwala's too happy about it.
No, Giwala's not. He could have picked up another here, and he should have picked up another. He's had his woes in the field, hasn't he, as Ram Krishnan. But give him his due. He keeps on trying. And this time now, this one is played quite nicely. It's not a bad shot. He gives himself a bit of room, gets on top of the ball, plays this time. It's into the ground. We'll take the single, but let's just say at the moment, Vinny, that the score, this is looking likely to maybe be under the 90s. It looks like there's going to be another opportunity for the Stallions to try and knock off the runs pretty quickly and take all the points.
Just go back to that potential Meltle Shield squad. I mean, it's not even mentioning any of the Dutch players, which will be eligible, of course. For example, you've got Iris Rilling in there.
Yeah.
Uraka obviously was the MVP of last year's ECCW. I mean, it's going to be hard to choose. Babette Delata, for example, Stena Callis as well. I think it'll be a cap of probably 3 or 4 per country, maybe 4, because we had less countries so far involved. And anyone will be eligible as long as they played on the network. Now, that includes, for example, the whole Scottish side that were involved in the T20Is in Holland last year. Germany and Austria, for example, have played each other in T20I. So that some of the Germans, for example, Anurada Dodobalapur from Germany. So, yeah, pretty excited about the prospect of that Meltle Shield. Just going back to a bit of ECS cricket and, of course, the wide interpretation being changed. Kroom said, yeah, that seems to be working pretty well. Just gives the bowlers a little bit more.
Yeah.
And the batters, obviously, they can get across there if they want, but they've got to make more of a definite move. And we've seen some batters kind of try to do that, but then also it has backfired a little bit for some of them losing their stumps.
Yeah. Well, one thing that, I mean, because I was explaining this a bit earlier, one thing that has also changed is that before, because the bowlers have got a bit more room to play with, the line now never moves.
Yeah.
So if a batter starts to move outside the off early, then the line stays where it is.
Nice looking cut shot, but I'll just get a single. He's finding it a bit hard to get going here at the moment. That's the end of the over. He'll retain the strike, and the Rising Stars, at the moment, score's not rising too quickly. The score 75 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, so 12 balls to come. 89 looks to be the expected score. Expected score, computer, by the way, has been spot on the last few times. So let's see if it does go, if they can get it past that. Can they get something special happening in one of these last 2 overs? And they're trying to really latch onto a few. It's going to be not going to be easy because this guy has bowled pretty well. Zahan Khan will look to bowl his second, and he just tries to get the batters to play early, gets them to play the wrong line, he floats it up there. That's all he's trying to do. There we go. This time's a little bit short. That's nice to play. Great pickup. Brilliant pickup, and he could be gone here.
Well, he's lost control of the ball, and that's the wrong end, basically.
Well, what's happened here? The pickup was brilliant. Watch how quickly this comes back. And maybe it's because he's not expecting it. Now, he should have. Oh, he only just
when he hits the stumps, the ball slips out there. And that actually cost him the opportunity of actually getting the run out the other end.
Yeah.
And you know how some people, there's this idea sometimes of, just see, this is a replay of kind of where it all went wrong.
Yeah, just look where the 2 batters ended up.
But you know how sometimes people say, oh, let's make a rule that if you hit the stumps, the ball's dead, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes I've heard this before, that because it's not very fair if you,
Nah.
if you hit the stumps in the field and it bounces off for overthrows, that's kind of punishing good fielding. Sense it is. That looks very dead. It's adios as the same plays across the straight one, and that's going to be another wicket down. So Zahan Khan coming on, just keeping it on the straight and narrow. As that one really, there's not too much down about it. So the Rising Stars lose an 8th wicket now, 76 for 8. But yeah, you can see why that wouldn't work if you were to kill the play when the stumps are broken. Because in that situation, what do? You got 2 batters pretty much at one end and you've broken the stumps. Then what? So yeah, you got to think these things through first. Yeah. It's just like my sin bin idea that you have to go off dropping a catch. And then Rico said, what if they're bowling? I said, I don't know. Call it off.
All right.
What if the keeper drops a catch? If you missed it earlier, I said if you drop a catch, you get to spend 5 minutes off the field in the sin bin.
Yeah, the keeper dropping one, that would be... Maybe I know what could happen. If the keeper drops it, then the captain has to pick a play to go off.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. And the same with the bowler.
Yeah,
Caught on bowl,
lose a fielder.
you have to lose a fielder.
That's probably a good
That's the
point.
way to do it.
Yeah, smart. Well, this is taking shape now. But just imagine how crowded it'll be in there. You know what I'm saying? Move over.
Yeah.
It's a foot fielding, that might be an automatic ban as well.
Yeah, I've often thought that, that we're talking about this sort of sin bin idea. I've thought that when I've watched my daughter Sonia play handball or something, because obviously you have that in handball.
Yeah.
It's a foul, right, you're out here for a couple of minutes. And I thought, that could really work in cricket.
It'd be pretty funny. But then also, everything's a drop. So if you touch it before it hits the ground.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a loose one. Not to get an overthrow. They need to work hard for everyone at the moment, don't they? So 80 for 8 after 9. Yeah, so for example, there's great stops where you dive and you catch over the boundary and you throw it back in.
Yeah.
5 minutes. Thanks for coming.
Because technically it's a drop,
It's
right?
a drop.
Yeah.
You've thrown it away. Anyway, so 24 for Nazmul Haq leads the scoring here. The openers both made it double figures, but not really too much further. Shoaib has a golden pair here on day 4.
How are you getting on with that, by the way? Because I think last time we were talking, I think it was in France, we were saying we've got to start introducing this assist for those sort of, because we're seeing more and more of those sort of catches.
I quite like the idea of catch assists being credited. Maybe it will in cricket, I don't know. But I think it's like you need to standardise it. So, for example, with run-outs, you get credited half. Or actually, the last 2 to touch it get credited with the run-out. So you need to take judgment out of it. That's the thing. But you see, you don't really have stats for run-outs in cricket. It's just because run-outs kind of belong to nobody. You stick it in brackets. It's not like, how many run-outs have you got in your career? Very hard to look it up. Look up on Cricinfo or any of these stats databases. And that's because it's awkward, because some run-outs, it's one person, some are 2, some are actually more.
Yeah.
But the way we do it here is we credit the last 2 people to touch it, no matter how they touched it. Sometimes that's pretty strange. But like I'll tell you what, if I could change it, which I guess not high on the priority list, but it's definitely something to think about. In American football, for example, if you tackle the quarterback, that's called a sack. But if 2 people tackle them at the same time, they get 0.5 each. So I quite like that stat. So like for run-outs, for example, you could get 0.5 each, and same for catches. So that's why I say bring up the run-out thing. Because, you've both played a part in the catch, or the last 2 people to touch in a catch. Who knows, maybe we'll see a 3-person catch one day. Put that on the list. One throws it to another, who then falls out and has to throw it to another.
Yeah. Well,
So catch assists, I like it.
I'm sure I don't know if it's ever happened with us, but I'm sure I've seen it where, the ball's been hit. It's come off the keeper's glove, hit first lip.
Yeah,
He's
I
trying
can't
to catch
remember
it, being
3
caught in
people touching it.
second, so
It's a good question, though.
it can happen. Right. The 90s, can that happen
It would
here?
be like a bit of theatrical ballet, wouldn't it, if you somehow had to throw it? It'd be like, at the Harlem Globetrotters or whatever, when they're doing all those kinds of those theatrics. Yeah, right now, right down to the bottom of the order here for Rising Stars. 83 with the ball remaining. This has been a good tight last over from the captain, Zishan Ali.
Okay, it's a catching opportunity, and it will get held. It's nice and easy. Is that number 5? Who's taking that catch? I reckon that's number 5. That's Junaid,
Yeah.
That's Junaid.
I was just saying.
That's number 5.
I thought it was, and it's just a bit far away from us. But, that's there
Junaid.
You go. He's got the 5th one. So, a little bit of a wry smile there. And a bit of history made. As we'll take 5 catches in the innings. So, brilliant effort. They're going to finish on a reasonably meagre score of 83 for 9 off the 10 overs. A little bit of catches winning matches. They're certainly winning at this stage. The Stallions well on top after kind of ruining the Rising Stars batting lineup here. Rematch of the 2020 semi-final.
Yeah, well, this one went underneath the keeper. It went all the way for 5 wides. And then here's how it all started. Well, that was the first one, plucked out of the sky by Junaid Khan. But it wouldn't be 1. It'll be 1, 2. That was number 2. 3, 4. And right at the end of the last ball of the innings, 5 catches to Junaid. and he bowled pretty well as well. Bowled with a bit of pace, caused a few issues, and he picked up a wicket for his efforts as well. So he's certainly been a fantastic introduction for the Stallions. Well, just when you thought you knew what you're getting from them, they introduced somebody else into the frame, and he's got a bit of pace about him. But with this innings here, I think it never helps when your key batters don't get going. But one thing you will notice when you look at the scorecard, that three of the top four all made starts. So Islam, Zisan, and also Nazm al-Haq, but then disappointingly gave their wickets away just when they started to get going. And Mohammed Shoaib, unfortunately, the captain, is having a bit of a mare because he gets a pair here today. 2 golden ducks for him. And that was a good bowling there from Junaid Khan. This time he was doing the bowling, not the catching. A nice catch taken there by Munir Munir. And this one, well, unfortunately, you can see Ram Krishnan is still trying to catch hold of his first catch. He can't do it, but what he needs to be looking at is looking at the way that it's done by Junaid. That one was as plumb as you can get. He just floats it up there, and there, right at the end, he says, yeah, that's the way I do it. Number 5, thank you very much for Junaid Khan. 5 matches to hit, catches to him, 83 for 9. As we have a look at the scorecard, so that's what I'm talking about there. So 3 of the top 4 in double figures, but none of them making it count. And then, well, the tail or the middle order just didn't click there at all. A disappointment. The car there facing 15 balls for 6 runs didn't help the cause that much either. We'll have a quick look at the bowling figures. I think the slower bowlers, we've been mentioning this all the way along, that the slower bowlers I think will always play a big part here. Zan Khan, 3 for 8, brilliantly bowled for him. 2 wickets apiece there for Krishnan and Giwala. Giwala getting a lot better as each match progresses, so he's showing that as long as he keeps playing, he will keep getting better. But Junaid Khan, what an introduction from him. We saw him bowl just the one over in the last match, and he was too good and too hot and too spicy for the likes of the Vikings, and it was almost very much the same in this one. And his catching was brilliant, so it's going to be a real opportunity here for the Italians to make their way into second spot by getting all the points available to them. The Talon Rising Stars are really going to have to do something to try and get to try and restrain the Italian Stallions to see if they can even make them go past the 7 over mark to pick up any points here. Myself, Rico Full and Vinny Sandhu, and the rest of the gang here in Estonia will be back in about 10 minutes. Big shout out to Marzi Wolfie. Of course, the wolf is the national animal here of Estonia, the symbol of nature and culture. Joe Foster is here as well, Jaron Newton and Nilkesh Patel as well, and Andy Houston are on their day off here today. And Charles Carter, the sheriff, is keeping an eye on proceedings, his little beady eye. Join us back in about 10 minutes time for the reply of the Stallions. And a few of us feel, and I think you at home are probably feeling the same, that the Italian Stallions are going to be looking to knock these runs off pretty quickly. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Yeah, big shout out to our partners, of course, without whom a lot of what we do would not be possible. Thank you to HCL Software, Paramatch, to Bizaway Travel, and to the likes of Grizzly Bear Sport, and to Local Lifestyles. And so we get ready for the reply here from the Italian Stallions, and I get the feeling that, well, I think we all know they're going to go for this hammer and tongue and try to get to the score and do it in 7 overs or less. If they do, then they will take all the point there. And I think they'll try, the Italian Rising Stars, try and restrict them to go past the 7 overs. And they'll try and win the match if they can, but I think that's going to really take some doing. I just don't feel that the 84 that they've got on the board is going to be enough. Only one batter really, Nazm Al-Haq, who gets into the 20s. Other batters got going but gave their wickets away, and the Stallions quite cleverly just took the pace of the ball and floated it up there and let the batters make the mistake. And there were some good catches there as well, of course. Junaid taking 5 catches, so he breaks or ties the record. We've never had 6. We've never had one individual take 6 catches, but we've had 5 a few times, so well done to Junaid. Zissan with the ball, and gets this one through. It's a bit of a swing there from Saf Rahman. Made 40 odd in the earlier match today when he sneaked one behind it, but of course the last time we saw him score 58, not out on 137, but 137 ended up on the losing side. This, I think, is going to go all the way down to the boundary. So starts first with a dot, and then he ruins it all by this Gandhi full toss, and that's going to be a minimal. There's the keeper, just can't get down to make the stop, and that's Hossain. So that's not the ideal start, is it, when you're only defending 84. Hello to everybody in the chat. Hello Chris Smith, who's joining the likes of Kroom and Shahag out there. Really Sandu from here has been doing a little bit of lurking there as well. This one just gets played. We saw this from Saframan before. He's quite happy to just play a few and not get too excited, and then eventually he'll start playing some nice shots. Hello to Tarek Ahmed, who's been in the chat as well, doing some lurking. Gone, bowled him. Oh, what a big wicket that is, and look at the joy from Zissan. Well, Safar Rahman will go, and he gets cleaned up by a beauty. Well, it just goes to show it doesn't matter who the batter is. If you do go full and straight, there's every opportunity that you can take the wicket. Rahman will depart. Look at this again. Look at the joy. Oh, yeah, he's up and about. He's pumped, isn't he? Look at that. He just can't stop celebrating. And you can see why. That's a huge wicket. And, well, there might be a little bit of shock around the ground as Saif Rahman goes for a duck. But it's not often that we see him getting a duck. And, well, where's Derek? Saif, normally we see him lifting his bat in the air to celebrations of applause when he reaches a half century or a century, but right now he's going to get a duck. He's going to get a Derek. 5 for 1, and those 5 courtesy of 5 wides. So Rifat Khan comes out, and he made the most of his little innings last time when he came out, not expecting to do so in the last match. Well, this time, well, he has got a little bit of work to do. He's going to be facing the next ball. That one just gets worked away off the legs and should go for 4, and it will go for 4. The outfield is super quick, so can't get it off the mark straight away. So a little bit of shock around the ground. Rahman getting out cheaply. It just goes to show that the big man, he is human after all. Chris Smith saying hello to me, and hello I'll say hello back to him, and also hello to Helix. That was a Gundy wide, so that's 6 just in wides in this over, 5 wides in that one. Rifat Khan is probably will look to compose himself here and look to get a big score in. This time he doesn't have to worry about trying to keep giving the strike to Faraz Abbas. Last time that's what the situation was. That's well bowled, but well played. Well, probably one of the best shots that you can have in cricket for me. The on drive is not the worst of deliveries, but gets into position beautifully, plays it away, and once that gets past the fielder in the inner ring, that's going to go all the way to the boundary. Delightful shot. Both अच्छा shot मारिया अपना classic on drive. चौका लग गया, beautifully played. And I don't think we are quite out of the over here just yet, but I can still remind you that it is 44 balls, 44 matches since the golden ball. So yeah, still a ball to go. Remember, there was those 2 wides. So 2 men have gone straight here now. Parthakar very straight in the long off position, and then long on just being pushed a little bit wider. Interesting field because you've got sort of a V of players there on sort of behind the bowler, and then it's dragged onto the pads. Optimistic appeal from behind the stumps, and that will be the over. 14 come off it, but I suppose the big news and big surprise is that Mohammad Zisan has picked up the wicket of Safruman. So that is the big news, but as we know, there's plenty of good batters too in this side. If one fails, it's an opportunity for another. And Chris Smith is asking who's been doing the comms in Portugal. Well, that's that night series there, and it's being done by our very own DJ Phil G. Phil G in the house in Portugal, and of course that reminds us, Portugal, we have got 2 matches there tonight as well. Where I think Punjab Amadora will be in action against, yep, the Dragons. The Dragons are flying into Portugal tonight. Now look out for the action there. Phil G will be talking us through the action. And Jules is saying good afternoon to everyone as well. Nice to have you all with us. Hey, gentlemen, I hope you're all wearing purple. Purple for peace today. Yeah, put on the purple. And, we can all make a statement, can't we? Wide ball. It's low score. When you got a low score on the board, you can't be giving any freebies. And even though that last over from Mohammad Zisan did take the wicket of Rahman, it still went for 14, and too many of those in wides. That's better. That's nicely played. So that you can see that they're making a big effort in keeping it tight behind the bowlers. And that last over, for example, you saw a very straight long off, long on, and then you also had like a short mid on as well. Gone high in the air, and this one is going to be just to the right of the cube. That almost lands on the microphone. Well, the Grizzly is always going to almost have a sing-song here. Well, we are in this the singing nation. Well, you'll see this just, there's the microphone there on the ground. And the Grizzly having a little bit of, well, I thought he'd do a little bit of a song. Grizzly Oki, and this one, does it carry? I don't think it does. And let's have a good look at this. We might have a good chance to see this again on the replay on one of our cameras. I get the feeling it sort of starves, it dies on him. I think he does get hands to it. All right, well, this one clearly should be an opportunity. Abbas, big moment. Oh, no. What is going on here? Oh, dearie me. That is shocking. That's absolutely shocking, because Munawar Islam is looking to take the catch, but then from nowhere, this is called undertaking on the inside lane. A fielder comes from nowhere, and I thought he was going to ram into the back of him. Well, maybe we can see this again here again. Let's see what happens here first. So still a ball to go in this one. Let's just see. So look, he's come running from nowhere, and watch this. Oh, that could have been nasty, couldn't it? Couldn't be nasty. I don't know what Data was doing there. Oh, it's an opportunity that gets missed, and it was Abbas, of all people, who now goes back on strike, and this time he gets it over the infield, and he's going to get 4 runs. If you had any hope getting the wicket of Rahman, which they've done, and then Abbas early, which they should have done, would have given them the opportunity. It could have been a little battle in the Grady 80s, but not taking that opportunity. Well, I think the opportunity now gets away from them. The over also now comes to an end. It's 29 for 1 after 2 overs. You can see that only need 55 more and 48 balls, but of course they'll be looking to do that before the start of that 8th over. And if you don't take those opportunities, there's every chance that they will. Okay, high up in the air. Now this one could be another opportunity, and it gets taken on the second chance. Well, you don't often get second chances in life. Nazmul al-Haq, he does. This one, I think, goes in his hands, off his chest, up in the air, but he gets a second bite of it, and he takes it. So it's Rifat Khan that will pot. He doesn't have the same kind of luck that Abbas had. So he'll go for 16 of just 7 deliveries. Nazmul has taken the catch, and it gives the second wicket to Zisan. So they do go back to Zisan. I was wondering if they would or not, because it was a little bit of a mismatch of a first over, especially because of those wides. They go back to him, and he delivers. He gets another wicket. So Rifat Khan is sent back. Abbas is still there, but not really striking the ball anywhere like he normally does. And now it's time to see the captain, so Zishan. Zishan Ali comes out in number 4. Well, a little bit of Zishan to Zisan action. Zisan around the wicket and just getting that ball to sort of drift in. But can he keep it wicket to wicket? Yeah, so far he can. That's just defensively played. He'll take a single. Okay, Abbas gave a chance. It wasn't taken. If it was taken, who knows what could be happening out there now at the moment. Stallions will still be pretty confident. The thing is, though, when wickets keep falling, the chances of them doing it inside the 7 become more remote. But then a few hits like this can change everything. That is big. And thankfully, it hit some of the advertising boards there of Estonian cricket. So it's not going to take an age to get back. The rugby ground there in the background actually looking absolutely amazing. Remember, we'll see some rugger being played here over the weekend. So I reckon there'll be a different atmosphere and feeling to this national cricket and rugby ground here in Tallinn. Change in the field. A long off comes in, so Carr gets brought in, and got 2 men out there on the leg side. The last over of the power play. Oh, shot. Beautiful shot. Absolute class this from Abbas. We know he's a great player, and one day he will score a century on the European Cricket Network. Gets there nice and early. He knows what he's going to get, gets across, and plays a beautiful stroke. It is really classy. Lovely shot. Top class, top draw from Abbas. Now, bit fuller, taking it on, and they will get there. I think if it was picked up first time, maybe there by Mudil al-Islam, it would have been a bit more of a dash for survival for Abbas, but he gets there now. Zishan back on strike, and you can see that to Zishan. That Zishan wants to come over the wicket this time around. He did start with around the wicket to him. That's nicely bowled. It gets well blocked out. So the captain, Zishan, is quite happy just to fend this one off. A little gentle nudge out on the offside. They'll take the single. And that brings the end of the over. Well bowled to Zishan. He had a few issues. Remember, he started with the 5 wides, a few wides in there, but he has taken 2 wickets. So at least he's given his team a little bit of hope. 42 for 2. 3 overs have been completed. So 42. They're looking to get 42 of 24 deliveries here. Just look at how things finished there. So 63 or 4. I was saying all the way along, even after 2 overs of power play, that at least they were scoring at an okay rate. But when they kept losing the top batters, eventually it would have to slow down, and it did in the last 5. That's not the best of deliveries. It ends up being just a little gentle leave there from Zishan, and that's a good result, I suppose, for the Stallions. It means that Abbas, who of course is the more dangerous batter, will go back on strike, and he'll be looking to go after the likes of the captain here, Shoaib. Floated up, and that's nicely played. The chase is on here, under, Iba, and that's going to be just flicked on for 4. That's disappointing. We've seen that too many times here in the day, where the fielders have chased the ball, and it just need them to get down and get a hand on it. Footwork doesn't work. Foot fielding, says our survey, and that's going to be 4 runs as Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, good to be back. The Stallions look like they're in a hurry, don't they? Chasing the octopus here in their first 2 games of the day. And with hitting like that, I think they might be able to do it, because that's another one out of the ground. Maximal by Abbas. I think it reminds me of something I used to say about Tendulkar, but I used to say about Tendulkar, one of his weaknesses is he gets a little bit, loses concentration in the 190s.
Yeah.
For him, it's the 80s and the 90s. But I don't think he's going to get that many this time because of the target. But, geez, he's been a great addition to the Stallions batting today, hasn't he?
Yeah, his ability to pick the length and play the ball, especially the short ball, is so good. Now, this one gets played away. Well, all eyes will be on the square leg umpire here now, because this is a little high. You might get away with it. I mean, is it dipping? Is it not? I think we need to look at this side on. I don't know if the umpires are calling for it, so it looks like we're going to carry on. I ain't got time to see it again, so certainly would have been one I would have looked at again. This one is taken. Jalebi Delight, everybody. Jalebi Delight. Well, I said earlier, we haven't seen a Jalebi cat so far. Well, the captain, Mohammed Shoaib, he hasn't had any joy at all with the bat, with 2 golden ducks today, but with the ball, he's been okay. And now he says, Allah, Falia Jalebi catch. Nicely done. Jalebi Delight. Delight, I think, for the umpire as well. Now that's been caught. Good catch. Good moment for the captain.
That was a great catch. Yeah, you said we were a bit light on the Jalebi catches, but that was absolutely beautiful, wasn't it? And a bit of a personal highlight there. Zishan Ali, though, fresh out of luck. Nice bit of return catch handling from the bowler, Shoaib, who takes a wicket. And so Zishan goes for just 2. And the score's 55 for 3. Here comes Ankur Patel. That job still to do to pick up the bonus point. You might say, okay, does it matter? Does it not matter? Remember that the Stallions, they're in a race to finish top.
Yeah.
They'll have a very interesting return clash against Talon United tonight, by the way, in the last game of the day. And so, yeah, that extra point could make all the difference.
Well, the wicketkeeper wants to get involved in the appeal, that's what I'm saying. But you can see there that the captain, Shoaib, just knew that was nowhere near the bat, so doesn't appeal. That's going to be a wide this time. You can see the bonus point equation there, so 28 of 19 balls. They should be looking to do it. I think a lot of it could depend on who's on strike, and I think if Abbas stays out there, I'm pretty sure they will do it. Patel, well, he does have to play at this one, and he misses it. And a lot of excessive appealing, I would say, from Hussain behind the stumps. It seems the early one that's liking a lot the ones he's catching, maybe just sheer delight. of catching them. So it's another over that goes by. 14 come off that one, and the Stallions are 56 for 3
Oh,
after
you never
4.
know. You never know if you don't ask. But yeah, right now they're still in a pretty good position to chase this down in 7. But I suppose if you can get 1 or 2 good overs in, this is where for Viking Stars, I think or Rising Stars, I should say, they need to try and bowl whatever they think is their best options now, because they haven't picked up a point. They haven't picked up a point yet. So you're going to do that if you can get to the 8th over. And so you got 3 overs to try and keep this game alive.
Okay, they're going to go with Prathakar to see if he can keep it nice and tight. Yeah, you're right. You got to. There's no point thinking about keeping your good bowlers back. That's why I think we've seen Zisan and Shoaib have bowled both of theirs, and this is why, because if you do change it around, if you're trying to hold somebody back, you're holding them back for nothing, because these guys are really going to go at it, especially this guy, Faraz Abbas. He knows what he's there to do. He's trying to hit boundaries quickly and get them to this score. So 22 are required, and they need to do it on 17 balls. So it should be, for the likes of the Stallions and their depth and batting lineup, should be a stroll in the park. Not sure what's going on here now. I think the batter just showing his bat to the umpire saying, I think this one needs replacing. And you can see there that Terry at the moment saying, nah, it's all right for me.
At this
carry
stage,
on.
I think you should have to bat with a broken bat. Trying to even up the game a little.
Well, you don't need a bat if you're going to be bowling there.
What about a rule you can never change your bat no matter what happens, so that you end it, if it's splintered?
Well, we know what happens. We've seen that.
Yeah, we saw Shade Afridi shatter the bat, but it's too bad. It's battle on.
Oh, he gets something on this, that's a drop. I reckon he gets something on this, and he guides this straight to the keeper, who's not able to take it. Oh, Hossain. Well, Hossain's been doing a lot of appealing, but the ones he needs to catch, he's put down. And now, that's a finger buster.
On a hat trick.
That's a finger buster.
Geez, they've been down to 9 fielders if we played the Sydney
Yeah,
game.
can you imagine 2 would have been off there already?
That's hit pretty hard, though, to be honest. Finger buster for Partha.
Partha Carr's got a broken headlight. Yeah, look, he's in trouble, I think. He's in trouble. He might be asking for the free spray. He's saying, oh, yaar, meri sat lagi. Kusali aao, bring me something, because it just...
that was smashed.
Isn't it? What do you think of that? I mean, we always do it, don't we? I mean, when we're kids as well, when we hurt ourselves, we say, Mum, I've hurt myself, and they come and they just give it a little blow. What is that going to do? You see Partha Carr here, he's giving it a blow, but that is swelling up pretty quickly.
Out the way, we want to see the magic spray work. Michael.
There we go. There we go. That's better.
Is that it? He's got the old cream.
I give him a little bit more.
Yeah.
What's the...
But tell me, how do you like the old little shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it?
I want to see the blow when he blows on it.
Shake it like you're hit by a grizzly. Shake it, shake it.
Well.
And you watch, he'll get that cream on the ball now. He'll be swinging around corners. That was great work from Alvira. What a song as well. Probably breach copyright now, but anyway. Fair use policy. This is running away to the boundary, and it will get there. So Abbas doesn't seem too bothered about all the drop catches in the over. He's just going to keep on keeping on, and he gets 4 hit a square leg.
Yeah, well, this one goes to the banner of junior cricket here in Estonia. Junior cricket, that is thriving, by the way, thanks to the work of the likes of Terry and also, of course, Dave Robinson. A lot of work being done. And also, someone like Lena, who I think we had in the cube yesterday, doing a bit of commentary.
And Lena, we had Ragnar yesterday as well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what comes of this series, and of course the 2 international series at the end as well.
Launched. Adios Balota has gone for 6, so right on cue, aren't they? To take all the points here. That is a blast.
Yeah, it takes it to the sky. As you mentioned, a little bit of wind assistance to the right of screen today. Seis carreras. There's Partha. We'll try to keep this game alive. But 10 off 13 for the bonus point. Not looking too good at the moment.
And he gets a wicket. Good comeback from the man who almost had his hand taken off. The magic spray, baby, does the job. It takes a little bit of time to take effect. He's still shaking his hand. See, look. Now that I mention it, he can feel the pain again. But he gets a wicket. It's a good wicket to get now. I know there's only 10 runs required. But, you know, getting somebody like Abbas out of the way. Ankur Patel hasn't got off the mark yet. So they could maybe get a point out of this.
I'm a bit worried. Is it an aggressive high five? And I think that's where it happens.
Oh, I see. I see where you're coming
So
from.
he's just had the spray. It's a kind of rookie error as well. And to be honest, it's right in the same spot there. In the right hand. And he's going to need more of that cream. Zisan coming in and absolutely pounding the hands of Partha Gar. Car's been dented. All right, 74 for 4 after 5.
Yeah, look, well done to Kai. It wasn't easy there. He went for 18, but he picks up a wicket, and the wicket of Abbas. So 2 new batters out there, haven't scored yet.
I think that's going to be over, by the way. That's what I've got
Yeah,
on my sheet.
I
Anyway,
think it was
Talon
over.
United taking on Viking Stars in match number 19. And Viking Stars are still without a point in 4 games. They don't want to stay pointless for too long. Let's see if they can at least do that against Talon United. By the way, last time Talon United played Viking Stars, they smashed them for 170 and took all the points. So that's not very fair. Let's get around the Viking Stars. They've had a bit of a tough one so far. And Akram Shahid, and bats out for him. He started with 12 dot balls, but he did get off the duck eventually. A real redemption story. Nand Rio leads Talon United in that one. And it's coming your way in around about 35 minutes.
Yeah, I like the introduction there, or something like Yadav. Let's see if he can have a good outing out there with the good bat and good ball. But yeah, they need something to happen, and maybe it's going to be 5th time lucky for them. But the wind really has picked up here now.
First time we really had wind this week.
Cube is starting to sway around. Nazmal Haq around the wicket. Just gets played away. They think about a single, and well, they are going to take it on in the end. And well, I wouldn't have minded if they don't take this one, because I do think that the non-striker for Patel did sort of get in the way of the bowler a little bit. But anyway, they're happy for it to happen.
Bit of
Batter
housekeeping.
has to be the right side.
For Talon United, no Ashish Rana, the captain, sitting the next game out. So we'll be led by Ria in that one.
Okay.
All right. Well, look, still some work to do.
Yes.
You know, you've got 2 new batters at the crease, essentially. You need 9 off 10 to take all the points. Like I said, this is a must-do, I think, for the Stallions. Otherwise, I won't feel like this is a successful outing at all.
All right, up in the air. Can you get there? Oh, great effort. Great effort. Diving catch. And, well, how does this cap stay on? Oh, that must be glued on. Great effort. It takes a catch. It could be wonderful.
Yeah, let's just check this out in the replay. He comes around. He has a very unusual run-up, doesn't he? It's he draws the thick outside edge. Cap stays on. And meanwhile, the ball is leaving the building. Patel says, thank you very much. I'll get us almost over the line. Maximo says Carreras. Just 2 required now for the victory for the Stallions.
Yeah, just a little bit too short there. That gets worked away handsomely. So, they're almost there. And they needed a perfect over here, didn't they, really? Maybe restrict just to a couple of singles, but it wasn't to be. I can see a tall figure there on the left-hand side of the ground. And I can give, okay, just one guess to say who it is. And that will be it. It's done and dusted. This match is done. It will be the Talon Stallions that will take all the points as they do this with a little bit of ease, with plenty of balls to go. So well done to them. And handshakes from the 2 batters to the umpires, and then the teams themselves will be giving themselves the handshakes. The next match, as you know, coming up is going to be quite an important one, of course, for the Vikings.
Ooh, my glass of water is it's vibrating. You know, it is like the footsteps in Jurassic Park. There's Anurag. He's coming in a helmet.
Look
so,
at the size of him.
He is so dangerous. They've had to put the Hannibal Lecter style helmet on him. It looks like he's wearing keeping pads, but unless I missed that, surely he's not keeping in the next game. I think it's just what normal pads look like on him. No. But anyway, this is what's coming up in the next one with Sahil Chowan behind the stumps, thankfully, for Tallinn United. Viking Stars hoping to pick up their first point, ideally their first win in the series. Let's have a look at the highlights of the second innings. Didn't last too long in the end. Saif, we didn't have to do too much about that one. And then a little bit of a rocker and a shocker for him as he yorked himself. That got the Rising Stars fired up, a sense of belief. But I think they were pretty quickly put back in their box in the sense that they weren't able to defend this. And to be honest, in the first half, they were kind of quietened, weren't they, those early wickets? At the very start of the game, I think just took their toll, and in the end, they were never quite in the contest.
Good opportunity for some of the players, and I think Mohamed Zissan took the most of it. He took 2 wickets. Now, little things like that, that was Abbas. If he had gone there, and that was straight after when Rahman went, things could have been a little bit different. You did see that towards the end when some of the key batters went, there was some life there. That was a good catch taken. Needed a little assistance from his chest, Nazm al-Haq, but he did hold on to it, and that was getting rid of Rifat Khan as well. Zishan, the captain, came out, and the battle of the 2 captains was won by Captain Shoaib with a jalebi catch, a little jalebi delight. There's always time for a few highlights, and that was a nice one from Shoaib. They then needed to get Abbas out, didn't they? Because we know that he can really crunch it. Well, this was a little bit of comedy as he said, oh, yeah, and we were doing the old grizzly, shake it all around to give me some of that spray, give me some of that love. And he got some of that spray, but he didn't get too much love straight away. But he would pick up another wicket. This was it here. And the joy of seeing the timber knocked over. But the joy was short-lived because then he went high fives, then the pain came back into his hands. Then this one was a great effort from the fielder, wasn't able to get it, and then there was this big shot to finish it off. Well done to the Stallions. They will pick up all the points and take themselves into second in the standings of this Group B.
Their big game of the day, honestly, is against Tallinn United. Last game of the day, I think. They've got some unfinished business there after that crazy chase a couple of nights ago. 12 wides in there, probably a few too many. Faraz Abbas with 44, but just missed out on the second consecutive half-century here on day 4. 16 for Rifak, and Ankur Patel helped them across the line. That was after the early loss of Saif Rahman, who went for a duck, but he'll be out to prove a point in the last game of the day as well. I'm sure about that. Zissan tried hard, 2 for 27, not too bad from him. Shoaib with a brilliant return catch, and Pathakar with a wicket as well. 88 brought up in 5.5 overs, chasing that target of 84 with ease. And Stallions taking all 4 points. Rising Stars going away empty-handed from that one, but you won't be empty. You'll be full of cricket again when we return in half an hour. We still have 2 matches here in Estonia. And then don't forget the 2 night matches with Filthy Phil G over there in Portugal, ready to go. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Beautiful to be out here in the spring sunshine in Tallinn, Estonia. Now, still 2 matches to go today. Coming up next, we have match number 19, and it's going to be Tallinn United who are taking on the Viking Stars. Or right here a little while ago, it was Charles Croucher with the 2 captains. Let's see if we can make them appear right now.
Hey, Viking Stars to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We're going to bat first.
So there you go, it is the Viking Stars that have won the toss. It's amazing how we can do these kind of things. Modern technology, I told you, we're pretty close to bending the space and time continuum, aren't we, here on ECN? And we will be soon, because not just 2 matches at a time, we'll have up to 4 matches at a time that are going. But I can tell you, Viking Stars, they have had a bit of a rough time so far. In fact, last time they played Tallinn United put 170 up against them and took all the points. For Viking Stars, they'll just be searching for some players that can compete at this level, maybe take them to a result. Even a point, I think, in a game like this would be a result. Just would love to take something tangible out of it. Tallinn United, I know that they are searching for that top spot. They feel that if they play well enough from here on in, have some very tough matches ahead, of course, but they could potentially get that qualifying spot, the auto-qualifying spot for finals Friday next week. Let's go to Rico Fu in the commentary box. Rico, looking forward to this one. Viking Stars hoping to put a score on the board after winning the toss in match 19. It's over to you. 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Now let's rock and roll. You can see that the umpires, umpire Venkat and umpire Shane, is making his way out there. And umpire Shane, he wanted me to give a shout out to Paul Browder. Hello, Paul. How are you? Paul Browder, who is watching from Sussex in England. I hope you're enjoying the action from Estonia. And, well, we want to give you a bit of an early shout out for your 60th birthday coming up on the 25th of May. So, Paul Browder, I suppose, I hope you're going to have a wonderful time in your celebrations. And, well, umpire Shane just wanted to give you a shout out. So on behalf of everyone here on the European Cricket Network, hope you have a very happy 60th birthday coming up on the 25th of May, and enjoy this match. You can see we don't often see a prediction like that from the win predictor. 97 to 3% in favour of Tallinn United. So that is what the win predictor was thinking. I guess you can understand the reason for that thinking, because let's just say that the Vikings just haven't been able to get anything going. But could it be that this is the match for them? Can they change their fortunes around in this one? They are going to have a bat first, and let's see how they fare. Last time round when we saw them, their batting just didn't click once again. The Stallions sort of did bat them out of the match. 193 they put on for 3, and the Viking Stars, they got to 65 and lost 6 wickets. And the only batter really that got going was Urupan Baru, and he did bat pretty well, but he never really got any support from some of the other batters. Batters did actually get in, make a start. They showed that they've got the power to hit big shots and sixes, but then after doing it a couple of times, they would go on and get out. So there weren't any consistency, and they never really got any partnerships going. You can see there that it's going to be somebody that we haven't seen yet, I don't think, from United. This is Shrikant Baude that is going to be bowling the first over. Just taking time to set his field. So good luck to Shrikant. He looks set to bowl here to Rupam. So Rupam has very much been probably the key batter. Let's see if he can get going in there. A change this time. They don't go with Shahid. Well, that will help. It's a wide down the leg side. So that's, I suppose, about it. Or why go against the grain? Most bowlers have started this tournament with a wide, and he does as well. A little bit of loose now from a guy who probably hasn't maybe turned his arm over since the last cricket season here in Estonia. The Powder starts with the wide. First runs on the board then for the Vikings. That's better. Yeah, left armour. He wants to come around the wicket as opposed to what left armers like to do, come over. But you can see he goes pretty wide and tries to angle that ball in. He's got a bit of a skip, doesn't he, Powder, when he delivers. So you see he gets to it, and a little bit of skip just here. And that's down the leg side. Well, it's up in the air. It could be a real gift, and it will get taken. And that's going to be out. Oh, dear. You know, I often say Gandhi balls. Well, that is a real Gandhi ball from Paude. Paude, because that's a lot of luck. It's a Gandhi ball down the leg side. Look, you can see everybody, including the camera. I can tell you that our camera crew here, they know cricket like anything. They know where that ball was and should have been going. I know where it should have been going. The fielders know where it should have been going, but somehow it ends up going not where it should be going, but to the fielder there at third, who ends up taking a really good catch. It's not there, it's over there, and there it is. The catch gets taken, and the wicketkeeper thinks, well, just in case you're throwing it away too early, I'd hold on to it. So that's a disastrous start, really. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for Rupam. And if he's going early, you have to ask the question, who's going to get anything going from? It's Salman Khan, Samir Khan, who takes the catch. Salman Khan is the batter. That now comes in at number 3. Well, what a crazy start, and what a real bit of luck. And this one's a dead ball that gets signalled. Now, what's going on here? There's all sorts of pointing and stuff happening. Dead ball gets signalled. I think the umpire's doing a fair bit of pointing. I get the feeling there's a fair bit of talking and something going on here. So here's the delivery. You can see the umpire just says, hang on a minute, dead ball. The bowler, don't complain, bowler. Paude, you should be the happiest man. First of all, you get a wicket from a shocking delivery. And then it's a big time wide that is called a no ball. So don't complain. It's his day, I'm telling you. He's done some puja. Whoever he's been praying to has answered his prayers as he takes a wicket from, I reckon that's probably one of the gundiest balls I've seen that have got a wicket. And it gets the wicket of Rupam as well. It'll go for a 2-ball duck. And this one gets played out. The batter's running nowhere. The non-striker is saying, stay where you are. Bawade. Well, what a start. Yeah, I was mentioning no Shazid as the opener this time. I think the left-hander had all sorts of issues. So they go on with Shanawaz Khan. And he's just running all over the place at the moment, Shanawaz Khan. I think he can take a good note just to stay still and stop running around unnecessarily. Otherwise, he could be making his way. So 2 Khans out there at the moment. Shanawaz Khan on strike. Salman Khan is just running around like a headless chicken. All right. Bawade is going to come now. Left arm over, which, let's see how this goes. His action might suggest this goes down the leg side. No, he actually does well. He gets to where it should go. He sort of stays pretty square on, doesn't he? So he's almost pushes and forces the ball where he wants it. And the over does come to an end. And only 2 come off the over. And 1 off the bat. And 1 was a wide. So 2 for 1. The big concern is Rupam gone. And that means that somebody now like Salman Khan really does have to get a good innings here. He's one batter that we feel can probably do that for each side. Marika full here. And bringing you all the action from this magnificent and national cricket and rugby ground here in Estonia. Lovely day here today, by the way, the warmest that we've had so far. Beautiful sunshine, but there's been that breeze, which did pick up a little bit in the last innings, but it's calmed back down again now. A beautiful day for cricket, beautiful day to have a bat. Can the Vikings make it count? Shapes up to play an aggressive shot, hesitant running once again. And I think if that hits, that would have been very close. You see that Salman Khan gets bat onto ball and then starts to run, stops, runs. And then in the end, I think if it's a direct hit, it would have been very close indeed. That could be a no ball. Well, it's been called a wide. I'd like to see side on this one. Wide is the initial call. Look out behind you. And let's just have a... Oh, we might try again here on the height of this. A few times we've had players in the way. Ooh, it's hard to tell. I reckon that's a no, you know. Because I know he's a little bit outside of his crease, but I don't think that ball is dipping that quickly. So let's see what umpire Shane does here. Yeah, he retracts the wide and it will be called a no ball. Yeah, that's well done. I like the way that the umpires have worked here. Umpire Venkat, Shane, Terry, and also the tournament referee, Charles Croucher. They've worked very well together and they've got most of these calls right. So good work there from the match officials. Okay, that was the free hit, so he does go for it, but still not able to get any venom in the shot. That gets played away. So once again, Paul Browder from Essex in England, wishing him a very happy 60th birthday. That's coming up on the 25th of May. A big shout out from Shane to you. And anyone else has got their birthday today, you can let us know in the chat if you want. Maybe you're somebody who just does a little bit of lurking. Get on the chat, let us know if it's your birthday or your partner's birthday, friend, kids, anniversaries. Yeah, we're more than happy to give you a shout out. Chauhan doing the bowling. Okay, that could be the first boundary, and it will be 4 runs. Nice shot played there by Shahnawaz Khan. Gets it pitched up, and he waits for it, and he plays a beautiful shot. Hits straight through this ball. Nice stroke. 4 runs. So Shakil Chauhan just goes perhaps a little bit too straight. Puts it in the slot. And the Shahnawaz Khan says, thank you very much. Plays a very nice shot. And, well, there's a little bit of a discussion between Shahnawaz and one of the fielders while they have a little chat about that one. Okay, Shakir Chauhan leaves the long on bat. So they've got long on mid-wicket back at the moment here in the power play. Shot. Good shot. Liking this. Sensible, good cricket. And it just slows up, though. So he's unlucky not to get the boundary. Well, the reason I like that shot is the 2 men in the power play have been deployed on the leg side. So this time, Shahnawaz Khan uses his feet well, gives himself the room to play this out on the offside. It was a safe shot to play. He's just a little unlucky that the ball just sticks into some of the softer outfield there and doesn't go on to the boundary. And a little wait here now about something, and not sure what this is to do with. Some discussions. There might be just a little bit of an issue about something, and I think we might be okay here. So discussions still continue. So what I will do here, look, I know we are all a big family here on the European Cricket Network, and we share a lot of joy amongst each other, and sometimes community has to come together at moments of sadness. I got some news through yesterday, news from Malta about somebody that we know really well on the network. It was Ryan Bastians, who plays in Malta, and we've seen him play at the Cardamom Oval as well. And very, very sad news that came through is that yesterday, that came through to me, that he lost his wife recently. Very sad. She gave birth to their baby daughter, and then shortly afterwards she passed away. It's tragic news. A lot of people, of course, feeling the sadness there in Malta. Malta is a very tight-knit community. They all know each other really well. And, of course, we on the European Cricket Network know Ryan Bastians and our Malta family really well as well. So on behalf of everybody on the European Cricket Network, we want to send out our condolences to Ryan Bastians during this really difficult time. And I know that the Maltese family are all coming together to support Ryan during this very difficult time. And I just want, on behalf of everyone on the European Cricket Network, us to pass on our condolences to Ryan. It's a tragic moment, and I know that a lot of people, good people in Malta, are doing a lot of hard work to help Ryan and you know, make things happen for him. You might have seen some of it on the social media. So once again, tragic news coming through from Malta regarding the wife of Ryan Bastians, and on behalf of the European Cricket Network, huge condolences. And you know, I know that your community, your family around you there in Malta and around Europe are really going to come together and to try and do whatever they can to help you during these really tragic situation and developments that have happened there to Ryan. So this is where we come together as a family, and I know that a lot of people are pulling together to help Ryan and Ryan's family to organise a lot of things there back in Malta. And I'm sure if you are part of the Maltese family, that you will share some of those things with all the cricket family around the world, and how people can come together and try to help Ryan and his family to arrange some things that they're trying to do. But tragic news there coming from Malta. And Ryan, once again, on behalf of everyone on the European Cricket Network, our thoughts are with you during these really difficult times. Back to the cricket here. We're still having a few delays, just trying to work out just what the issues might be. Might be once again an issue that we've had a few times, some developments with some of the systems. Now, while we're having a look at that, why don't we take the opportunity to have a look at the European Cricket Championships that will be coming up in Spain. Of course, it will be the beautiful province of Andalusia and the region of Malaga at the Cardiff Oval, and this is it here. Slightly newer format this time round, when we'll have the Challenger Division and also the Premier Division. And Estonia, you can see that they are in Group 1 of that Challenger Division, and I reckon from what we've seen here briefly already, they certainly will be challenging to win that Challenger Division, and then in 2025 be in the Premier Division themselves. It looks like we are ready to go back to the action here, so we'll go back live on field. Just to remind you of the score. Oh, there we have it there, 13 for 1. We were in the 2 balls to go in the second over. Shakil Chauhan to bowl it. And the batter on strike is Shahnawaz Khan. Looks like we should be ready to go, just waiting for the umpires to be given the nod. So to those of you that are not familiar, when we're talking about what we just saw there on your screens, that it is what we call the Euros of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And not to be confused with the European Cricket League, which of course is what we refer to as the Champions League. So one is the club champions, that's the European Cricket League, and the European Cricket Championship is the actual nations themselves. Nice looking shot, but straight to the fielder. Overcommitment from the non-striker once again. And these two, let's just say, they might both be S-Khans, but their communication between each other, it doesn't seem to be very brotherly. Vikings trying to make something happen. I think they need to get past the 100 mark. Definitely the 120, but they're not going to with shots like that. That is a horrible shot. And Salman Khan, not for the first time today, literally does throw his wicket away. Salman's got to do better than this, really. That's not a good shot. He's got to recognise that he's got to play the part of one of the senior main strike batters, and if he keeps giving his wicket away like that, they're not going to do very well, are they? Is another top order batter that has to depart. He'll go just for 9 or 4 deliveries. He gets cleaned up there by Shakil Chauhan. So 2 down with the score on 13. Shahnawaz Khan, he hasn't got off the mark yet. He's had 7 deliveries. A new bat now comes out. It's always worrying when everybody is gathering around there as they are there. It was the end of the second over, 13 for 2. And let's see who's come out this time round to go out there with Shahnawaz Khan. I think let's see who the new batter comes out. Talking about some of the days that we have here on the European Cricket Network here today. We said that it was Wear Purple Day for Peace today. Also Global Accessibility Disability Awareness Day. People are encouraged to discuss, debate and educate themselves on issues on global accessibility. And it's all about raising awareness to inspire action. International Day of Light is to celebrate the contribution of light and light-based technologies to various fields and areas of life, including arts, culture, education, medicine, communication and science and sustainable development. Did you know that in 1802 it was Humphrey Davy who invented the world's first electric lamp? Looks like some of those issues that we're having out there are still continuing. And so what we will do, let's go back, Elvira, why don't we, to that European Cricket Championship graphic. We started talking about this. And let's take a little bit of a detailed look then at the Premier Division. And you can see some of the places that we've been to on there. Let's see, we have been to France, and of course action is happening in Portugal as we speak. So those two nations are going to be involved in Group A. And that's going to be pretty exciting. Who do you think, folks? I think Ireland probably would have to be maybe one of the main contenders there with Scotland. Those two will fight it out. But from what I've seen, don't rule out France. I mean, got some good spin variations. Mr. Universe, of course, Darwood, if he gets selected. And what about the youngster? I wonder if they would go with something like that we saw Staniksai, who was brilliant, wasn't he? Sajjad Staniksai, the youngster, 16 years old. He was fantastic, MVP in that European Cricket Series in Dreux. And Group B, we will be going to Hungary, but we know all about cricket in Hungary. Very exciting things happening in Hungary at the moment. And I wonder if the deploys will be available. If they are, that will strengthen Hungary somewhat. We will be going to Romania. I'll be there. Romania are always there and thereabout. And I think, of course, everybody knows most people's favourites, Taranjit Singh, and, well, Vasu Saini's been playing some good cricket there as well. But you would say that Germany probably are going to be the ones to beat there. But don't forget, you can't rule out Denmark. And, of course, later on this year, we will also be going to Austria. And Group C is, of course, Spain. Now, we've seen plenty of cricket from Barcelona in Spain. Switzerland, Belgium, Malta and Finland. We will be going to Malta late in the season after the ECC. But yeah, Malta play plenty of T10 cricket as well. And then in Group D, Netherlands surely will be the favourites. But Jersey, Italy, Norway, Sweden in that group. The group of death. So maybe Group D is all about the group of death. Right, I do think we might be ready to carry on now. Once again, apologies for the delays. But it just gives me an opportunity just to update you on some of the other finer things happening on the European Cricket Network. Right, we are ready to go. It looks like it will be Pawade who's going to finish his spell of 2 overs. Gets ready to bowl over number 3. 13 for 2. Rana Rashid. Looks like he was the new batter that came out. He's at the non-strikers in at the moment, Rana. Still all eyes at the moment are on the officials. They're waiting for the nod to be given. I hope we are ready to go right now. Well, if we're not, I'm going to take the opportunity to go on Comscam one more time. And this time, it's for a personal reason. It's my nephew Jaden's birthday today, 16th of May. So Jaden, happy birthday to you. I hope you have a fantastic time. I hope you've had a good day already and have a splendid evening. Maybe you got something excited planned for the weekend. So happy birthday to Jaden as we do return back to the action. Oh, so we're going to miss. Yeah, Jaden, hope you have a wonderful day. And I hope you've been good for your mum and doing all the right things. And you never know, do all the right things. You might get to go out and party this weekend. Who knows? The start of the 3rd over starts with a dot. And that's been hit well. Nobody's going to stop this. Good stroke. Gets it over the offside field. It just gets the ball that he wants, really, doesn't it? It's in the right area to get underneath it and play it away. So nicely played, 4 runs. That's a really nice shot. good elevated shot. It's up in the air, and third coming across. Will he make the stop? Yeah, good one-hand pickup. He gets the throw, so it gets a single gets taken here. So once again, apologies for some of the hold-ups. There's always a few gremlins that can sometimes get into the works, but well, Poiré, I'm liking his start here so far as Vinny Sandu joins me back in the cube.
Good to be back, and typically it's short form cricket, but there's nothing short about the first 2 overs of this one. It seems to have gone, what have we got, about 21 minutes in? I will tell you that I was discussing, we know who the jinx is here at ECS. Let's just say his name starts with C and rhymes with Corey, okay? So this one will be called a wide, make it go even longer. I was on the phone. Now, it wasn't to him, but it was regarding the series I'm doing with him.
Aha.
And
Okay.
as soon as there's any Corey energy around, things go wrong.
Bad
So a few
vibes.
technical issues kind of creep in.
It's bad feng shui is Corey.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, the good news is we're up and we're going. Hopefully I bring good luck now that I'm back in the box.
Oh,
And wow, that's not great luck for the keeper. And he always cops on the way back, still coming to terms with the fact that that one went under him.
yeah. I thought it was going to hit the stumps. I don't know
I
how
think
it
the
did.
keeper did as well. This is what I said as well. That, as a keeper, you need to not be put off, I suppose, by the obstacles in the way, the stumps, the batter, the bat. That's more like it. And yeah, we have seen that happen a couple of times. But anyway, hello to everyone. And yeah, just yeah, I think that's one all right. Sneaks in. That's the end of the second over, and Poetic goes for 1 for 8 in his spell. The score is 21 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and the first time we've seen him with the ball, he seems to have got his radar well. He's varied his line, varied where he's bowled from. He's come over, he's come round, he's kept it nice and tidy. And the Vikings, they have lost 2 wickets on their quest to get a sizable score on the board, so they can at least make it, well, set a target for Italian United. United earlier, they started the day with a good win against the Italian Rising Stars, and they're looking to prepare well for a real feisty encounter coming up after this one, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, look, cheeky little 3% at the start of this one. So it's a bit of a mismatch. Last game of the day, though, it's an absolute cracker, I think. I was just wondering, what are the odds? So let's think of some things that are about 3% chance, right?
Mm.
So let's say I didn't know your birthday, and and you said, guess what day of the month I'm born on? That's about 3%. That'll happen sometimes. Apparently, if you on the show The Price is Right, the odds of being called "Come On Down" is about 3% as well. So you know, it can happen. Right now, this is going to happen. It's going to be 4 runs, absolutely smashed away, just too short, and a nice little boundary pick up there. This is Ali Masood, who's bowling, gets it slightly wrong there. Masood's been pretty good with the ball for the most part. I think he'll be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, he's been a good player for his side, but yeah, you're right, that one just not very good. It's down the leg side, it gets helped along the way. So Shanawaz Khan, he gets that away. It took him a while to get off the mark. He faced 7 balls before he could, which has been a bit of a pattern really for the Viking Star, especially for the openers. But he is up and running now. Getting a boundary there will make him feel good. Hello to Trip and to Kitty. Hope you're well. Dear Maria as well. Dear Maria was sending through her condolences, of course, to Ryan as well. Really sad news that. And I know that the community in Malta are all coming round to do and provide whatever support they can to Ryan Bastian's.
Yeah, and heart goes out to Ryan and his family, and it's such a heartbreaking situation. So obviously we've been there many times, haven't we, Rico? We know them very well. This is hitting in front, and he's going to be given. This one to me looked like it was kind of curving in a little bit. I'll be curious to see if this is going to leg side or not. Let's have a look at it. To be honest, it's pretty close.
He is angling it in. And
is it hitting or is it missing? Look, to be honest, it's about umpire's call there. That's actually the impact there, right?
Yeah.
So the impact is middle and maybe middle and leg. Yeah, look, it's touch and go, but I think it's a fair enough decision. Can't really say either way. Umpire's call for me. I think as he misses a pretty straight one, Masood gets it straight enough, and he's got a wicket, and the Viking Stars now 27 for 3.
Yeah, well, we know that Masood, he's gonna try and trap you in front because he's a wicket-to-wicket kind of bowler. So Rana Rashid tries to work this away on the leg side, but it crashes into his pads. And yeah, umpire score, I'm with you there, Vinny. The umpire needs to see the angle that the ball is going in and decide if it's going to go on and hit or not. It could, looking at that, quite easily could have been clipping leg stick.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way the umpire saw it. Anyway, Shabir gets a bat, and he'll get a run. First up, into the 4th over. So it just goes for the 1 boundary in that one. It's 28 for 3 after 4. Now I'm on a page that's saying random probabilities. Odds of being born with 11 fingers or toes, 1 in 500.
1 in 500?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, now this is what I can get around. Odds of being injured by a toilet, 1 in 10,000. Okay, there's there's a link to an article about it. And it says the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, has a whole study about non-fatal bathroom injuries.
Now, bathroom
that's
injuries.
Definitely worth reading over.
Bathroom injuries, yes, I understand it. If you said to me bathroom, I can understand what you're talking about. But when you say to me toilet, are we talking sort of Elvis Presley territory here?
I don't like this one. I'm not saying fearful of this in a way that I'm afraid of heights, because I'm okay. But I don't like the idea of falling. Right?
Yeah.
So Billy is going to bowl over 5. Wide to start. Odds of falling to your death, 1 in 119. That's pretty
119?
1 in 119.
Nah, that can't be right.
Yeah. That's what it says from the National Safety Council.
Is that from work? Is that while you're at work?
I have no context.
Must be while you're at work, surely. Related to work. Can't be related to life in general. You do some research on that while we see if they go. No, they don't. How many times have we seen this today?
It's the risk in your lifetime. It actually says 1 in 218 during your lifetime. Oh, this is.
And where were you walking when you went back home? What bridge were you walking across?
Oh, don't say that.
No, yeah, exactly. You see, you go and do all these things, and now you see you could have been one of those dads. Stop doing those things.
Fireworks.
Yeah.
1 in 340,000. And you know people are scared of sharks. That's way less. It's like 1 in 4 million.
Yeah. Why are you looking at those things? I mean, what sort of random sort of questions are you doing here? That's not making people chirpy.
Yeah, no,
are you
just not right.
Is it because you're leaving us?
It was the toilet thing that got me interested.
That's not a bad shout there, you know.
Yeah, I think he must have got some bat on it.
Got a bit
kind
of
of jammed bat and pattern together. I just want cases of where people got injured by toilets.
It's got to be slipping and banging your head on the toilet. That I can understand. I suppose some people could slip off the toilet. You know, if you put too much aloe vera on you after the shower or something and go to sit down, it can happen.
I'm going to click out of this.
And not that I'm speaking of experience. What's going on here now? What's happening, Vinny? What is going on?
Goso's back.
What is going on? This isn't match 13 or anything.
You're right. It's got a match 13 feel about it.
Things are going on here. I'm running out of things to talk about now. Hey, can do me a favour?
Okay, let's take a trip down memory lane. Let's do. Haven't done this since pressure. I was doing golden ball roulette. I'm going to do a random number, and I'll tell you the story of that golden ball. Okay.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, it comes up. You got to do me a favour. You got to say happy birthday to Jaden for me because my nephew.
Happy birthday, Jaden.
Yeah.
33 for 3. Happy birthday. And how old's Jaden turning then?
Well, Jaden's turning into a teenager, his mum was saying, turning into a bit of a terror. But no, he's all right. He's a lovely lad, Jaden. He's helped me while he was growing up. He's helped me in the bar restaurant, so many times. He used to come over for the summer, and he was absolute lovely. He was lovely. He was an angel, so I don't really know. I reckon his mum makes it up. I think he's a lovely boy, really.
You know what I say? Too familiar is mi familia.
Yeah.
Your family is my family. And, okay.
What's it come up?
Jaden, happy birthday. Okay, I'm about to spin the wheel, and it says that, well, it's time to start playing again. Let's do it anyway.
Yeah, still do it.
Cut away, and then we're going to run here. Okay, so this will be a bit of a conversation starter for us. Okay, saying Golden Ball 7. Now I can get around this.
Oh.
And we're talking Wild West days. 2019-2020 is the period I call on ECN the Wild West, because no one really. It was kind of lawless. We're still finding our way. Golden Ball 7. Off the top of my head, I know this. Yeah, it's actually in Romania, and this is actually a pretty good one. Yeah, just let that go. Get another ball. It was in Romania. It was one of those 2-day series. A bit like, we had a 2-day series here in 2020. Romania was the same, because these 2-day series, originally ECS was Monday to Friday, and then next location, because foolishly we'd think we'd, take a couple of days off, set up a new series. But like, no.
It was allowed back then.
Why would you have a day without cricket? That's crazy talk. So, yeah, this is in the air, and it's out of the ground. Well, that's a nice shot. Shahnawaz Khan goes up and out of here. Maximo, his first 6. And he does it well. Off Murley just gives him something to pick up.
Yeah, nice hit, 6 runs. But that's woken everybody up. Terry Richmond's woken everybody up as well. He said he's had pizza. You can't have pizza until it's the weekend, Terry. That's my rule anyway. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. What was on it? He's going to tell me it's pepperoni now. It's one of my pepperoni and spicy. Yes, please.
Okay, let me tell you what happens to this Golden Ball, because it's crazy, okay? First, we'll see another careful shot. Certainly he's a bit selective, isn't he? Okay, it's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 40 for 3. Let's welcome you into the box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Rico Full with me. Great to have you with us. Yeah, so this Golden Ball, it's something that has never happened on another Golden Ball. What happened is the batter smashed it, looked like it was going for 4, you don't know, hits the non-striker. Smashed into the non-striker. But then, bounced away to the fielder, who then had a better angle on it. Bounced away to, I think, long on. And then coming back for 2. Throw comes in. Fumbled by the bowler. They get back for 2.
They got the
batting
2?
team wins the game. Yeah. And that was a crazy game. I think that was United versus ACCB, then known as ICCB. But, the only Golden Ball that we've had at the Moira Blasia ground in Romania. And we will be back.
Is that right?
Later in the season.
We'll have to put that right, won't we?
But imagine that. If you hit your partner.
And it's obviously going for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, but it was hit pretty hard. But they were hard enough that he couldn't get out of the way. Anyway, here we go with over number 6. Here's the tall timberback, Anurag, for Talon United.
Yeah, Anurag Singh comes on to bowl. He's had mixed time with the ball. Once again, I think like quite a few players, he just hasn't got into his rhythm yet. But I'd like to see him running in. I'd like to see him running in from where Junaid Khan was running in from. When he goes for that shorter delivery, he sneaks that in, well bowled. Yeah, well, wants a wide here, does the... See, I reckon that should always be a fine. When like Shahnawaz Khan here, who really should be thinking about using the bat and not begging for wides, because that's 15 balls now for 16 runs. But I reckon when the batter, every time a batter turns around and says to the umpire, hey, that's got to be a wide, I think there should be, I think they should get some runs deducted. And I know that the sheriff will be all for that. Nobody likes the umpires. Or nobody likes that when it comes to the umpires. The umpires are there to do a job. Let them do a job.
Yeah, true. All right. A bit of advice from the keeper there. He's trying to be helpful. 3% seems a long way off now for Vikings as the old walking wolf. Hey, we love random questions. And so I know that we've got Dabarak Scarpunk in the chat right now. Hello, Dabarak Scarpunk. Now, if you have a random question, fire away. And if it's not about cricket, even better.
Yeah.
We love our cricket, but, cricket's it's part of a healthy diet. We obviously get plenty of our recommended daily intake, about 700%. But throw a random question at us.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Jules is... okay, I won't tell this again. It wasn't even a joke, but it was a story about the world's greatest fielder at Khartoum. Did I send you that video? It was when I was with Corey in Barcelona. And this story makes me laugh so much that I couldn't finish it. I got the giggles. Which I don't very often, right? End of the 6th over here, 41 for 3. Okay, you don't know. Rick, I know you're off, so and I don't expect you to have heard it.
Okay.
I'll tell it then, okay?
Mate, come on.
It's not a joke. This is something that happened, all right? And so I've actually watched this so many times because if ever I'm feeling a bit like, a bit low on energy or a bit, need to be cheered up,
Yeah.
I play this video. It's about 5 minutes.
Okay.
And so I'm pretty much just rehashing it how I told it at the time. But anyway, Atif was bowling and then Jafar Raz was bowling. I can even tell you.
Okay.
So at Khartoum a couple of years ago, ECC Finals Day, it was either 21 or 22, I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the regulars, one of the spectators said to me, Vinny, did you know that the world's greatest fielder lives in Malaga?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, you're on it now. All right.
Yeah,
I'll tell
I'll
her for the
let
benefit of everyone else.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The world's greatest fielder lives in Malaga. Now, I'm going to try and tell it, because I'm not going to laugh, because I got it out of my system that day. It was also Corey being in a grumpy mood and just didn't want me to finish it. I said, sorry, what? He said, yeah, the world's greatest fielder in cricket lives in Malaga. Okay, I'm like, oh, okay. Going down the leg side, just a kind of walking point. Asked the umpire where he's going. He's saying going down the leg side where that ball was going to go. Okay. And then, so would you like to meet him? And we're like, okay. He says, oh, okay. I'll bring him on finals day of the ECC. All right, up and out of here. Nice shot. Yeah, Shanawaz can't tell you what, when he decides to go after it again, hit the ball a long way, can't he? Seis carreras. So he moves up into the 20s.
Yeah, problem with it is it's every so often he wakes up and he decides to hit it. You know what? He's hit 22. He's hit 2 sixes, 2 fours, but he's had 21 balls.
Yeah, but he makes you appreciate it when he does hit a boundary.
Yeah.
He's drip feeding us, isn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, let me get. I don't want to go beyond the 7th over the end of this over with it, right? So on the final day of the Euros of cricket, big crowd, everything. A dog turns up. Okay, I know you know the story. All right, some people might not. Dog turns up. All right, and then we're like, okay. And normally the owner, David Cooper, doesn't allow dogs on the property. He's quite strict with that.
Yeah.
No dogs allowed.
Yeah.
And a special permission was made for this dog, which is an amazing dog. It's like a superstar dog that can field.
Yeah.
No way I'm finishing. Oh, maybe I will finish it by the end of the 7th over. So intermission just before the final, and he says to me, this guy says, "Go throw the ball to the dog. The dog loves it." I'm like, well, hard ball. He's like, yeah, dog loves it. So I'm like, yes, throw it as high as you like.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'm not so sure about this. As this is cut away into the gap, Shabir should get a couple here, and he will get a couple. 50s up as well for Viking Stars. So, long story short, I throw it not as high as I can. Bang! Straight off the dog's teeth. And to be fair, it was a proper cricket ball, but it was like an old chewed up one. It wasn't like a brand new Grizzly, and the dog still happy as you like. Just copped it in the chops, and that's all right. He loves it. He loves it. This dog proceeded to headbutt ball after ball for the next few minutes.
So you're throwing it, the dog is chasing it, trying to catch it and banging it, right?
I threw a couple.
Yeah.
But the dog, even if you rate it against other dogs, was a below average fielder.
Right.
I think. 53 for 3 after 7 here, Viking Stars. Why don't we pause from this anecdote to have a look at what's coming tonight? Punjab CC Amadora versus the Miranda Dragons. Well, get on the Dragon Wagon. They're back for the first time since 2021, where they, I suppose, achieved a then lowest score of 14 on the network. That would soon be shattered by Gozo, CC and Malta, who bowled out for 6. But let's see how they go. Hey, they also were pretty competitive in that game. They actually had a win, I think, over Coimbra Knights.
Yeah,
you were there as well.
I was.
They're a really exciting team. Punjab CC Amadora, we know them pretty well. We saw them on night 1, and also we saw them in the previous European Cricket Series just about a month ago in Portugal. Okay, dogs headbutting balls. I've had it. I'm busy. I'm going off. I wander off, right? So I kind of lose track of it. I'm like, okay, I'm going to leave. I'm going to let this burn on its own. So, but then I catch up. This is the real funny bit, though. I think So all that's kind of filler. It was kind of funny. It was hyped up. It was a bit of a fizzer. But the funniest bit is to come, as this is in the air. Watch the Tortuga, just a single. I remember catching up with David Cooper maybe after play that night, and I was just like, "Oh, how's the dog thing, hey?" And he says, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, it's a bit of a crazy one." And then I noticed, looked down his leg, and I see this bandage on his leg, and he says, "Worst thing of all is the bloomin' thing bit me." so it actually. One time he's let a dog onto the property. The dog's bitten the owner. And it had blood on it and everything in this bandage. What's the odds to get done by a dog bite? I think that was the last that dog
I'm trying to think of the name. I can't remember the name of the dog.
John T. Rhodes. It's a good one though. Yeah, look.
Keeper.
The two things that are funny are the dog, you had to kind of see it, but the dog just enthusiastically trying to bite balls out of the air and having them bounce off its teeth, which, to be honest, props to the teeth. They didn't take any movement at all. They just kept sucking it up. Anyway, that's the dog story. And look, I can get through it now without laughing. I had a bit of a chuckle, but if you go back to Barcelona stream, you'll see kind of did lose it for a bit.
All right, Terry, come on, give us the answer. Terry's asking the question now. I think he's in joke mode as well. Well, there's no joking around here because every so often we know that Khan will hit one out of the middle. This is one he gets out of the middle. It's going to be another boundary. It's going to be another one that sails over for 6 runs. So just when some of you are starting maybe to nod off, that's if not chuckling around listening to Vinny's story, he comes into life and hits the ball.
You know what he is, and there's a term for this in the dating world. He's a breadcrumber.
Yeah.
Do you know what that is? So you know what ghosting is? By the way, I'm not that experienced in this because I'm married to cricket. But you know how have you heard of ghosting?
Yeah,
Ghosting's when when somebody doesn't return their calls and kind of turns into a ghost. Right? That's where it comes from. Steps across, actually hits it really well. He's just getting better, isn't he? Shadowaz Khan scoring wise. That's his 4th Maximo now. Again, very tape ball style shot. Gets deep in the crease, back outside the off stump, puts it over the leg side for 6. So a breadcrumb is someone that they don't ghost you, but they just give you enough, like little breadcrumbs, like the fairy tale, to keep you interested or kind of keep you
and
on the hook.
Just when you're getting bored of it, they can surprise you with something, and that's what he's doing here. So 68 for 3 balls to go in this, the 8th over. And he's going to get another boundary as this time he cuts it away. So, well, he's taken a time, but he can play shots. He's played straight. He's played over cow corner. He's cut this one away. So well done. So, all right, Terry, we want to know the answer then. Terry was asking the question, and Terry was saying, where is it? I've lost it now. I think it was what's the Mona Lisa holding?
What is the Mona Lisa holding in her right hand?
Yeah, okay, Terry, come on, we're waiting for it. A lot of
Terry.
people. Yeah, so get your random questions.
Hey, while I'm here, I got a random question from Gregor Galway asking, will we be covering the Netherlands, Scotland, Ireland Tri-Series? Well, good news. Yes, we will. And the reason I know that, I'll be there. I'm actually traveling to the Netherlands tomorrow, and I'll be on Saturday at the not so early morning time of 5 p.m. Where we'll be showing Netherlands Scotland first game. I'm pretty sure. Might bring that up for you in a second. Anyway, right now here's Anurag coming back, cut away and fielded first up. And so the there's a lot of cricket coming in the Netherlands. Actually, it's 3 separate series.
Singh. Well, he bowled a very good first over, didn't he, Singh, where only the 1 run came off it, so he seems to have found his line. Here we go.
That's all the stuff. I'm only doing, by the way, up to the 26th of May, because I've got to go to England on the morning of the 27th. But yeah, we've got the Tri-Series coming on Saturday for the first time. Come back to that in a second. This is a little inside edge, I think. In fact, he's walked. That's good sportsmanship from Shabir as well. Kind of backed away. Bowler followed him a little bit, Anurag, and he's got a wicket now. So yeah, credit to the Viking Stars. I mean, they're trying to get themselves to a respectable total here. And I think particularly through Shanawa's card, they might get to a 90 or something like that, maybe high 80s. But right now, 74 for 4. Yeah, so Netherlands, Scotland, and Ireland, there's no finals in that. It's just a straight kind of double round robin, 6 matches. It even has the rest day on the 21st of May. And then the KNCB T20 finals day, that's the top 4 clubs in the Netherlands, and that's all on the Sunday. That's a big day, actually. So I'll make up for it there because it's 3 T20s in a day. But apparently it's huge. There's a crowd. Everyone gets around it in the Netherlands. And then the HCL Tech T20IW is a series between the Netherlands and Italy. First ever T20 IWs between those nations. And they're played over 3 days. The middle day has 2 matches.
So what's the HCL Tech then? What do you mean by Tech?
They're the supporters of the series, HCL Tech.
Okay.
Of course, the division of HCL Software, big supporters of European cricket. Big thank you to HCL.
Yeah, one of our partners.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, as well as Purry Match amongst others, and Grizzly Bear Sports, and Bizway, of course, will be getting you there. So what time are you setting off then?
I leave the hotel at 5 in the morning, but it's because I've chosen to get there early and have a nice kind of R&R day, and I can listen to you then for most of the day. I find it soothes me. A lot of people say that, Rico. You're a soothing voice.
I'm a soother, am I? All right.
Even though you do have the bursts that'll kind of wake you up in a jolt.
Well, I think you need that, otherwise people will be put to sleep. Gone.
Bold. Yeah, that's pretty straight and pretty full. And Anurag smells a bit of blood here, doesn't he? So 2 for 3 for him, and Viking Stars finding it tough going against the big man. 74 for 5 at the end of 9.
Yeah, it's going to be I think that ends up being a 3-ball duck there for Yadav. He sees his stumps knocked over. And good bowling. I think he gets a little bit of edge on this, but this is what I was expecting to see from Singh when I saw him the very first time. He had a couple of, let's say, disappointing overs. He was either too pitch, full bungers, too short. He's starting to get into rhythm. He's starting to get the ball fuller and getting the Yorker length in. And they're starting to create problems for some of the batters. 74 for 5 then, with an over to go.
Yeah, also had a question from Dabba. Would the dog have been a better fielder if it was muzzled? It would have been the same. I think. Anyway, let's get ready for the 10th over. They have thrown the ball around a bit, haven't they, in this innings? It's going to be... Oh, Billy, though, he likes to bowl the last. Let's see how he goes here. One side of the wicket is the key, but this is off the end of the bat, and that's going to be 4, so some late runs coming. I suppose the question for Shanawaz Khan is, can he bring up a 50? Be his first on the network. It's on 44 now.
Yeah, he's got this one away as well. I think he's got to try and really maybe try and dictate the strike here. I know that Shahid Hussain would like to get to the other end, but Shahid, remember, it took him 13 balls to get off the mark last time, so I think he's probably just there to do the running, and the running would be trying to run 2 to keep Shanawaz on strike. Well, let's see how they go here.
I mean,
He'll probably want to get back.
Probably worth a go, but a good throw is going to gun him down. Throw. Oh, I feel like it might be out, you know.
Yeah, not too much power in the throw, but it does get to the keeper.
Keeps moving, doesn't it? I just
tight.
got a feeling his bat's in the air. I hope he's in for his sake, because I'd love to see him have a crack at his 50, but let's have a look. Keeper has to move a bit. Don't see him yet. Here it comes. He is... Oh, get there, Shanawaz. Get there. Get there. I think he's in.
He's in.
I think he's in. That bat's on the ground, is it? I think it is.
I think he's in. Give him in. Give him in. He's not the best at running. He should be sliding the bat. He should be in the air.
I actually reckon, to be honest, it's a bit of a bounce, if I'm honest. Let me have a look, because the bat goes down there. To be honest, I reckon he's technically out, but it's okay.
No. When you're running, that's fine.
Nah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking in a minute.
Right,
Wait, problematic. He's going to get out anyway. He's ruined it. Anyway, it's a shame. He'll go for 46. It's a good sky catch by Sahil Chauhan, and Obili will get the wicket. Look, let's give him credit, though. Shanawaz Khan did the right thing. He hustled back. He got the 2, but then he's going to have to go, and it's 90. It's not 90. I wish it was 90. It's not. It is 7. It's 80. I'll get there eventually. 80 for 6 in the 10th over. What I was going to say is, I think the bat bounced outside the crease.
Was it? It was outside.
And it hadn't actually been in yet.
Yeah, hadn't grounded inside
It was a tough
yet.
one, but I'm glad they gave him the benefit of the doubt. Unfortunately, it won't be a 50 for Shahnawaz, but of course is his highest score on the network.
Yeah, good effort from him. And I know you can be critical of his strike rate, but when nobody else is performing around you.
And you can't be that critical. I mean, 150 plus in the end. So he showed he was willing to preserve his wicket, probably knowing that he's one of the few guys that can probably hit multiple sixes in an innings. So I don't mind that. What was I looking at? I had a question about why no Greg the Wizard Bullock or Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm not over there at the moment. We know there's a bit of player turnover, but I know that they're still very well loved in that part. There is Panda What Up though. So
It's another
at least
wicket
there's that.
here.
Another one. It's a little nick on this court behind. So it's going to be 2 wickets in the end. I think they're... What is everyone walking off for? I've still got that as 1 to go. Yeah. Just a little edge. Nice take once again. I saw that... Was it the bowler waving it off saying, no, I don't want the wicket. But there's still a ball to go.
Yeah.
They're withdrawing the appeal here.
They haven't, have they?
What's happened? That's all I can think has happened because now the new batter's coming after all.
Yeah, I think they thought it was the end of the over because I saw the 12th running on.
There's
with
been a
some
bit of this
drinks
today.
or
There was
whatever.
one where they were checking to see a run out, but it was the last ball anyway. But everyone was standing there waiting to see. Walk off. Get an early coffee. Come on, you deserve it. All right, so 80 for 7 after 9.5. Tell you what, there's been a few zeros down the bottom here. There's actually been 3 ducks in the innings, and neither batters faced a ball here. That's going to 2-ball duck for Sachin Chauhan. Yeah, all right. Dave B's got an interesting one. Maybe for the second innings. Do I have any pre-sleep quirks? Not really. It's pretty easy to sleep, actually, doing this all day. Takes up a bit of energy. I do like to listen to a podcast. That's my thing recently.
Yeah.
Or maybe kind of...
I thought maybe you practice a bit of your Spanish.
Oh, yeah, I do. Not quite dreamy in Spanish yet. Anyway, here's Javed trying to advance the score. He will get hit outside the line or not. He's out. But Shane is certainly collecting the ducks, isn't he? I just had a feeling this hits him outside the line. You tell me, though, and it doesn't really matter because...
Yeah.
Outside the line.
For me, it's impact outside the line.
That's okay, though, because we get to see Derek, don't we?
We do.
And
Come on, Derek.
Come on, before the geese come in. Come on, Derek, where are you? Derek
He's huge.
Yeah, it's a giant, it's an Anurag-sized Derek. Looks even bigger than Anurag, who's the first to walk off. Anyway, 80 for 8 as Shane goes trigger happy and mows down most of the Viking stars. Oh, well. How to catch a falling star? Well, like this. Gundy ball outside the leg stump. Created the first wicket. No one really knew where it was. Luckily, the fielder did. So no luck for Brewer, who's a bit of a barometer, isn't he, of the Viking Stars batting lineup. Boado had the early wicket. And Shahnawaz can't look. He was careful at times. His strike rate probably didn't look that good, but he was losing partners at an alarming rate. So it's his 46 takes the Viking Stars to a semi-respectable 80. Doesn't look like that'll be enough, but who knows, maybe they can bowl well, especially early. They could even sneak in, and let's see if they can get their first point of the series by pushing the game to an 8th.
Yeah, disappointment really. Shahnawaz Khan, I mean, he wasn't setting the world alight, but he was the only batter that was certainly making things happen, and wickets were falling all over the place. In terms of extras, there was 11 of them, 8 of them in wide, so that was pretty tidy, I guess. But yeah, Shahnawaz, he plays some really nice shots, and I think maybe, and you can understand perhaps the way he went about his innings. If he had another batter out there at the other end that was also providing with some shots rather than losing wickets, then he may have played maybe a little bit more for free roll. But he had to play a cautious one. He had to think about staying there, and in the end, you can see why, because they do lose 8 wickets. He scores 46 before he goes, and nobody else really making any inroads at all. I think the next highest score at the top of my head, I think, was 13 from the captain, Shabir, and then after that we also saw 9. But yeah, you can count the ducks. There was plenty of them. I think about 4 of them in total. You can see the scorecard there. So the Viking Stars, their trouble just keep continuing, and you can't really see where that's going to change. They'll be hoping that the Tartu Wolves don't make a good start here tomorrow, because really the others are getting away from them. It's only the Tartu Wolves that haven't made their start yet. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. I think it was good stuff actually from United. Nandria decided it's an opportunity to bowl a selection of other bowlers, and Pawade, I mean, he bowled very well, didn't he? He had a bit of good fortune on his side, especially the way he took his one and only wicket. And a few other options were used there, so I know we really disappointed the captain. There's a wicket there for Shakir Chauhan as well, 1 for 11. Ali Masood only gave himself just an over, 1 for 7 there. 3 wickets though for Morali O'Billy, who did get his full quota of 2, 3 for 18, and Singh far more improved from him, 2 for 3. He's somebody I think as the series goes on can become quite a key. We've seen him smash a few balls out of the ground here today as well. He's a good fielder, a good catcher, and now his bowling is starting to come good as well. So 81 will be the target. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes time. Well, we've started random questions pretty early today, so keep them coming in when we come back. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back to this magnificent cricket ground in Estonia. We're in Tallinn, which is the capital, or about 20 minutes drive from the capital in this beautiful picturesque part of Tallinn. Looks beautiful. We've got the lovely forest that surrounds us, and not too far from here, just up the road that goes behind where we are. A few grizzlies have ventured there, and maybe a few grizzlies have gone up that road and made their way to the Baltic Sea, because it's not that far away. But it's absolutely beautiful today. A lovely day, the warmest day that we've had so far, and we've certainly seen a good bit of action. The last match that we had here, match 18, was a little bit of a low-scoring one with an easy run chase for the Italian Stallions that chased down the 84 they needed to get all the points in this Group A fixture. And I think Tallinn United, who made a good start to the day, are looking to do the same. And that means, if they can, that themselves, United and the Stallions, go into the last match together with a 2-0 record here today, meaning that last match is going to be a real humdinger. Who will win the day here, day 4 of the European Cricket Network? You can see the equation there, but really there's only one equation I think the United side are looking to and looking at, and that's to knock these runs off before the end of that 7th over to take all the points away from the Viking Stars. The Stars still haven't got a point to their name in this series. Nothing's really going to plan for them. Can they get something out of this fixture? That's what they're looking to try and do, to get something, to get a point, to get them started. And maybe once they get started, they can then try and get a few more things happening their way. We're going to have to wait and see, but they're going to have to be superb with the ball. First thing they've got to do is not give any extras away, and then at the same time after that, they've got to try and any chances that come their way, they've got to take those catches. So can they get something? The 5th time of asking in this European Cricket Series here in Estonia. It looks like it's going to be Rupam Baru is going to start off with the ball. Rupam has probably been, especially today, one of their pick of the players. Salman Khan hasn't quite found his form today, and it's just played away. They'll just guide this out onto the offside. They'll take a single. Hello and welcome back to everybody in the chat. I've got some supporters of Junaid Khan out there as well. Hello to you, Dave. Dave was a little bit late coming in today, Dave. Hope you're well. And maybe you had a bit of a late night. Were you having a jam session or something? But it's good to have you with us. Hello to Jules. Hello to Trip and Kitty. And of course, don't forget, now we got this one more match here today. We also have the night series in Portugal at the Miranda Corvo Cricket Ground. That's played away. It'll be the first boundary of this run chase, looking to get to 81 for victory. The Italian United side, and Shakil Chauhan gets a boundary straight away. Of course, both the Chauhans are quite key. Shakil does a little bit of the bowling as well, and then you've got Sahil Chauhan, the wicketkeeper, but a very strong and dangerous batter. We've had 2 batters that have hit 6 sixes in an over. Chauhan, his was pure, wasn't it, in that run chase against the Stallions. He was just amazing on his way to a score in the 70s. 6 sixes he smashed in that over. And then we saw yesterday Arslan Amjad hit 6 sixes in an over as well. That over went for 37 because there was a wide in it as well. So hitters are hitting it big here in Estonia. Bowlers are finding it hard to get going. So when a bowler does put a good spell in, and they bowled very hard to earn it. That's going to be played away, but third is back. We'll do the fielding. Keeps it to just the 1. A good contrasting colours here. Well, it's almost like we're looking at the sky and the ground here as you look at these players. You've got the sky blue, and the sky is blue here today of the United side, and the Vikings very much the green about them. The green of the forest. That's a nicely hit. Is he going to get it past the first fielder? Yes. It was a Well, that wasn't quite a 2-foot lunge. It definitely was a 1-foot lunge there from Hadi Raja. And I think probably a yellow card offence if we were playing a little bit of footy there. I like the intent though. I'm taking nothing away from it. I like the intent. Trying to make the stop, trying to make things happen. Oh, that's so unlucky. And we've seen this a few times today. Just look at the double teapot there from the wicketkeeper. And Shahnawaz Khan. And the reason is because he thinks he's going to bowl him. Goes straight through him. Classic error from the keeper. He thinks, oh yeah, this is going to hit the stumps. He doesn't even bother to move. The ball goes over the stumps, and that's going to be 4 byes. Remember I said everything's got to be perfect. Can't give extras away, and you got to at least stop those. Shahnawaz Khan getting that wrong. Allows the ball to get past him. It's going to be 12 runs. 12 off the first. So well on the way. Rupam. He can't do anything about that. It's not a bad over from him, actually. But 12 come from it, including those 4 byes. It's a slight change with the batting as well. They've gone for Umat. See if he can get things going. So, well, it should be a single there, but for some reason, Umat might be wanting an opportunity to be up there, the top of the order, but he's certainly not in a hurry to get to the striking end. So Chauhan gets sent back. And slices at this one, and again, no run. This time it's Chauhan who says nope. 2 balls from Salman Khan, and 2 dots so far. All right, catch this if you can. Wicketkeeper's got to want it. He's got to take it, and he will take it. So the first wicket goes down. Shahnawaz Khan. He was just standing and watching as the 4 byes went past him at the end of the last over. But this time around, this is not a bad catch at all. It goes a long way up in the air. We've seen keepers put these down, but he gets himself in a good position, keeps his eyes on the ball, takes the catch, and they remove the first wicket. Shakil Chauhan will depart for 5. To 5 or 5. Good catch there taken by Khan. So the 2 Khans are in action. Bowled Salman Khan. Caught Shakil. Caught Shahnawaz Khan. And now that brings out another batter that is being given an opportunity. It looks like they're going with Vikram Singh. So just changing it around a little bit are Talon United. Singh hasn't had really too much to do apart from some fielding. So he gets given an opportunity to go out there and have a hit. I don't mind that. I think that's fair play. So someone goes back to Umat, who goes big, uses his feet. Now this one is a good example of the wind holding this ball up. The wind has changed direction again. So he hits this well, uses his feet and hits it. But that ball is, well, really being held back by the wind as it's in the air. So he hits it pretty firmly. A nice looking stroke. Look at the wind. You can see the wind on the sleeves of the batter blowing right at him. He only just gets it past the boundary. And that's a nice full delivery from Salman Khan. So he finishes the over. It's not a bad over. So 2 overs complete, 17 for 1. I have to say, I mean, though I commend the Talon United side for giving others a chance, surely by doing that, they might take the opportunity away of picking up the 4 points. And when you have a look at the table there, well, take all the points and, well, get yourself back to the top of the standings. That's what I'd be thinking to do here. So they might feel confident that even by changing it around a little bit, they still can. And let's wait and see. They still need 64 runs here. And let's see how they go in this third over. Looks like Yadav gets given the opportunity, and it's a wild swing and a miss from the batter. Vikram Singh Yadav races back to his mark. Gets that one to come in a long way, actually. He starts pretty wide, but you can see by the time that it's been swung and missed at by Singh, it's only just gone over the stumps. That's hit well, and that's going to be 4 runs. Goes for the same ball again, but this time it's almost like Vikram Singh is expecting it. And it ends up being right in the right place for that shot. He doesn't really have to move his feet too much. It just makes a little bit of room for himself and completes the shot straight down the ground. So he will get 4. So Vikram looking to make the most of his opportunity here. Yeah, a few people saying got to take the singles up with Jules. Yeah, they didn't take the singles there, and that results in that first wicket really of Chauhan, because you could argue that really he shouldn't have been the batter on strike. But it's very, very true. Singles have to be taken, and even some of the bigger teams haven't been doing that. The only team I've seen do that really well is the Italian Hippos. When they're out there, they're taking the singles. There's a little dabs and running. So if there's not a boundary, if it's a good ball, it gets respected, but they'll still take the single. Umpire just having a word there with Yadav and just reminding him that he's got to make sure he's not running right in front of him. And gets the message across to Yadav. And yeah, once again he's saying, look, when you're bowling, make sure you're not running right in front of me. So it looks like umpire Venkat gets the message across. And this one's played, but doesn't get it past the fielder. I'll take the single this time, Singh. Yeah, so remember, you got the likes of Ali Masood, you got Sahil Chauhan there, Nand Riyar, all of these guys at the moment. And of course, Anurag Singh as well. All hard hitters, all of those at the moment not being used. This one will be a wide. So that's why I don't mind teams when they mix the batting order up slightly, because you do want other people to get a chance. And got to remember that a lot of these guys, and I say this a lot of times, we're not talking professional players here. You're talking about people that give up time from work, make sacrifices to play. So sometimes captains, you can understand them wanting to give other players an opportunity of a bowler or a bat, because, you know, they also have put the effort in to be there, maybe also paid the match fees. So you've got to give them the opportunities. So I agree with that, but you can always have a regular batter with somebody else who you're giving an opportunity to. Don't make rash changes. In other words, don't have to go with everybody who's new, because then, well, you maybe do lose the opportunity to take, in this case, all the points. And that's what you've got to be looking to do here. You've got to want all the points here. You have got United are in second spot at the moment. They played the same number of matches at the moment as the Stallions. After this match, they would have played a match more. They currently lie 2 points behind them. So a win would take them, a win with just 3 points would take them to 14 points. And that's just a point advantage. And they do play the Stallions next. So you've got to feel that if they want to finish top of this group, they've got to really go for the 4 points. And what we've seen there in that over, for example, is missed opportunities. Let's see how many dots we've seen there. We saw 4 dots and just the 1 boundary. Only goes for 8. That means the power play score is 25. They're still needing another 56 runs. And they're looking to do that in 24 balls. So, yeah, again, get it, understand it, but there's other ways to do it. I mean, you could always have, for example, you can still have an Ali Masood out there or a Sahil Chauhan and still have gone with Vikram Singh or Ayush Umit to be out there with them. So have one of your regulars and somebody else. That one gets played away. But again, it's just going to be a single. And now, of course, those runs or those boundaries become harder to get because the field now gets split. So they haven't made the most out of the power play. As Salman Khan continues. This one again just gets played out. It'll just be another single. Singles won't get there, and of course every time there's a single, every time there's a dot, the Vikings get closer to taking their first point in this series. It's once again gets played out. It's aggressive fielding. Comes charging in. I do like Hadi Raja. Hadi Raja was the fielder that we saw throwing himself at the ball earlier when he went for it with his 2 feet, a 2-footed lunge. Now here, runs in, picks the ball up and fires it in. I like it. He made a great stop on the boundary earlier as well. He's a good fielder. Okay, this one gets dragged on the leg side and bobbles away. Stop gets made, but the batters not really running that first one hard as well. Tiki-taka at the moment. Stallions will be watching and liking this. I mean, all right, they might lose top spot momentarily, but remember they'll have that revenge match against United last up here today. Sneaked it in. So it's another dot ball. On thinking hard about it. Yeah, another dot. So you can see now, look at the equation here now. I wonder if they'll make a change here. All right, this is up in the air. They may not have to if the catch is taken. It won't get taken. Just a single. So none of these guys going. Vikram has moved to 9 of 8. Umit is 9 of 10. Are they going to make a tactical retirement here? I think there is going to be. I thought this might happen. Yeah, I thought it might happen. One batter is walking off because they really got to be thinking about getting these points. They've given an opportunity to some batters. Now, what's happening here? You can see, I'm not sure. One of the batters is definitely, looks like he's being retired out. But the thing is here, the other batter has to be ready. Yeah, there is definitely a retirement out. So it will be Unaraj Singh, the big hitter, that is going to make his way out there. And that makes complete sense to me. I think Vikram Singh, so one Singh replaces another, as Vikram will be the man who gets retired out. I think they're sensing that they're in the process of throwing away the opportunity to pick up all the points. I'm not saying this is going to work, because quite often, like Singh is now going out there and he knows he's going to go out there to pump up the volume. So he's going to try and smash it straight away. And that means not play, not get yourself in. He's going out there under pressure. All right. So one Singh goes, another one comes. Vikram is the man who gets retired out. 51 of 18 balls is what they need here. So Anurag Singh comes out. Hussain is going to be the bowler. 30 for 2 of 4. And there you go. You see what I'm talking? Oh, he's going to get a wide here. I wonder how close this is. I reckon this is a tight call. Maybe umpire. Yeah, umpire's call. In fact, I think it's a good call. Yeah, I'll go with that. It's a good call. So all right, could be first ball. And it gets dropped. They should be thinking about coming back for 2. They will come back for 2. Because what's happened here? Oh, Elvira, show me what's happened. Because that's one fielder throw it onto the other fielder. The catch goes down. So Singh could have been going first ball. And now, what happens with this ball? Where does it gets lobbed up? I reckon he throws his and clonks the back of Raja. And then, oh, yeah, the despair. And so, see what I mean? So Singh has gone out there to try to get the acceleration in. It doesn't come that naturally. I'm also, if I'm honest, I can see why they're going with Singh, because Singh can club it. But for me, the automatic choice would have been Sahil Chauhan. The guy hit 6 sixes yesterday. So, I don't know. United here tactically are throwing this away, and this will be, yeah, that does them a favour actually. This does them a favour. I know they're rejoicing because they get the wicket, and you should be happy for one thing. That's that it's a dot ball. The fact that it's a wicket and that you're removing the likes of Ush Ahmed. Remember, he scored 9 only, and that was ball number 11. I would be more than happy to leave him in there because the next guy that comes out could be the guy that I would have gone with straight away. He would have been one of my openers and other batters bat around him. And that, yeah, there he is. I think that is Sahil Chauhan that comes out. Yeah, 19 on his back is Sahil Chauhan. Watch out now because, all right, once again, he's going out there to try and hit big straight away. So sometimes when you're putting batters in this scenario, some take to it, others don't. It's the pressure. But if he clicks, things could change pretty quickly. Well, even he has a big yank at this and misses. Have to give Vikings credit though as well. They have been so much tidier with the ball. Extras, 8. Only 4 wides up until now. Vikings starting to find their fight. Vikings are looking to get, well, at the moment, they'll be happy with a point. But who's to say they may not get all the points? Okay, Chauhan gets this one away. That's what he does. He's a 6 hitting machine. So 6 straight away. So that might help. Just want to have give you the over by over scores as well here to give you an idea of just how United have sort of messed up this reply. 12 came off the first, second over 5, third over 8, and the fourth over that went for 15. Oh, that's a nice shot. Good pick up. That's 4 runs. Beautifully played. A lovely sweep shot. That's going to go all the way to the boundary as well. So that's the injection that they want. A couple of boundaries straight away. So that will help. So at the end now of that, the 5th over, they move to 44. Still, having said that, only the 14 of that. 44, 3, 37. They got 2 overs, 12 balls to get 37, and you can see what they're needing to go at. You're basically saying a couple of magical overs here. Telling United they could. You think of the batting they've got, and you think how they started here. This could be a real mess up on their part and their quest to finish the top of the standings. This one's going to be a teaser. It will go for 4. That's what they're looking for here. Get one big over here, and it comes back into the equation. So remember, they started off with Shakil Chauhan. Shakil has opened before, so I don't think that was so much an issue. But Umar Vikram, they have gone eventually there to Anurag Singh. But even Anurag coming out before Sahil, don't forget he chewed up a few deliveries to start off with. That one will be a no ball. I don't think that hits the pitch at all, so it's off the pitch. It's a free hit coming up. The license to go the full Monty. I think they might want to just check this again. We got this again on the replay. Does it catch any of the pitch at all? I think that's what the conversation is here now between Shane, the standing umpire, and Terry. Let's see if we get a chance to see this. This says on any part of the pitch or not. And, ooh, yeah, I think some of that ball is probably not. I would stick with the original decision maybe, because that quite easily from there could kind of divert back onto the stumps. Yeah, good call. Again, I like the way that the umpires have communicated here. So, Terry communicating there with Shane, saying, yeah, go with your original call. Free hit it will be. Got to go after this. Got to go big. And he goes up in the air, and where's this going to land? Over the fielder. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna zona, shaka, lagia. Eso es muy guay, muy genial, muy dulce. Ese golpe es más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 runs, good hit. All right, this is getting interesting now, isn't it? Getting interesting. 26 of 10 balls to take all the points. Tallinn United, if they don't, they'll feel that they made errors here in this chase. And Vikings fighting for a point. And that's a good hit. Uses those long levers that he has. That's Anurag Singh. Smashes it away. And, well, I think that's one that's got away from Joe Foster. Well, Joe's been pretty good. He's part of our crew here. And this one, I think Joe's trying to get hold of it. Let's have a look, Joe. Well, he almost takes the tent with him, doesn't he? Good job he doesn't catch some of those strings and wires holding the tent together. That's going to be a big wide. Yeah, hello to all of our crew here, to Mars Wolfie, Joe Foster, Jared Newton, and Nilkesh Patel. We've got Andy Howes, Dan Horrors, having a well-earned day off today, and Alistair Priddle, after setting things up here, has departed and left us. This is in the air, the chase. Got to come back for 2. Lazy running. They're not running the first one fast at all. It's one thing that a couple of teams certainly can learn from. I know a few people in the chat have been saying the same. Elsboy is saying that Chauhan is the man. Yeah, Elsboy, you're like me. You know that guy, when he's out there, can change the context of any match. Swing and a miss, and he's going to be gone. Wicket. So Singh comes out, scores 21, but gets caught behind. Very good catch taken here by Shanawaz Khan. One-handedly taken. Well, this was the one that went over the top the ball before. They came back for 2, and then the next ball gets edged into the mitt of Shanawaz. And this is it here now. So, yeah, good take, one-handed. So, 64 for 4. A ball to go in this 6th. Singh has departed. 24 of the 8 balls that he did face. Good catch there by Khan behind the stumps. That's his 3rd victim. And the man who comes out is Samir Khan. Again, surprised that it's not Ali Masood. And he's gone, first ball. Well bowled by Nilesh Yadav. So, well, once again, I said I'm surprised it's not the Ali Masood who comes out or Nandria, any one of those two. Let's see, one of those surely will be out here now. Samir comes out. I suppose he said, I can hit the next ball to the boundary. That's really well bowled. Wide of the crease, angles it in, takes the wicket. Another one bites the dust. 64 for 5. 2 wickets in the over. The over goes for 20. It is magical, but 2 wickets from it. So, this is the equation. 17. They've got to try and get 17 in this over. It's going to be bowled by Rupam. So they go back to their key bowler. His first over went for 12. I mean, it is 100% now here to the batting side, but that's for a win. But they want all the points. Oh, that is a biggie. Oh, boom, shaka, boom, boom, boom. Ginna sona shaka lagya. Sahil Chauhan, the man who a couple of days ago hit 6 sixes in a row to get an incredible victory, chasing 176 for the Tallinn United side. Smashes the first one out of the park. 11 of 5. He's been joined out there by Masood, by the way. Shot. Oh, what a cracker. What a sizzler. Well, this is flat and hard over the offside. 6 more. Sahil Chauhan showing us and demonstrating to us what good form he's in. And he's letting you all know that me and Elsboy know what we're talking about. What a hit. What a strike. And now, 5 of 4. They're going to get themselves out of jail here, aren't they? Tallinn United. The Viking Stars is not over yet. 5 or 4. Can they do something incredible here? Can they get a point? Or will it be all the points going to Tallinn United? And that will be that. It's done and dusted. What's all the worry about in the end? Well, I'll tell you what all the worry is about. As the sheriff, well, we're worried about his welfare as this one gets blasted. It's done. It's dusted. They do it, and they do it with balls spare in the end. So all the points will go to Tallinn United. A brave effort from the Vikings. But in the end, it is, as we know, Sahil Chauhan who comes out and saves the day. 28 of just 6 deliveries. That is what he can do, and that is how you can change the match. So all the points to United. They'll go clear at the top now by some 2 points. But remember, they have got a tough little number coming up now. And the last time these two teams played each other, the Tallinn Stallions and Tallinn United, what a sizzler we had to end the day when we saw 177 chased down with 2 balls to go. It was Tallinn United that did it, and it was that man once again that we saw out there winning this one for his side, Sahil Chauhan, that did the damage. But remember, in that match, Saifur Rahman did score 137. They're strengthened this time round as well, though. They got Faraz Abbas in the side, and Abbas, well, he's already scored 80 and a 40 here today. So I think we're going to see a high-scoring contest to finish the day off again today. But will it be an exciting one? Will it be a close one? We'll have to wait and see which team in Group B will finish the day sitting at the top. Will it stay as it is with United going home sitting pretty at the top? Or will it be the Stallions that gallop to the top of the standings of Group B? Well, we ain't got long to wait to find out that match from now in about 25 minutes time. But these were the wickets that were falling. Remember what I said when we saw that wicket fall of Umut. He gets caught behind 9 of 11, and I thought you probably don't want to lose that wicket because you knew Sahil Chauhan was going to come out next. The rest, my friends, is history because Chauhan is something else. Don't take anything away also from Singh. Singh got very lucky. Now, don't forget that if Singh was caught that first ball that he hit up in the air, things could have been very different. He got dropped, and then after that, he smashed a quick fire 24 of 8 deliveries as well. That was a good delivery. Nice, full and straight to remove Samir Khan. And once again, I don't understand what Tallinn United are doing with their batting. They get very lucky here. How Samir Khan comes out before something like Ali Masood, I will never know. And Nand Ria. So they've got to work out their batting order here to the Tallinn United side. For me, they get a little bit lucky there, but they've got Sahil Chauhan and to a degree Anurag Singh to thank for getting them all the points in that one. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures as well. Vikings, they battle hard. What can you say? They're a team, is through no fault of trying. They're trying to use and get the best out of the resources that they have. I think Rupam, he bowled a good first over, but just couldn't find a way through. Sahil Chauhan there towards the end. Salman Khan returns back to what we know he can do. 1 wicket for 10 of his 2 overs. But in the end, it just doesn't end up being enough. The other wicket there taken there by Shahid Hussain. 1 for 14. So it will be Tallinn United. They get the win. They do it early. They do it in style. They return back to the top of the standings. So we have a short break now of around about just over 20 minutes. I tell you what, I've said this before and I'll say it again. And those of you that have been watching the final matches of the day will know why. Take a little break. Have a little power nap. 5 minutes, no more. Make yourself a cup of soup, a tea, a cold drink. Split the popcorn on and come right back. Because in 22 minutes time, we have got an absolute sizzler for you. And the Tallinn Stallions take on Tallinn United. It's also the last match that Vinny Sandhu will be doing from Estonia. And let's make sure we give him a good send-off as well as he makes his way to the Netherlands and keep those random questions coming in as well. Hasta pronto, mi familia. Join us back in 22 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of day 4 here in Estonia, but we're nowhere near done on the network today. Still 2 matches to go in the Portugal Night Series tonight. First time we'll see the Miranda Dragons for 3 years, so get on the Dragon wagon. Let's see if they're breathing fire under lights against Punjab CC Amadora. Phil G standing by to take you at the end of this game. But this game should be an absolute banger. It's match number 20, rematch of match number 10 on Tuesday night. More about that in a second. But it is the Talent Stallions taking on Talent United in another talent derby here to finish the day. Let's get ready for the coin toss now. Charles Croucher has the 2 captains.
Talent United to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We'll bat first.
So the toss has been won by Talent United and they've elected to bat. Now that's pretty interesting because they actually pulled off a monster chase the other night on Tuesday night in match 10. They chased down 177 to win against the Talent Stallions. Now that's the equal 3rd highest chase ever on the European Cricket Network in over 5,000 matches. And what a day as well, because you know today we have gone over 1 million runs lifetime on ECN. Is absolutely mind-blowing. Got to say that Saifur Rahman, he was pretty comfortable in match 10. He scored 137 not out, but to no avail. In fact, he now holds the record for the highest score in a losing team, and that's thanks to some of the big hitting we saw in the second half. We even saw the 6-6s come up. It all kind of went wrong for the Stallions. So for me, actually, with a lot of firepower with the bat on both teams, maybe I think the team that bowls better, bowls less, hit me balls, hits their spots, might have the advantage in this one. So 2 teams that would both love the automatic qualification spot. They both won't be able to achieve it. Let's see what happens in this one. My last game in Estonia as well for this year at least. Really looking forward to getting over to the commentary box where Rico Full is standing by. The news from the toss. United winning the toss. This time they want to bat first. Let's see if they can do the double over the Stallions. Rico, it's over to you.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Yes, it is Vinny's last match here in Estonia. This time round, he'll make his way to start things off in the Netherlands, leaving early tomorrow morning. So, well, let's wish him well. Let's send him some nice messages through in the chat. He will be joining me in a very short while as we look set for this match. So, yeah, you saw the news from the middle there that it will be the Talent United side that will want to bat first this time. An interesting one because they did win last time chasing, but it was a big chase, wasn't it? 177, and I think they're just thinking, look, why don't we try to apply the pressure on the Stallions? I think they know that the Stallions do like to bat first as well. So I think this is a little bit about taking away from them what they like to do and then trying to apply some sort of runs on the board pressure to the Stallions. And both teams have had wins here today, but which one will go home with the 100% record in this match day number 4? Interesting what the win predictor is thinking there. So we're ready to go. Just a few warm-ups happening. Just the umpire. There's umpires right up there, halfway up the field, making sure those stumps are nice and straight. There's Terry. Terry will be there in charge of the first ball. Umpire Venkat is the second umpire. Umpire Shane for this match will be the third umpire as we get ready and set to go. And it looks like we're returning back to sort of a normal type of batting order. Ali Masood is opening up with Achit Nagam. It's nicely played away. Lovely shot. Movement there is there from Giwala. He will always get that ball to move around. Gets this to come in, but that's very nicely played and nicely played away. 4 runs. Interesting to go with Giwala to open up with the ball. Well, they've still got Junaid Khan, of course, in there. Junaid has got a real bit of pace about him, but Giwala to open the first ball. Though there's plenty of movement, he starts pretty wide, doesn't he, Giwala? And though he does get that ball to come in, it's nicely worked away by Ali Masood. 4 runs off the first. This one just gets worked away on the leg side. Single gets taken, so strike handed over to Nigam. Nigam didn't get a bat earlier in the very first match that Talent United won this morning, 151 to 106 against the Rising Stars. So he's keen to perform. We have seen him score a half century And the United, and also we saw them victorious against the Viking Stars, and now playing their third. So 2 wins, trying to make it 3 out of 3. All right, high, up in the air. Could be a first baller. Somebody's got to call this, and they messed this up big time. They mess it up big time. And the man who took the 5 catches in the last match is the one that gets it wrong. I see why he wants it, because he's been catching so well. But this has got to be the fielder that's coming in from the boundaries catch. So that's a huge let-off. Yeah, I think you've got to be leaving that one. And the man on the boundary who's coming in has got to be the one who looks good to take that catch. And now it will go over that man. He's going to have to go fetch this. So that's the way it goes. One batter gets dropped and the other one rubs it in. So Achit Nagam, remember that. He gets dropped. Very first ball. He could have gone for a golden. He's not first knock of the day. And of all people is Junaid Khan that puts him down. The man who earlier today couldn't drop a thing, could he? You would have put money on him to take that catch. You can understand why he wanted it, but wasn't able to hold on to it. Masood going well. That's a good delivery, and oh, well, almost. I mean, he has to dig this out, but he still tries to work it away a little bit. He almost proceeds to sort of chop this onto his legs and onto his stumps. Bit off the rub of the green there. Oh, smashed into the hands. Down it goes. Both batters have been put down. That was absolutely peppered. Has to be said. It was crunched, and you see, we can't even keep up with it ourselves. What a great effort that is from Zishan Ali, the captain. But he puts it down. So we've seen Achit Nagam dropped on 0. Now we see Ali Masood being dropped on 12. Zishan, what a catch that would have been. Hey, this is where we are at the moment. Of course, Estonia happening here. Portugal, the 9 event. Netherlands, Vinny Sandu will be off to get that started as well. We then have the Continental Cup from Romania. England will be happening in Wimbledon. We're going to see the Wombles. We're also going to Cyprus. And, well, for me, the first time in Czechia. I'll be there sort of halfway through the first week to join Vinny. So plenty of cricket coming your way. And, well, interesting enough, Ram Krishnan. So for some reason, they're deciding that they want to hold on to Junaid Khan, or whatever the feeling is there. So no Junaid yet. Does this one carry? Is this another one that goes down? I think that's Ankur Patel. We might have a good look at this. Couldn't see it properly on the ground because there was another fielder in my way. Let's see. It's maybe I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm saying that drops just before him. Okay, catch this, somebody. Oh, well, it's going to be taken. For a moment, I thought the same thing was going to happen here. Well, the man who made the attempt in the last one makes no mistakes this time. Well, one just fell short of him, but I don't think there's any issues about this one. It's a good catch taken. Goes a long way up in the air. I thought the fielder who was behind square was going to run into Ankur Patel here, but he does put the brakes on, stays away from him. It's well held. So after a couple of lives, Achit Nagam, well, he's going to go, and he only goes for just 1 on the board. Remember, he quite easily could have been gone very first ball. So he gets lucky once, but doesn't get lucky twice. Good catch taken there by Patel. And it is Krishnan, so they do stick with Krishnan to bowl over number 2, and he picks up the wicket as well. And the first one does go. So 14 for 1, as it is now Nand Riyar that comes in. And talking about coming in, Vinny Sandhu comes into the queue for the last time here in Estonia.
Yeah, it's a shame actually. They have to go so soon. Right now, this ball's going to go, and it's going to go a long way. Maximo Riar comes out roaring as Krishnan bowls the big in hoop up and ends up out of the park.
Yeah, well, Rial, you're just saying that he may have not had the captain's faith in him coming out in that trying to score runs quickly in that last match against the Vikings, but he just shows that he is more than capable of hitting a big ball. So, Krishnan back to the drawing board, and, well, it's the same again. He gets picked and he gets sent. Well, this one is a little bit bigger than the last one, and the logs come into play again. And, well, there have been a multitude of uses for these logs around the ground. We've spent some leisurely time sitting on them having our lunch. I know spectators have come along and sat on to watch the game. They've also stopped the Grizzlies going into the road. So after picking up a wicket, Nan Ria comes out and he smashes his first 2 balls for 2 big sixes.
Yeah, what a start for him. This one just gets a bit big on him though, doesn't it? Yeah, how much is enough? That's the big question in this game. And obviously, we saw 176 hunted down the other night when these two teams met. Were you a little bit surprised that United chose to bat first after they pulled off that miraculous chase the other night?
Not that surprised, actually. I get the feeling that they didn't want to give the Stallions what they wanted to do. I think the Stallions probably would have wanted to bat first and try to bat them out of the game.
Yeah, okay, it depends which way you look at it, doesn't it? Because, okay, you could think, okay, yeah, we chased anything down, let's chase. But if you just look at the first half of the game, they bowled first, and to be honest, they got absolutely smashed.
Yeah.
So you take that away, and hopefully you don't get yourself in that situation in the first place. Anyway, Krishan goes for 14, and at the end of the second over, it's 27 for 1. Let's have a look at how Group B is shaping up. We'll go back to Group A tomorrow. Actually, I have to look at the fixtures for tomorrow. It might be one of those mixed days. I think tomorrow we go back to Group A, but we'll come back to that in a second. But you can see that this game could well determine who automatically goes through, because the top team will go straight through to the finals Friday. 2, 3, 4 teams will get to play the 2, 3, 4 in the other groups.
Mm-hmm.
They'll all play each other in kind of like a 6-team second round, kind of like a playoff for the other 2 spots over 3 days. But yeah, Tartu CC could come and upset the apple cart. Don't forget, the Tartu teams in both groups will be here on the weekend, kind of having all their games on the weekend because, well, most of them around the weekend because of the extra travel, of course.
So just waiting here. I think this could be perhaps a shirt number issue here. I think they're just trying to find out who the bowler is.
Zishan Ali.
Zishan Ali?
Yes, it is. And for some reason he's putting down as number 13, but he's been wearing number 3 all day. So that's a bit strange. But anyway, there he is. And you should know who he is because he's the captain. He's the guy you have to deal with. Maybe that's the one guy you don't check because you just see the captain will be right. But he hasn't changed his shirt number. He's always wearing number 3.
Oh.
Edged and almost a sensational catch. Oh, this is a real tough one. We're near behind the stumps. Let's check it out. I think he gets a hand on it. It's just a thick edge. I don't know if he gets a glove on it or not. It's a tough one, obviously. If you stay lower longer, then you've got more of a spring to try and get up to those. Now, it's going to be a hanger if you can hold on to it. But
yeah, it's a great effort. He moves quickly, but so does the ball, unfortunately for him. He's not able to hold on to it.
yeah, a little half chance, I suppose. Just a lot of firepower on both teams. I said, I think whichever team might bowl better might win the game. Just give less opportunities for the batters to hit those sixes. This is an opportunity, and this is what I'm talking about. Not a 6, but it will be a 4, but it's too short, and it's too leg stumpish from Zishan, and disappears to the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Ali Masood. It just sort of works this around, doesn't he? It's sort of around waist height, coming off the deck. As we know already that don't really get too much pace coming off the ball on here. So Zishan Ali, a little bit too short and a little bit too straight. So that's worked away nicely by Masood.
Flying start. They put their kind of floating slip in place now. That's well bowled. It's almost going to hit the helmet, and it's probably going to go to the boundary, but it's still well bowled. I like that. Throwing every part of his anatomy he could think of at that Giwala.
dear.
But this is one of those ones, it actually spins on the second bounce. See, it's a rolling off cutter. Yeah, well, camera thought it might be hit. It wasn't hit. And, yeah, it's going to be 4 buys.
Yeah, but Giwala, maybe he's got a little bit of gi on his knees because he slides
Look at
pretty
this
well,
second
doesn't
bounce, though. I mean, it's a tough one, but again, the keeper isn't. You got to get more down to ground level.
Yeah.
Can't just kind of leave your feet down there and hope for the best, right? Again, not an easy stop, but probably a better technique you could go for. This is hit way towards the boundary, so for Rahman. He's going to scoop up and hurl the ball in. Yeah, good game. This already got a different kind of feel to this game. I know that we've had a few mismatches here in Group B, but yeah, this one, obviously we know what happened the other night. So something about last games of the day. They seem to be the most gripping contests here in Estonia. Last ball of third, as a top edge is going to fly past the fielder. Kind of takes a left at Albuquerque, then he's going to kick it to nobody in particular. He's going to have to come back and do his own work. That would be a chance for a 3, actually, if they were running harder, but I think they'll settle for 2, and that'll be the end of the over. It's 43-1.
Yeah, Patel, he does eventually catch up with it. I thought we've seen a few clangers, midfielders trying to stop the ball with their feet, but luckily for him, Patel, he gets a good bit of that, stops it. Batters will come through for 2. It is the end of the over. So going okay here. Look, they're taking little steps forward. 13-14 and 16-43-1. So they'll be happy with that start. United, they have lost 1 wicket. And it was that one of Nijam, who hasn't really had too much of an opportunity today, and gets his chance at the top. He was dropped on 0. We thought maybe he'd make the most of his line, but it wasn't to be. The next time he hit the ball, he hit it into the hands of Patel, who took a good catch.
So tomorrow, just confirming, we are back to Group A, but first time we'll get to see the Tartu Wolves on day 5, and then on Saturday we'll have a mixture of the Group A and Group B, because there are a couple of Group B matches, which are the Tartu CC games. Again, trying to kind of get as many of those games on the weekend as possible. The Tartu teams will play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And the thing is, for the Tartu teams as well, I mean, if they qualify for the round 2, which if they finish 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, then they'll continue to play over the next 3 days after that. It just means they have to go back and forth. Anyway, here we go with Adnan Saeed. First ball is turned away, and it's going to be 4. So it's a full toss. I like the idea of going forward. It was ill-directed, and Ali turns around the corner.
Yeah, what do you make of this, Vinny? I mean, a couple of things from both sides, okay? So first from the Stallions, Junaid Khan. Why is he not bowled yet? And then from Stallion United, Sahil Chauhan. What are you holding him back for?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I mean, he did come in lower the other day and absolutely smashed them. I suppose whatever you do, it's the batting order. Stallion United have a lot of options. I mean, they will mix it up, and we saw that in the last game. I think they're saving what they think is their optimum order here, and they think they tend to think. I think that Chauhan's a middle order player. I don't know though. I mean, does it matter? Not really. I think in a 10-over game.
Just look at his strike rate. Look what he's done every time he's gone out to bat. I mean, let's face it, that last match, Vinny, if it weren't for he hit 28 or 7 balls. If it weren't for that, they weren't getting the 4 points.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and he's hot right now.
Yeah. It's
another reason I think you would. Anyway, they've got him up the sleeve. Pretty full sleeves, though, for both teams.
Haven't they?
I like that from Els Boy saying bonus runs lost for the foot fielding. Exactly. Talking about that earlier in the day. This is hit really nicely over cover. Well, maybe not as nicely as I originally thought. And we'll double back for 2. But yeah, to be honest, of all the games in the group so far, I think this is the most important one we've had. Because it could, and I emphasise could because there's still a few games to go, it could determine who goes straight through to the finals. Because, 2 teams will get the easy way to the finals day. 2 teams are going to have to fight the hard way. 50 up for United as well. That's well bowled. It's right over the line. I got to say, I thought it would work, and I think it is working pretty well, that new wide interpretation. I think it's simpler, and it's also, I think, a bit fairer. I mean, that's a ball that the batter can certainly reach that and get a good bit of bat on it. But, okay, doesn't really move the feet, so he doesn't hit it. But I think the bowler's rewarded there for bowling outside the off stump, and That's good defensive bowling in the air and flying for 6. Maximo Ferrier, who's been pretty good since he's been here. That's the third time he's hit the ball out of the park.
Yeah, Saeed, after bowling a good one where I think he should be, I don't know if this is a attempted slower delivery. He might have rolled the fingers on it, but he delivers a full toss, and that gets smashed easily down the ground.
Cutter gets it wrong. This time it is slightly better. Has slightly more of the body towards the ground. Hey, we love random questions. We had some good random question runs
We
earlier.
had some.
So go on, throw one in there if you like. I'll be going to the Netherlands tomorrow. Now, I've already been having some preliminary commentary meetings. I don't want you to feel like you got some FOMO here, Rico, but right now this ball is not missing out. It's out of the park. Again, what a shot from Riar. He reaches and he absolutely smashes that one. That's just a passerby that's going to field that one. Of course, that's how far it's gone. Maximal, 6 more.
That was a glorious shot. I mean, we've seen some big ones out on the leg side and straight down the ground, but outside the off, that's the biggest so far. And, well, just somebody take a leisurely walk around the ground, says, there you go.
Souvenir.
No issues.
End of the over. 63 for 1 after 4. Yeah, so I know you're kind of holding the fort down while we kind of embark on the T20s around the place. And obviously you're doing a fantastic job. So don't we get kind of jealous of my lifestyle. But we're already planning, we've got 3 commentators on this Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland one. We're already planning brunch on Sunday, brunch on Saturday before the game.
Well.
And maybe kind of run into lunch.
What is going on? I'll tell you what, me
It's
and
a new
Charlie will have
lifestyle.
Charlie will join me. It'd be nice to work with Charlie again. Of course, Charlie now has finished his university, so of course becomes a lot more available. And of course, I think Charlie, after doing a very good job there at the Medina Cup, is looking forward to being here.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, tell me.
When I'm away from the ECS, I can't get a golden ball. It's only a week, by the way. So I'm only away for a week. I'll be back in England, and then I'll do the night series. So I know that you and Nish are handling Cyprus, but I don't have the ability to have a golden ball, and that is a little bit disappointing. Because I reckon there's going to be one. So I'm not disappointed. I feel there's going to be a golden ball while I'm away.
Yeah. Well, that's been launched. That's going to be 6 runs. And I know when I left you and you were going to Brescia, I did say to you, I said, you're going to get a golden ball in Brescia. I actually said you're going to get it first day. Never happened the first day. I think it happened the last day, did it? So I just got me days
the
wrong.
golden ball in Brescia was day 9.
Day 9.
It was day 9. Danny, it was Danny's last game.
When's the last one that you've done? I know there's been a few when you've sort of been in your travels. What's the last one you've actually
I can tell you
called?
the last one I did was in Portugal. It was the golden ball final.
That's right, yeah.
Golden ball final. The Rock. That was crazy. I know why you're laughing too. It's not about the golden ball. It's about the handbags at 10 paces afterwards.
And you being in the dark as well. I think that was great. The production's having the floodlights on.
Jared, who's on this crew, he actually got written up possible employee of the month. And one of the reasons was helping break up players after the final, the Portugal final. Steps across and whacks it. Maximo! Ali Masood putting on a bit of a show here in match 20. Big game for both teams. That one was large. Kind of made his own line there, didn't he? Again, okay, the line's fine from the bowl up, but have a look. The length. There is length on it, and it allows them to get under it. It's such a big difference if you can nail the Yorker versus if you're almost there.
It's still a quality shot, though, isn't it? A very good shot. It's all about playing the right shot to the right ball.
Zishan's gone for 27 off 10. But now forces a false shot in the air. Can anybody reach it? No. Surprising. It's, I think everyone looked around, including Zahan. Yeah, so, by the way, I'm not disappointed if someone else does a golden ball. What I mean is, I'm a bit disappointed because when I'm commentating, I'm used to there being the possibility of golden ball.
Yeah.
And when you take that away, it's just...
So you're going to have to be excited about the possibility of a super over now, then?
And that's fine.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can't...
You've never done a super over, right?
That's actually true. I've never done a super over. So I could tick that off my bucket list, potentially.
Yeah.
But a super over is going to take 15, 20 minutes.
Now, you know how they work. You know how they work, right? Super overs.
Yeah. So 2 wickets in hand, right? I mean, there's different versions of super overs in different competitions, by the way. But the type that the standard for the
Now, what
for
do
the
they
T20.
what do they use in Netherlands? Will it be after the super over if the scores are still tied, the count back,
No,
or do they do another one?
The countback's dead.
It's gone. Right.
After 2019, that's how I
Why
know.
doesn't it just do a golden ball after if the
That's
Super Bowl
actually a
is
good
tied?
idea. Hey, let's welcome you into the comedy box quickly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico Full with me. Yeah, so if the super over is tied, they have another super over.
Yeah.
And if that's tied, have
Another
another
one.
super over. But when you start, this is where it just wouldn't work on ECN because, I mean, unless you want to get the torches out and do it by moonlight. I mean, we're using up every bit of daylight. We don't have that much time to burn. Look, I obviously it's super over is a very exciting thing, but something I noticed, and this is kind of what led to the Golden Ball innovation as well, is that sometimes they finish on a bit of they don't go to the last ball. So you kind of know, well, that's it. Okay, one team's got 20, the other team's 5, and there's 2 balls to go, and there's kind of 2 minutes. And what was a really exciting game kind of finishes on a
It fizzles out, doesn't
fizzles out. Whereas a Golden Ball, you are guaranteed that everybody is going to be on edge for that minute or the couple of minutes around it. By the way, you must have seen already the Golden Ball compilations. I think the first 2 are out. I'm waiting for the third one. Oh, that's a good way to get around.
Yeah. Now that's
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 a race.
cool.
All right,
That's
let's
super
commentate.
cool.
Ready? Yeah,
That's-
2-wheel on the outside, now coming up the quad run now, leads by 3. Here comes round the outside. And here comes making a run now.
Oh, he's catching up.
Oh,
Catching up. But we'll have to go to
little
Junaid.
look to the left.
And, great effort from the fielder at third. He commits for the catch, doesn't he? And then in the end, well, that's Abbas. If he catches his, it would have been brilliant. But in the end, it gets underneath him and goes for 4.
Would have been a great catch, wouldn't it? But, yeah, I think he does the right thing to
Let's
go
go
for
back
the
to the
catch.
races.
Yeah,
Back
come
to
on,
the
here we
races.
go.
Oh, he's stuck. He's stuck in the mud.
Oh, he's stuck. Controversy. Might have to head to the pits.
He
But
caught up
it's a-
well. They
it's
got
a
stuck in the mud.
pretty good lead that she's got there of about, I'm going to say about 10, 15 metres now. Looks like it's extending slightly. To be honest, is it bad? They're well protected. Is it bad that I want to see a crash? You know when people see motor racing?
Oh, come on.
That's what they really want.
They're little kids.
They don't want anyone to get hurt. It's pretty long grass.
He's quite bumped. Oh, the
here he
lid's coming
comes.
off.
He's
The lid
coming on
came
now.
off.
Come on. Get up there.
Oh, we're going to have to go back to Junaid, who now, watch out. That could be going into the race course.
Hey.
Oh, the log stop it. Huge cheers there as Nunria smashes this one away.
Yeah, great shot. Just kind of holds his body weight there and snaps a hand through it. Watch this shot. Bang. Oh, did he catch up? I think he caught up.
There's all sorts happening here. And you got the lawnmowers going at the other
I'm not a big horse
side.
racing follower, but I'm fascinated by the way that they commentate.
Oh, the commentating is unbelievable.
It's crazy what they're doing in a short amount of time. All right, high. Now, I think this is catchable. Saifu Rahman comes around to his right, and he holds on to it. It's a really good catch. And important, I think they got Riyad because he was up and he was ticking. He falls tantalisingly close of a half century, out for 48. Nice catch by the big man down the ground, and the score is 91 for 2.
Yeah, well, Junaid hasn't had it all his own way, but he does finally come on to bowl Junaid Khan, and he does pick up a wicket, 1 for 10 of the first 3 balls, and courtesy of that catch there from Saifu Rahman, he hasn't put too many down, has he? He's a good catcher of the ball, is Saf.
Yeah, he's very good. Got big hands, knows how to use them. I think that's on his resume. But Sahil Chown is coming to the crease now at number 4, and probably an ideal time for him to come. You were saying probably should have been already there, but I suppose the batters that have been there haven't wasted any time. You've got Ali Masood, 35 off 15 there at the moment. You've got Riaz has just gone for 48 off 16. And now Chown, fresh off the 6 Maximos in the over the other day. Not even the highest scoring over of the series now, though. Game's on a knife's edge. First one, slight false shot, doesn't carry. That's the luck factor. You never know if he's going to give you another chance again. That wasn't really a chance, obviously, but it was a false shot. Chown gets away with it and gets off the mark.
Yeah, it doesn't. And just a single. That could have gone anywhere. You're right, Vinny. That could have been pretty big. Remember, he's coming into this match after blasting 28 of just 7 deliveries.
I want to see the kids do the jumps like over the logs. They should have ramps and stuff, shouldn't they? Well bowled, good area, good line. Keeper gets multiple Tortuga there. He backed off hoping for a decent bounce. He got one bad one and another bad one. They said, okay, let's run.
Yeah, plays it into the ground, and you can see there that Masood is watching, and in the end, Chauhan says, yeah, I can make it, let's go. So they do go. I mean, where's this racing happening?
Yeah, where's the racing gone?
Is it? Was that?
There's another.
Was that the qualifier? Was that the time run?
There's vehicles over there. Is that like a tractor over there? What is that? Oh, this is a funny one, you know. They're going to get through, but I wonder if this is kind of a buy. It's the very top corner of the zone. Well, first we'll look at the width. So I think on the width, it's probably over the line. So then, is it over his head? Probably not. I reckon that's, you know, if you got like a box where you can bowl, assuming this isn't over the head. Let's have a look. You can see top of the head there's kind of in the container. Yeah, it's probably like the perfect top corner, hardest to reach legal delivery. So it looked pretty wide, but I think technically it was okay under the rules now. So 94 for 2 after 6. I suppose that's very clever. It's like in baseball when you have the strike zone. And I always thought when I used to watch it, why don't they just bowl them, pitch in the middle of that every time? But the reason is they're easy to hit. So they try and like just nick the edges of the zone, so the batter has to reach a bit. Of course, they don't have wickets either in baseball. There's similarities between the two sports. You think a few people enjoyed seeing the kids on the toys. Oh, here we go. Now there's another race. Okay, Dog just keeping about a 5-meter lead at the moment.
This is
the Toyota. What is that? I don't even know what. The car in the back now. The car's making a move now. Going to come up on the right. The Dog slightly off course. Bit of tail wagging there. Time to kick. Takes a line in front of the car. And the Dog is 5 from line. Coming to the 3 now. Coming to the 2. Coming to the 1. And the Dog wins the race. Woo-hoo!
That is the laziest form of taking the dog for the walk that I've ever seen.
That's the second dog-related incident today. How do you feel?
Yeah, honey, I'm taking the dog for a walk.
I love cricket. Everyone knows that. I've commentated more games than anyone in the world. But I think it's time I should start trying to turn my commentary to other things. Okay, so we've tried the kids' quad bike and bike racing. We've had the dog versus car race. As this is lifted up out of the ground, well, right now Masood ready to go barking mad as he searches for his half century, moves up into the 40s with a maximal 6 runs.
It's his shot, isn't he? Sort of steps back into his crease and then just lofts that over cow corner. When we're calling it cow corner, we could call it dog corner. They're having a pit stop over there. We've seen the kids on the little quads as well. It's all happening there at the moment. The tractors are going around. Hey, there's a lot of rugby happening here at the weekend.
Yeah, okay. Get me
That's
on the
why
rugby
they're doing a lot of work to the rugby pitches as well.
I could do the rugby. I'm not a huge rugby person because I'm from an AFL state in Australia, but I could try. Oh, well bowled. There's the Yorker. Funny how when you bowl Yorkers, good things happen. And Masood just has to take his medicine, chop it out. Do you remember in 2020 during the lockdown, there was it was like a sports commentator that, and he wasn't super well known. Yeah, he was a professional commentator.
Yeah.
I think he was an English guy, and he started commentating just regular things. That's a cracking shot, and it's going to be put down. I can just fade a little bit right to left. I think it's Ram Krishan out there. He looks pretty nonplussed, but look, at least he saves the boundary.
He hasn't caught one yet, Ram Krishnan. He keeps trying. Well, yesterday was International Day of the Buddha, and he looks a bit like the Buddha when he puts that down. Oh dear, Ram Krishna. It's just not happening for him. The Grizzly follows him around, but he can't take the catch. This one just gets worked out. He likes to go wide, doesn't he, Saeed? We know this about him already. I'd like to see this ball again to see how wide he does go. And I think the umpire just is having a word. I wonder if we can just see the foot here. Don't see it with that shot, unfortunately. But I wonder if that's what Terry just had a word with him, saying, "Hey, you're going
to do it." Let's have a look.
Yeah,
he didn't quite touch the line.
But at least, I like that. It's good umpiring. If Terry just said to him, just letting you know you're very close to that return crease, good umpiring. I like that.
Yeah, he's he's well inside that time. I think it must have been just a decision to go a bit of variation on the crease end of the 7th over. I think for me, the Stallions getting the better of this one so far. United are 105 for 2. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow here in Talon. And look, it is Peacock Friday. I'll be shining brightly when I get on the plane. But we got some more Group A action, including the introduction of the Tartu Wolves. They'll play 3 times tomorrow, and they're playing the Bulls as well as Super Riders, and then the Hippos. So the Hippos get the last game of the day again. Join Rico Full tomorrow. Your only day by yourself before Charlie comes to give you a bit of assistance. And it looks like it's time to pack up the toys and go home.
Yeah.
We'll be going home soon, but 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 noon India is when we'll be back. Yeah, so this guy, he started commentating like things in the park. So he was commentating, I think there was a race between just people walking their young children in prams.
All right.
And he was kind of like commentating, and people really liked it because no one had anything to do back then. And then also, I think there was one where he commentated like the kids just playing football in the park.
Yeah.
And he started commentating it like a real game.
Okay.
So it was kind of...
Yeah, but that must have been after COVID. I don't think the kids could have played football.
Yeah,
in
but
the
I think
park.
they were like their own family or whatever.
Oh,
you know, like,
okay.
his name was Nick Heath. There you go, so you can look him up, Nick Heath. It was pretty good.
I thought you were going to say that he was commentating like a couple of pigeons like
he's
in the park and things
that's
like that.
the kind of thing that he was doing as well. I'll give you a list. That's one way to try and score. It's also another way to lose your head. But Masood will cause a bite. Putting some confusion raised there. Okay, let's see. What did he commentate? Yeah. Oh, he would commentate people perusing supermarket shelves. Or 2 dogs. Yeah. Oh, I remember this one. 2 dogs chasing each other around a park. That was good. I'll try and find the link. I'll put it in the chat.
All right, Junaid Khan continues, trying to cause a few issues with his pace. Look where the bat is going here. And all right, how much is he getting? Not enough. It will be Patel that takes the straightforward catch. He's got the gear on, isn't he? You need the cap and you need the shades at that part of the ground in this last match because they're staring right at the sun. And good Patel, no mistake from him. I think that's good, clever bowling, really. So that will be the end of Sahil Chauhan. He doesn't quite go at the sort of pace we're used to seeing him. He's going to get himself gone for 6. Yeah, just try to be a little bit too smart and too clever, moves around a little bit. The thing is, though you can probably afford to do that with some of the bowlers that we've seen. You know that Junaid Khan just got a little bit more zip about him, a bit more pace. So he gets tucked up, doesn't get the shot in, gets caught by Patel. So another wicket goes down here, 107 for 3.
Doing a pretty good job of keeping it down. To an extent, the Stallions only 140. Even looks a bit light on in this contest, but that's a nice start for Anurag Singh. Comes out, just use a bit of touch. He's not all power. Again, get some length to work with. Look at that footwork, though. I mean, he's lucky he's got such a big stretch because he almost steps back onto the return crease outside the leg stump.
Yeah.
I put it in the chat, but I haven't actually listened to this in ages. So cover me for a ball because I want to have a listen, okay?
Junaid goes back to... Well, if you start hearing any dogs barking or anything, you know what's going on here, by the way. All right, Singh starts at a delightful shot. And, well, he hits this one well as well. But this will go to the fielder. So, interesting shot being played. I don't know why there's a bat on the floor over there. Does he just drop it, or do they collide when they take the single? He really does give himself a lot of room. All right. So, Junaid Khan, 2 for 18 with the ball to go. He's bowling to Masood. Masood probably has not as much of the strike you would like. Gets this played away, so it'll just be another single. So, 8 overs now completed. And Vinny looks like he's going to join us back.
All right, turn your mic off. This is your homework. You got 30 seconds to listen to this. I know that you're a fan. You're an animal lover. Dog racing? I suppose it does exist. But how about pet racing? Yeah, so I mean, Elvira's there. She's pushing the buttons today. If you see anything else around the ground, I tell you what, when the geese come, I wouldn't mind maybe commentating some of that. But yeah, I wonder what Nick Heath's up to these days. Where are they now? Yeah, his first video, 2 men passing a ball around a park. But actually, in all seriousness, ECN really took off during that 2020 because we were some of the first organised sport to happen again after the lockdown, because we had, that's gone. There's Anurag. But to be honest, if he'd stretched out, he might have made it, but he just kind of doesn't.
I don't think he's anywhere near this.
Well, I mean,
you might not even see him in the picture.
yeah, no, but the thing is, if he'd run faster, he might have been. He kind of just jogged and accepted his fate. See? So I know he doesn't look close there, but he took it easy.
Yeah.
And so that's why, it's the end of a long day and all that, but I mean, to be honest, he's out trying to pitch the strike over a ball that's going to have to be re-bowled anyway. It's about 4 steps. Look, doesn't back up, then he just kind of, maybe it is his version of running. He's running off the screen.
A lot of things wrong with it, but
Yeah.
the backing up is the key, isn't it?
Yeah, backing up and running there, you make it easily. But he doesn't, and so he'll be run out. And the score is 114 for 4. I mean, 115 for 4, because they will get that extra. Be a wide plus out. Right now, it's only been scored as wide, so get ready for another delay.
Oh,
That'll do. So, new player, but same old story, because these balls are disappearing all the time here. Maximo says Carreras. Now he hasn't been given out. And so 100 and... Oh, it was 113 at the start of the over, so it's 114, now becomes 120 for 4.
yeah, that looks like maybe Shakir Chauhan, who comes out now. He smashes it big to start off with, and now he gets a slow full toss. But has he got enough of this? No. Good catch there. Well, look at this, a little bit of the old balle. Bhangra dancing catch. He does it Bhangra style, does the fielder. Well, let's have a look at this. Kidna Bhangra we put on there. Really nice catch there from the captain, Zishan Ali. The captain doing a little bit of Bhangra on the boundary. Nice catch. He turns it into full to Adeglo. Ale Shaba. Yeah, Bhangra fever here in Estonia. Good catch from Zishan. So it's very much 6 and out for Shakir. 120 for 5.
That was a good catch. You're right about the Bhangra style. He even had the jazz hands going. It's it was a pretty well judged catch in the end. Again, he saves a Maximo. So now we're at 120 for 5. 10 balls remaining.
Giwala coming back and getting in the wickets here. And just a slightly slower ball that time. And I think if he waited for it rather than went to it, he might have got it a bigger hit.
Well, it goes for this, and I think this could be out as well. So the collapse is on at the moment. Umat, well, didn't have a great time earlier. He's not having a great time now, because Golden Derek will be wheeled out in the afternoon sun, and it'll be 120 for 6.
Well, Umat, he was the guy who was given an opportunity at the top of the order in the last match against the Vikings, and really he's just chipping this up in the air. It's a wrong shot to play. Should have been going on the offside. A nice, easy catch taken by, guess who? Yep, you got it. Junaid Khan goes back to catching, and that means that Giwala, well, he gets a chance to pick up a hat-trick. So, hat-trick opportunity. And, well, you can see we've seen 16 hat-tricks on the network.
Yeah, on to page 2. Hat-trick's kind of falling behind the centuries significantly this year. It was like 58, 53 last year. Now a bit more time to think about it.
Samir Khan.
And then Wayne said, I've delivered a Coreyism there with that run out, saying if he'd run faster, he might have made it. Basically stating the obvious. Anyway, here's Giwala. Hat-trick ball to Samir Khan. Oh, it was a pretty good ball as well. It was spot on. Samir has to dig it out, but he does successfully. Well done to him. He's off the mark.
All right, lot now depends here. What we got? 10 balls left in the innings, and I think Ali Masood 44. I think he's got to try and see if he can get to that expected 138 to 140 something score.
Goes after this again, has some length, and that's going to be 50 for Masood. That's going to bounce. That could be roadworthy. That's into the old BMX track, I think. It's Maximo. And 50 off 22 balls. Been a good innings. So he does get there. Hasn't had a lot of strike in the innings. 4 sixes, 4 fours. Striking it better than 2 a ball, but the job's not done. If he can push them into a kind of a magical last over or something like that, maybe they could still touch that at 150. You never know.
Yeah, that was a good hit. He's played that shot so well, isn't he? He's always standing like he's outside of his crease, but he's so quick to just take a step back, and then he turns it into like a half volley, hits it really well, hits it clean. There's the 50, and you can see where he's played most of those shots, especially the big sixes. So nice knock, and that's his shot though, isn't it? It rocks back and hits it over cow corner. 100 and what are we on here now?
Oh, here we go. So here we got the dad versus the kid classic battle. Dad stopping. It's a strategic thing. Distracts the kid with the lollipop. We'll come back to that in a second. Back to the cricket. Last ball of the ninth. That's going to be whacked away, and that's going to be 6. Maximo. Not a good ball from Giwala, as Masood is going to motor away to 56. And at the end of 9, the score is 133 for 6. Oh, I'm loving this opportunity to commentate on some other sports. I mean, I don't know if dad-kid walking is going to catch on. Is the kind of viral content that you might expect on ECN, but we'll keep looking for things.
Well, we do say, Vinny, one thing we say on the network, I don't know what you're going to say there in the Netherlands in T20, but in T10 we always say all happens in the ninth, and that one had it all, didn't it? It had had 3 sixes, 2 wickets and a single. That over went magical. There were 2 wickets in it as well, and also almost a hat-trick as well. So 133. I was saying, will they get between... It was expected 138 before the start of that last over. Now they're saying 146.
I'll let this ball go, but then I have it to make an announcement.
Okay.
It's going to start with a single down the ground. Zahan Khan bowling is only over here in the 10th. And here's my announcement.
Go.
Well played, Wayne. Well played. He said, here's my favorite of these commentary videos. And he sent me a link. And you know what he's done? He's Rick-rolled me. You know what Rick-rolling is? Rick is confused. Anyway, this is going to be up and down the ground as Masood swings himself into the 60s. Maximo. These Carreras must.
Well, I know what you're watching there. Yeah.
So, Rick-rolling was a fad like a couple of years ago now, where you send a link and it's like, oh, check out this great recipe for an apple pie, and you click it and you get taken to the film clip to Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. By the way, I saw a great documentary on Rick Astley about that and about his career.
Yeah.
Super interesting how he was kind of an accidental star, and he'd been sitting around for a year and they recorded a song. They didn't think much about putting it out, and then they got played and it was huge, and then he became such a sensation. Just a young, humble guy. Now I think he's in his 50s now. He's really grounded. But the thing that fascinated me is this is hit, and that's going to be 4. Into the gap, Masood to 66, clickety-click, and they are at a good clip. Look, they're going to get like 150 here. It's been an interesting kind of innings with some ebbs and flows. But the interesting thing for me in that documentary, he pretty much, they got to the stage where he had a young family and all this, and he was going out doing all these shows and doing the big tours. Oh, hold on 1 second now. We're going to have the 500-metre one-on-one individual pursuit, and at the moment we've got about a 15 metres there. We've got back in front, looking to the left, up the back. Needs to find. And we've got the turnaround. We've got the turnaround, and now.
Oh, well, this is... No, you can't run here. Yeah. I'm liking this.
Well, they might be run out. Oh, no. This is
bad
for the replay of the walking, but I think he's run out.
I don't think this is relevant, really. I mean, I don't want to be kind to Samir Khan, but you can't really take Masood off strike, and you think he makes the right call and said, look, I'm sorry.
I mean,
so it makes no difference, in or out, as long as Ali's on strike. Can we go back to the races there? Because what happened there? Was it a flat? Was it a flat? Oh, no.
With that one.
We got a photo finish coming up.
Yeah, well, we will in a minute, but hold on. I'll tell you what happened here is, does he have the ball or not? Let's have a look. Nah. For me, there was too much doubt there. I reckon he hits it with his hands.
The bails come off before the ball hits.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt. So I'm going to say not out.
Yeah, I think the bail We saw that clearly. The bail might have come off with the arm off the bowler.
Good
knocking it
call.
off.
Good call ups. Hopefully that race is still going on because that looked like a pretty exciting finish. Still 2 to come here. This is up. That's in the air. Saif Rahman's going to come around. They want to. Saif, check the arm out because it's going to go the long way. And they're going to get back. So that is good running in the end. So, okay, where are we at with the race? We've one replay here. Not that we'll see much. There we go. Not the cleanest bit of keeping ever either from Munir. All right, so who won? All right, yeah, side by side they go now. 15 metres to the last. Go near the giant dung heap as we get towards the road. Who's going to have it, right? We've got Backpack in the foreground there to the right now, neck and neck to the finish. And now we're going to pull away. Head by a length, now 2. Cars coming on the left, looking both ways. Too close to call. In the air, should be out, slips over, and now it's still in. It might have even been out. Takes it there. Well, that's misjudging more Zishan, the captain.
Oh, Zishan.
Well, like a good old-fashioned game of heads down, thumbs up, he ends up on terra firma.
It's like he came out of the sky like Terminator does and turns up there.
Thing is,
and the ball goes...
Probably wouldn't have stopped it anyway, but he might have had a shot at it. Well, they had a bit of everything. And they're going to finish up exactly 150. Pretty entertaining first innings of the last game of the day. But let's shake, rattle, and roll. You're going to see a bit of everything in this highlights package, but you're also going to see a few Maximos because with 13 of them hit in that innings. But the interesting thing for me, 6 of them were hit by Ali Masood, 6 hit by Riyad. But some of the other batters just didn't quite get clicking. But 150 is still a lot of runs. But you know, it's not quite that kind of 170s that we saw winning this game 48 hours ago.
Yeah, but they do well. That was Patel. He took some good catching, but some of the hitting from Ali Masood was just absolutely clinical. But they do better than what it was first suggested. They thought that this score was, well, the win predictor anyway, on the expected score, thought it was going to be around that 130 mark, 138 the last time we looked at it. At the start of the 9th over. Well, the 9th went for 20. The last one, 17. 37 came from
this was
the last
almost
two.
like a decathlon, though. We had so many different events during this. It was the bike versus quad bike racing. And they were trying to race out there in the Middletown United. Then we had the dog versus car versus second leg of the decathlon. On the field, again, we saw them throwing the bat. Poor Ram Krishan couldn't catch a cold today. Probably couldn't caught a virus in 2020 either, the way things were going. That one was taken. So I suppose, they kind of wasted a few at the end. There's a little bit of a collapse. Anurag decided to take on a wide to get the strike, but it was a good direct hit that saw him departing pretty quickly. I said he maybe should have run faster. Then we had the kind of Bollywood style kind of end of the movie where the last credits are rolling and the whole cast is getting involved. That one was well taken, so they're a bit of the old Calypso collapso. But Ali Masood, he brought him home with a big kick, didn't he? As he was able to kind of make the most of the last over. This was almost out, wasn't quite, wouldn't have mattered anyway because it wasn't going to cost a run. Poor Zishan, well, he went a bit subterranean there, didn't he, off the last ball. Can't remember seeing that in a while. But in the end, it brings up the 150. I just think it sets up a cracking run chase. If you look at some of the firepower in the Stallions, I suppose the big man, Saif Rahman, 137 the other night. I'm sure he's keen to fire again. But looking at this scorecard, Masood led the way with 72 not out of 28 balls with 6 sixes, 6 fours in there. Striking it better than 250. Riyad was good with 48. Probably not a lot of other contributors there, but they didn't really have a lot of balls to face, I suppose. Bit of a collapse at the end. I think cost them around 20 to 25 runs. 2 wickets each for Giwala and Junaid Khan. Ram Krishan took 1 for 14. Took a while to bring on Junaid, but when they did bring him on, did a pretty good job. Maybe that was all strategic and part of the plan for the Talon Stallions. We'll take a break then. We'll be back shortly. I'm going to look for some more things to commentate on around the ground. But don't forget, we're not too far away from Portugal as well. That'll be getting going in just over an hour's time. So plenty more still happening on your ECN Thursday. Vinny Sandu, who Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full on the ground in Estonia. We'll see you after the break. The exciting conclusion of day 4 and match 20 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers. It is once again the last match of the day, and that means once again we're going to have, I feel, another thriller on our hands. The last matches have always provided something sensational. We know that yesterday we saw a good finish between the strikers and the hippos. The hippos trying to chase 179, and really, for halfway through that match, they were on course to do so, falling 41 short. And on day two, we did see 177 chased by Tallinn United, and that was against the Stallions. So the Stallions are looking for revenge. And on match day one, we saw the Tallinn Hippos put 134 on the board, and it was the strikers that chased it down. So what are we going to see here on match day 4? 150 has been posted on the board, so the target is 151. So the Tallinn Stallions, if they are to get their revenge of that loss when they did put 176 on the board, well, they're going to have to get 151. There's the bonus point equation for you. And 105 is that magical number. So achieve in 7 overs or less, then you get all the points. That seems pretty unlikely, because you've got to go at a very good rate together. I mean, you need to go at 15 just to do it in your normal quota. And that in itself could be a test, but you've got two very good and very powerful batters out there. Faraz Abbas, he has been in sensational form here today. He got into the 80s in the first match he played. In 86 he scored 27. We saw him score 40 odd as well, so he's in good form. 44 or 15. Also got, of course, the hard hitting Safar Rahman, who himself made 42 earlier today. But remember, the last time these two teams met, he put 137 not out on the board, helping his team to 176, but he ended up on the losing side. It's a higher score, individual score by an individual to end up on the losing side. So he certainly got a point to make here. Does Safar Rahman with the ball first up is going to be Shrikant Boade. And well, what is this hit him? Is some excitement, and it's a no ball. Look at the appeal from, I mean, that has caught him under the armpit, and it is Ali Masood. He's at long off on the boundary, is appealing. It's definitely a no ball, and then he goes and gives a high five to the bowler. Well, what's the plan here? Well, Boade strikes Abbas under the armpit, and Masood appeals, then comes running and gives him a high five and says, "Oh, well done." Well, Terry, tell him off, Terry. Tell him off. Said, "Don't you do that again, you naughty man." Well, there was a huge appeal. And look at Ali Masood comes over after appealing, says, "Yeah, well done." Do it again. Soften him up. All right, free hit coming up. And this is off the pads, and I'm trying to see something here. By the way, people, have we missed something? And you must have missed something. Why is there 5? Why is there 5 on the board? What have we missed? What have I missed here? What have I missed? Leg buys. Okay, it must have clobbered him and gone all the way to the boundary. That's what I missed then, obviously. Oh, a little bit of an inside head. So he, first of all, he gets out of the free hit and weren't able to put that away. So, yeah, I guess everybody, or certainly I was, and maybe a few other people, were concerned for Abbas as he wore one under the armpit. And the Grizzly wasn't having any of that and was running away to the boundary. So it was 4 leg buys and the no ball. That's where the 5 came from. Right, we've sorted that out. And Boade seems to have sorted out his line for now. All right, he's got to get it right again now to Safar Rahman. And Saif Plays his out onto the leg side. No run this time. Power play is so important, isn't it? In high scoring match, when you got to go at 15, you need to make the most of the power play. All right, that's another high delivery. They'll have a look at this as well. He's well, it's given 4 straight away. Let's just see. Yeah, it is not a good ball though. Applied it. Well, they liked what he did in the last match, I guess, against the Viking Stars. But Viking Stars were not wanting to be too disrespectful, but not at the same caliber and the same hitting power as the Italian Stallions. And that's beautifully played, but the fielder does well. He gives himself, oh well, Abbas very late running here. Not sure why Abbas took so. I think Abbas sees it going to the field and doesn't run straight away, whereas Saiful Rahman says, hey, I'm calling it, you got to run it. He does get there in the end, Abbas. And that's nicely played, but to the fielder, no run. I'm liking the fact that at the moment, Bardet, all right, he's got it wrong a couple of times, but he is trying to go full and straight, and he will get out of that over, so that's not too bad. It'll be 11 that come from it. 7 from goes to him, and the 4, of course, go down as by. But really, to be fair, I hate that rule. I mean, a wicketkeeper didn't really have too much of a chance to deal with that. All of those should go to the bowler, but 11 it is. It's not quite what they need to go at. 46 matches since the golden ball. And look, I'm going to whisper this. It's Vinny's last day here. Wouldn't it be nice if he got a golden ball? Don't tell him I said that, but a 150 golden ball, it'd be good, wouldn't it? It could happen, you know. It could happen.
Right, what are you whispering?
Nothing.
I just came back in the cube and you're whispering to the
Nothing
viewers.
at all.
What are you saying?
Nothing at all. I didn't say a thing. Yes, it's 11 without loss.
Hey, can I tell you something that I realised I got halfway through saying and then didn't finish because I was rudely interrupted by wickets and Maximos in the last couple of overs?
Tell me.
Let me just pause before this potential Maximo. As Masood is going to come on a bowl to Saifur Rahman. Jeez, he looks big at the wicket, doesn't he? Yeah, well, close. It's going to lift up over cover, and that'll be 4. Really good shot. Think about Saif. If it's offside, he hits it offside. If it's leg side, he hits it leg side. If it's straight, he hits it straight. Keeps it really simple. When I was talking about Rick Astley, because I just use the facilities. Oh, hold on 1 second, because we're into the speed. We're in the downhill. Well, there's no hills here, but we're in the last of the sprint, and that's your red jersey holder at the moment. He's all the way to downtown talent. That was some good pace.
He's on
there.
his own. There's nobody near him at the moment.
Let me just pause for another potential boundary, and then I'll come back to it.
All right, then.
Remember, you rickrolled me, right? Oh, this time gets in a bit of a tangle, doesn't he? And so does the keeper. And that will run away for a bye. I think it's a bye. Yeah, bye signalled. So, you know how I said he kind of shot to fame and stardom, was touring all that. And then he literally then gone home for a little bit, and then he was going off to America for another tour. In the car on the way to the airport in England, he says to the driver, I don't want to go. And then he basically retired.
Yeah.
He said, take me home. Not in the mood. Which is pretty unusual. I think he hits the ground here. But I haven't gotten to that point yet. But it makes me think, will there, what about, you're pretty close to 3,000. I'm kind of 3,400 now or something, matches. Will you or me get to the point where one day we're just like, nah, turn the car around?
I got visions of us being pushed around in wheelchairs to get into these cubes. They're going to have to make the cubes wheelchair friendly. Yeah. We just enjoy it too much, really. As long as the eyesight's there, I think we're around forever. That one gets played away. That's a nice shot.
Yeah.
They're checking the boundary here.
Yeah. Well, I think it's no ball, to be honest. I reckon that's no ball to start. Let's have a look at the boundary. Yeah, it's been called a no ball. So it's a no ball for the sideline.
Yeah.
And then I guess we'll check, is it 4 or 6? It's up over the top. And it is 6. pretty easily. So that's a 7 up. Just what you need when you're chasing 151.
Difficult one for the umpires looking that side, because don't forget, they're looking straight into the sun.
Well, never mind having to, like, getting in the car and going home. Like, kind of...
It might be just...
And to be honest...
Yeah.
I won't say it's already been done, but pretty close. And I will be working with Corey in the Netherlands. I can just imagine him one day, leave it, I'll go take my day off. Corey will be like, end of the over, and it's 91 for 1 after 6, and I've had about enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dear.
And that's it. And we retire on the spot. There's some pretty good ones with like newsreaders quitting on the spot.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those.
Pretty good. Saif lifts it up. Midon's up in the circle, probably just as well. He doesn't really get a lot of that, but he does get 4 more. Just the start the Stallions wanted in this chase.
He's very good at these shots, isn't he? We see him play a lot. I mean, sometimes he's not always getting all of the power in it, but he just manages to get enough to get it over the fielder there. I wonder if some of the teams, you know, some of the other teams who are doing their homework areas, looking at Saif early on in his innings, because he does that a few times, they might be thinking, you know what, we will start with the long on back on the boundary and maybe keep the long off up. No, that one doesn't. Well, real hesitation here, and well, then the calling is not really very good. I mean, Abbas has got to be calling here. I don't know what. I mean, is Abbas just a little bit shy to take control while Rahman's out there, because he's not calling well at all. There's been a few. I've said this before about the Stallions. They don't make the most of taking the singles, and sometimes that comes back to haunt them. And I'm sure that when they played and lost to United, they could have got more runs on the board. You know, they thought they were complacent. They thought 176 would be enough, and it wasn't. They can't afford to do that. 29 with that loss after the first 2. So you reckon you reckon you'll be walking onto the plane one day and thought, nah.
I said, pilot, take it back to wherever. No, I don't think that'll happen. But it does. It's curious sometimes how people just sometimes go, that's it, I've had enough. To be honest, if I've handled this much, I feel I can handle pretty much anything. Anyway, just a little bit wild and woolly, wasn't he, Poade, in the first over? Took me through the first one.
I don't know why he's playing at this. I mean, that definitely had to be a wide here. Abbas hasn't quite started the same way he has in the first 2 matches they played in today. He's now, what's that, 9 balls for 8? That could be out, or is it going to go on to miss?
Missing. Right. It's missing the pad. It's also missing the stumps, I think, but that's got him pretty good.
Yes. Side of the leg. So, I mean, these are the shots that he would normally put away. We're seeing it. Are we sure that's Abbas out there? I mean, Abbas would be smashing this, and he's.
Well, you know what? It was pretty close, because I saw it hit the leg to the right, but actually the first impact was pretty close.
I reckon it's because Terry feels that he's whipping it across, so it's going to be swinging away.
My instinct live was it was going down the leg side, but the thing was, it actually hits both legs. So I think what your human eye sees is the second impact, which looked a lot more leg side. But, I mean, should have missed it in the first place, really, Abbas.
A couple of very handy dot balls to start this over from Poade. And, wow. This is just, I mean, he gets the wicket, and Abbas, he has played all round it. I reckon this hits some of him and goes onto the stumps. That is, well, it's quite a shocking exit for Abbas. But somebody who's been so good and so hot. Just look at the way he gets out here. I mean, Poade, he's banged this in so short, and he's swung at this. He's got an inside edge. He's knocked it onto his own stumps.
To be honest, it's a bit of a tired shot. I think you come in, probably haven't played a lot of cricket, and we have seen him kind of trying to get across and trying to get out of jail kind of shot. And I can understand wanting to go with the angle, but yeah, I think bowler, he's pretty excited about it eventually when he realised what had transpired. But that'll be the first wicket down. Dot wicket to start this third over. And the game takes a bit of a turn towards United. It's 29 for 1 Stallions.
Yeah, Poade. Oh, well done to him. And takes a wicket. So he was used well against the Stars. They liked what he did, and they've asked for him to do the same again here against the Stallions. He's bowled a few odd ones, some wide, some no balls. Well, I reckon, you know what this goes down to? He struck Abbas under the armpit very first ball. He softened him up. And, well, Abbas has never been the same since in this inning. So Abbas will go, probably because it was Puade who softened him up with the blow under the pit. And now he sent him to the dugout. From the pit to the dugout. And goes Abbas.
Oh, almost gone. Almost gone. That would have been a huge one to get Zishan Ali first ball, to be honest. It wasn't hit that hard. It's kind of a reaction catch. It sticks or it doesn't. It pops out, and he can't grab a second opportunity.
Well, yeah, it wasn't hit that hard, and it was at a good catchable height. Puade, look, you'll see this here. He sort of panics, doesn't he?
He's a bit worried he's going to knock his head
All
off.
right, here we go. Race is back on.
This is some neck-and-neck action. I'm loving this. And the big
Oh,
boy...
they got some catching up to do.
The peloton's a fair bit off the leader there at the moment, heading into the intersection. We'll come back to that in a moment. No front arm here for Puade. He's got a kind of pretty weird action, to be honest. That'll be a wide. I want to see which way the leader's going to turn, because that'll determine the fate of the race in the second half. But yeah, Puade, his action, maybe we can get a replay of him from this camera. But yeah, he literally has no... Well, not literally, because he'd only have one arm then. But just check out, he has no front arm at all. This one's clipped away and sent back. They'll just have to settle for no run there.
Yeah, this is not flicked away, but there's no run there.
Yeah, have a look. Ah, okay.
We're not going to get
just
too
stepped
much
in the way,
of this.
so we'll see nothing here. There you go. You're getting a sense of it anyway. Good shot of Nand Riar's namesake there.
It's a good shot. Good shot. Yeah. All right. This over has actually been pretty awesome so far. It really is. Taking that rate up.
Wicket and a wide. That's all there's been.
That's it. That is all that's happened so far.
And a big finish. And drop catch, don't forget. Lovely looking shot. But they weren't going to run here either. That's a great over from Puade. Eventually worked it out, didn't he? And he gets the big wicket of Faraz Abbas for 8 in the over as well. End of the power play. It's United on top at the moment. 30 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, and you can see there right at the end there, Saiful Rahman just turns down what would have been a single, says, nah, I'll start on strike. And it's little things like that. I can see them both looking at the scoreboard and they're both staring at it. But again, the Stallions, they don't take the singles. And, for me, teams that turn down runs early on and don't run hard and don't do all the disciplines well of the game, they don't go on and win. And they might get away with it 1 or 2 times, but it catches up with you at some point or another.
Have a look at the chat. Well, thank you very much. All the comments saying, for example, Wayne saying, you two are a part of the ECN furniture now. Can't turn the car around. Don't think we have a choice anyway. And Trip says, yeah, I agree. Can't imagine ECN without them. That's lovely to hear. I also, Els boy's worried he nipped out to the garden between innings. And now, if you just read the comments, it sounds like we're both retiring. We will eventually, probably.
Maybe we didn't get the memo.
Yeah, Wayne makes checking a little tap on the shoulder. Well, what do you get in Major League Baseball? You should be like a yellow envelope on your locker door, which is a yellow slip in your locker that you cut. We'll just turn up to the car tomorrow morning like, we're taking you to the airport. It's over. Maybe ECN's over. Because still, ECN is great what we're able to do. It's because of the innovation in so many ways. But we do run on the smell of an oily rag, to use an old expression. O'Billy comes on to bowl an over 4. That's probably good, Saif will definitely go the kind of X-ray laser eyes at the umpire, wanting a wide. But for me, look at where his feet are. Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah, good delivery.
Wayne makes the most sense, saying letting Corey do commentary on his own is always a risk. I can just see him slamming the mic down and walking out if something didn't go his way. Click. Lifted up and out of the ground. That's the danger of Saiful Rahman. Maximal. And with him at the crease, I just feel if he bats the 10, the Stallions are going to get the runs.
Yeah, look, it started with them, they needed 15. It's gone to 17, probably really dented by that last over for Puade, where they only got just the one run. So they really need to reply back and reply back hard here now. I said that the power play was key, and the power play was won by Tallinn United by 13 runs. So they need to get, I reckon you're looking, the good reply here is a 20-plus over.
Short. He's lucky to get away with that. And when lucky to get away with that, made him go for 4, not 6.
Yeah.
Still pulled away for 4. As you can see, Shaquille Chow in there. Looks like he's had a long day, maybe a slight bit of cramp, but gets away in front of square. So the most important thing here, it's away from the outfielder because it's more towards mid-wicket, isn't it? So 4 more.
Okay. Well, Billy, 2 deliveries have been hit to the boundary. Started off with a good one. I mean, that's what he needs to try and do. Has to try and get the likes of Roman reaching for this. So he's making a bit of a change here. I'm not sure I like this move. He's put one more out on the leg side, but
Setting a field for a bad ball?
Yeah, Safir Rahman is too good a player to think that he's not going to play on the offside. Let's see if this works out in his favour. Well,
maybe. It'll just be one. Just drop the one there. Yeah. Fascinating game at the moment. Some people were just bringing up the day that Corey banned everyone. He lured me out of the tent and then used my computer. He said, it's a nice day. Why don't you go commentate in the fresh air? I said, it's actually quite nice out here.
yeah.
And that is now known as the Peacock Friday Chat Massacre of Rome 2023. Corey lost his spanner that day. And actually, that's why I used my computer. Now, he did have it back for a while because of some erratic behaviour. It has now been removed by the ECN robot. The only commentator we have that can't be trusted with a spanner. That makes sense, though, doesn't it?
Okay. Oh, Billy.
All right, in the air, but they've put that fielder back now. So that's just going to be one. Well attacked by Puade. But I tell you what, there's a bit going on around the grounds. We've seen we saw the biking, so that we saw the cycling, I think, caught. Now we're into the sprint. So the rugby players are in there side by side. We got the big-legged, red-shirted gentleman on the left. And then the orange shoes, I just think when it comes to the sprint, they're kind of feeling each other out. I just feel like the little guy's got a little bit more.
Yeah, they're just... oh, well, that's
Can't quite time this pull shot up at the moment. He'll just get the one. So they're almost challenging him. These ones should be easier, right? But he's just mistimed a few. So let's put the field back, wait for him to hit one over our heads. But down the ground, he has been hitting them over the fielders' heads. So I suppose it's good tactics if it's working. End of the fourth over here, 43 for 1.
Yeah, just 13 of that one. So it started quite promising with the 10 off the first 3, and then just it went single, 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 tiki-taka, tiki-taka. That means the rate now has, well, it's gone up to what used to be, at one point, our point of no return. 18 required per over from here on in.
Yeah, true. Yeah, do you think Corey's idea that the big bang, the 50-plus over, the ECM will collapse onto itself and disappear. I got to admit that one of the reasons I was really keen to get involved full-time with ECN, and obviously it's grown into something so big now, is that I saw the potential of what it could be. And kind of being a part of the story, along with everyone else, and obviously you've been a big part of that as well, on the air, but even behind the scenes and the management, I've seen it blossom into what it is. Oh, he's gone. Flick the stumps. And Saif has to go. Rana comes on. He's back. And he gets lifted into the air by his teammates because that's a big moment in this game. Looks like United might be the kryptonite to the Stallions, hey, because Saif has to go now. He's out for 25. It's 43 for 2. Big moment in match 20.
Yeah, very big moment. And they've done the right thing, haven't they? They've put the squeeze on. The bowlers have got it nice and tight. They've got this one. Look, outside, aiming for the off stump, out of the swing zone of Rahman. And Rahman misses it. And Rana, hasn't he been good today? Ashish Rana just clips the off stump. Huge wicket. So not only are they needing to go out to over 18 and over, they've lost one of the key batters. But you still got Rifat Khan who comes out here now. Now this guy, none of the others have clicked yet. Can he click? And if he can, well, you can get them back in this contest, but he is running out of time.
Yeah, I'm loving all of these comments in the chat. Taking us down memory lane. Anyway, I'll come back to what we're saying in a second. But right now, let's have a look at Rifat Khan. Now, he's very capable of going absolutely crazy and still chasing this down. So I'm not prepared to rule it out just yet. Even with no Saif there. But, you know, when a player's hurt you as a team, like Saif did the other day, 137, you can see how much it meant to the United to get him out. Yeah, so I was going to say that, but we didn't know. I mean, financially, it's a bit of a miracle. Obviously, we got support of some partners, but it's kind. I call it like a kind of like a big money in, big money out operation. As this in the air, can he reach it? Well, he almost can. You know, I think it's going to go for 4. It is 4 in the end, but Samir Khan, I just wasn't able to organise a dive here. Now, it would have been a miracle catch, really. Maybe a half chance there. It was kind of within his reach, though, in the end, wasn't it, Rico?
It was. It's one of those. I mean, it would have been an extraordinary catch, but I think he just needed to take off, get the time dive right, dive into his left, and get 2 hands to it. Would have been incredible, and that certainly would have been the sucker blow. These two, the captain, that's his first boundary. He's got Rifat Khan out there with him. These two hold the key. Well, they've got to start pretty quickly.
Still genuine batters there. I mean, still 8 wickets in hand, so no huge drama. A lot of runs, but we've seen a lot of runs between these two teams so far. They've each kind of plundered each other in the series. Yeah, so, yeah. What if one day they say, "Look, sorry guys, we're out." All right, lift it up in the air. Fielder has to watch it. And tell you what, if he's not reaching it, no one's reaching it. Anurag Singh, who's about 3.4 metres tall, is on the long on boundary, but he watches it sail over his head. Maximal 6 runs as Zishan Ali takes the Stallions past 50.
Yeah, it's taken him a while, isn't it? Taking him a while, but now, well, having hit 2 boundaries here, he's probably starting to feel okay. And those are nice shots. The follow through. And the way he's timed those has been beautiful. So, okay, could this be the start of it?
Well, that's out. Yep, it's out. It's hitting him in line. It nips back. And yeah, I think it's a very good decision. And so some good bowling from Rana. A little bit of in-wobble there. Beats the inside edge of Zishan Ali. And he has to tell his story walking for 12. The score is 54 for 3.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of boundaries. And we thought, well, is this a start? Is this a start from the captain to get his team back in it? But I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's a really good delivery. It does nip back a little bit, but I think that's still going to go onto the stumps. The umpire has a little thing, and then eventually Terry says, it's good enough for me. The finger goes up. I think that's a good shout.
Talon United are fired up. And, you know, when I first saw this format, I thought, oh, you know, would you want to have 3 whole days off while other teams are playing? Obviously, when I looked at format, because obviously it's good to give you straight through, but then the other teams have been playing more, they're a bit more. But the one thing I would notice, that I've noticed here, is because early in the season, the teams, they're a bit broken, even after a couple of days of games.
Yeah.
they're really feeling it. So one of these teams, I suppose, unless we see something dramatic from Tartu, which we might, by the way, you know, obviously there's not room for both of them to auto-qualify. That's my point anyway. And that'll take us to the, maybe not the end of the over, or maybe the end of the over. Yeah, it is. So that's 55 for 3 after 5.
Interesting one. I was thinking about this late yesterday when I was having a look at the format and seeing how things. Well, we'll go back to that in a moment. Remember, just to remind everybody, the Miranda Dragons will be in town.
Can't wait for these lineups to come out.
Portugal time. We all want to know.
Not too far away, I think.
If the Dragons will have the likes of
Panda.
few of players you know very well.
Is
Panda.
there a Panda sighting in Portugal?
And of course, we've got Punjab CC of Amdora. Of course, that's Sarwan. He'll be looking to get going again, isn't he? He's a very good player, and
So
of course, he's captain.
Got the Wolves in this group.
Yeah.
And just look at them. I think they don't have too much experience here on ECN anyway. They've got a couple of players I recognise. Tartu CC Look at their squad. They've got a couple I've seen before.
Do we know which division they're playing here? Are they?
They've got a couple from Austria, actually. That'll be pretty handy, Tartu CC.
Yeah.
I heard that Jordan O'Brien is going to be playing. I would have assumed it would be one of the Tartu teams because we haven't seen them yet. But, of course, the Finnish player, originally Australian.
Just get the feeling there that you can see Terry saying you just got to get speed up a little bit. You're a little bit behind. Well, this guy bowled very well in the last
behind,
match.
actually. It's 11 minutes to bowl 4 overs.
Mm.
That's clock trouble. I'm trying to think of how many delays. They manage the clock anyway, so you can we can trust the clock.
Singh bowling. Yeah, now one thing I was going to say to you, so I'm thinking of the format. So if you finish top, then you go straight, okay, it's going to be a teaser, but just drop short of the fielder. You go into finals day. That means you don't play round 2. So that round 2...
Round 2's 3 days. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 6 teams play each other.
Is it an advantage? I mean, I know what you're saying is very tiring, but you're still playing cricket.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see how it goes.
In the air and gone. Nicely taken there. Ali Masood does hold on to the catch down the ground. Really, it's unravelling, isn't it, for the Stallions at the moment?
Yeah.
It's Anurag who comes through with his first wicket of this contest. It's 58 for 4.
Yeah, Singh, I've liked Singh. He's got better and better. First time we saw him, he's a little bit wayward. He was too short. He never looked comfortable. I don't think he had his run-up sorted. So he wasn't getting the accuracy. Now he's going fuller. He's getting batters to play straight. He's not giving too many extras, not bowling too short, and he's picking up wickets. He bowled very well in the last match. He had a good match, actually. He was the player of the match. He took 2 wickets for 3, and then he also scored 21 of 8 balls to help Tallinn United to get all the points from the Viking Stars. And here again, bowling well, full and straight, 1 for 3 so far. So Singh getting better with each match.
Look who's come in. It's Charlie Hunt. Hello, Charlie. I know you'll be here in Estonia tomorrow. I think for the first time in Estonia. Definitely for ECN. He'll be on with you from Saturday. And everyone's saying hello to him right now. Right now we're saying hello to Junaid Khan. He swings and misses the first one. So you're getting down to number 6. That rate required is right up there, isn't it? Above 20 and over. So honestly, it could be at the stage now where you just have to put the cue in the rack.
Yeah.
Say, let's make sure we get the 106.
And that, I mean, look, they need a fair few to get there as well, and they're losing wickets.
Well bowled, really good Yorker, good length. And so another dot ball. But I love this from Wayne, who said, I missed the live cross for the coin toss to Portugal today. I wonder who won. It was about this time last night, wasn't it? We had unscheduled teleport. The thing is, you probably didn't realise if you were watching this a couple of nights ago, but the opposite happened. So Portugal came on and they were showing us.
Yeah.
They couldn't get us off. Anyway, what an over from Anurag. And to be honest, now you're looking at 48 off 24 for a point. So even that's uphill. It's a bit of a pants down job at the moment for the Stallions, who are a proud club. Can they back themselves out of this corner? The score is 58 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, cracking over there for Singh. It just goes to show, because this is basically, if you think of what the Italian Stallions have done so far in this series, well, this sort of mimics what happened to them in 2020. They played really well, scored stat loads of runs in those earlier group matches, but when it came to the final, they just fell apart. So they do have that about them. Even though they've got good players, they do always have a way to have these little blips in their performances.
Oh, I just saw the lineups. Okay, that's the length that you got to bowl, and you have good results. This one, though, is going to sneak away for 4. So I suppose that's the worst thing that can happen to you if you do get the Yorker in. Just check the length of this one. I kind of missed it because I was too busy looking at the Miranda Dragons lineup, and let's just say I was pleasantly surprised, and not only the lineup, but the batting order as well that they've listed. Oh, that's what we're watching in the car on the way home. I won't spoil it just yet. All right, this is up. It's in the air, and fielder is going to take the catch. And they've caught pretty well here, haven't they? So now that's Rifak who's going to have to go. And to be honest, it's a long road to this point. Now we're getting into the kind of bottom half of the order. As 5 wickets have fallen, it's 62 for 5 in the 7th.
The catching has been good. Look, one thing when we were seeing United play the other day, and I said that United will be competitive. They were just as competitive as some of the other teams that they played against. For example, the likes of the Italian Rising Stars. But the difference was other teams were catching and fielding better than them. And I said if they're to be more competitive and if they're to win those sort of neck-and-neck matches, their fielding has to improve. In this match, their fielding has been top draw. They've taken all the catches and they've really, I don't think they might even stop their opponents getting a point here. That's 5 down here now.
For the
5
Stallions
down.
to get 0 pointed, that's a big effort.
It'll make
When you look at their lineup,
make a
you're
huge difference to the standings because that will take them. If they don't get a point here at all, they'll go 6 points behind United.
Yeah, that is big. That is big. And like I say, maybe there's some benefits to playing in the middle. But the other thing is if you play in the round 2, the best you can do, then when you qualify for the final day, you go into the eliminator. So the top teams play qualifier 1, which is basically the 1 versus 2 seed. So they get the double chance.
Right.
So we haven't talked about the double chance much. That's well bowled. That's fine. Not the greatest keeper throw ever. But yeah, finish top of the group. Not only do you go straight through to finals day, you get the double chance on finals day. Whereas the teams that qualify out of round 2, they'll play each other. The top 2 from round 2 in an eliminator on that finals Friday morning.
I'm not sure what's happened to Masood the last couple of divisions. So what happens? So the teams that go through.
Yeah.
Just remind everybody what points they take with them.
Yeah. So there's 6 teams in round 2, and it's the teams that finish 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They auto qualify, but they're not bottom. So they're still in the competition. So they will play everyone, including the teams they've already played from their group, but also the 2, 3, and 4 in the other group. So they'll have 5 matches.
Yeah.
And to reward them for finishing above each other in the group stage, if you finished 2nd in the group, you take 2 points through. If you finish 3rd, you take 1 point through. So you get, don't have to worry about too much, but you get a little bit of a kick compared. Depending on where you finished. This is what we got tomorrow. Group A is back. We will see the Tartu Wolves for the first time. They will complete the set in Group A. Talon Super Riders getting us going against the Mustamme Bulls first up in the morning. We'll see the Wolves for the first time in match 22. Gives them a bit of time to travel, about a 2-hour drive. So join Rico Full for Peacock Friday on ECN. 6:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Right now, they're racing the clock here, about 6 minutes to get through 2 overs. Anurag's obviously pretty conscious of that at the moment.
Yeah, well, if he bowls an over like he did last time, not a lot happened really. Just bowl it and gets the ball straight back. Okay, that's hit down the ground. It should just be a single. It will get well fielded by Ali Masood, who took a good catch earlier. And they've been very good in the field. And I like their bowling as well. They've kept it pretty tight. It was a couple of wides there in that last one from Masood himself. But only 4 wides. And once again, though the ball is coming off the willow quite nicely, it's at the moment it's going to a fielder somewhere. One thing that United do well, I remember commenting on it the first time I saw them, they do set a good field and they keep it very offside orientated. They've got fielders who are in to stop the single. And so if you look at this field here now, you've got 3 men inside the circle, 3 outside, all on the offside. Because basically they're saying to the bowlers, that's where I want you to bowl. I want you to be bowling outside the offside, and batters will hit it outside the off, and we've got the field set for it. What a good spell of bowling this is from Singh. Singh's had a good day here today, isn't he, for United? And you get United, the sort of team, is the likes of Singh, the likes of Sahil Chauhan, who's behind the stumps here, Ali Masood. If they have good days, they're going to be a hard team to beat. That's that slower ball, but again, it's all about the length. They'll come back just for a single. So, long way behind from where they have to be. And look what they need just for a point here.
Yeah, it's kind of gotten out of control. So, it's a large task, but let's see if the Stallions can pull out a couple of maximos when they need them to at least save that point. You never know, it might kind of get them up the standings in the middle. Hey, I want to say hello to Raf Takes, who's watching from Canada. Now, I've got a bit of the old Canadian red on today.
Yeah.
He's watching from Toronto, which is one of my favourite cities in the world, and he might not know, I'm a big Toronto Blue Jays fan. And did you know that with the World Cup being there soon and everything in the USA, no, not in Canada, but in the USA and in the Caribbean, they actually had a cricket night at the baseball
Did they?
recently, and some of my friends from Toronto, they took a video of the ground, the Rogers Centre there, and they gave out cricket hats, like the Terry Toweling hats. True story.
Okay.
So that's really cool to hear what's happening.
Lovely story.
And he had a bit of a question as well. That looks high to me, and that's going to be a no ball +4. That's I'm pretty sure. Let's wait and see what the umpires say. But I know he's charging a bit, but it's too high. Don't think it's coming down. Yeah. No, easily. So no ball +4, and free hits come, and just waiting the signal from the umpires. But yeah, there's the signal. Yeah, he wants to know, will the tournament ever come to Canada? Well, maybe. Honestly, anything's possible. That's not going to help the clock either, right? Because they got 3 minutes now to bowl. Now, they could do it. You want to keep it on the straight. Now, does it matter? Depends, really, because it could cost you the 4 points.
Yeah.
To do that, the Stallions, they still need to score 2 or 3 boundaries off this over, I think.
Yeah, they need a good over. Look, they're needing 33, say, almost at, what, 3, well, you are, 3 a ball, so a good tidy over here from Rana, and Rana has bowled well. He gets a good Yorker in Rana, and that's what he tries to do here. He skips over this one because he knows he's got fielders behind him. He doesn't need to break his toes unnecessarily.
So Charlie said he's a bit filthy that he's missing Peacock Friday, but I'm going to allow you. I think if you don't work in Peacock Friday, then the next day you come in, you've got the right to kind of revive
I
it.
think Charlie will, and I've seen him do it before.
You don't just have to Peacock on Friday.
Yeah. I know Charlie did it. I think the last time Charlie was off on Peacock Friday, so he had a Peacock Thursday.
That one's pretty well handled.
You know what that means? That means that Charlie's been out and he's got himself a nice Peacock Friday shirt. He wants to show it off. So, all right, Charlie, he can wear it on Saturday.
Yeah, that's good. I'm off tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Watching.
So you're going to wear yours when we next see you?
To work it out right now. We're going to see that ball disappear. Well, he was 2 off 7 before that, and he's put one over the container. So Maximal for Junaid, trying to keep this chase alive. That's a long chase to get that Grizzly back.
Well, Junaid gets his first boundary, and he probably gets the biggest cheer of the day from his teammates, the Stallions. He's had an okay day today. He's taken 5 catches. He's bowled with a bit of pace. 5 catches in one match, by the way.
Yeah,
bowled with some pace, and now
in the
he
record books.
smacks his first 6.
Looks
So
like we might have a chance for 6 catches in innings, but never happened. He did end up taking 5. Anyway, it's time for the last final sprint
happened?
there, and that's the
ball's in the rucksack.
Oh, you think so? I was going to say this is
It's a
last
Corey
place.
moment.
This is last place now because I'll give you a bit of backstory. We saw that could be 4. It's really well handled though, actually. Very good fielding. But when we saw the leaders of the pack, we saw the peloton, 2-person peloton before. But unfortunately, she crashed. And so now she's the one that she's just trying to complete the race. There's always someone, like in a marathon. They've, I don't know, passed out for the middle of it.
Need a boundary here.
Last ball of the ninth. They'll make the time. That's fine. Just locks him up. Goes a bit leg side of the ball there. So I can tell Munir where he's gone wrong here because when he charges, but he also, look at it, he goes a bit sideways. He ends up with 2 feet well outside leg, and that's why he can't access that one. So it will be the end of the over. They won't get any pens. And so 82 for 5 after 9. But this is another good topic for another time. But right now, look at this, Rico. Here's the lineups for the ECSN tonight in Portugal, and it starts in around about 20 minutes. Punjab CC Amadora versus the Dragons, and the Panda is opening for the Dragons, who he's listed to at least. First time we've seen the Dragons for 3 years. And so, yeah, Panda is there. Watch out for Arsan Garsan as well. Falak Zeb leads the Dragons tonight against Punjab CC, who are 1-1. Will he open? That's going to be interesting. That's must-watch TV.
Yeah, I reckon he will. That's going to be called a wide.
And hopefully, when you turn it on, you see Portugal and not like the Netherlands or something setting up. You never know. But I think that's great.
He just noted there that Simranjit Singh, that's not the Simranjit Singh from Italy, but he'll be playing there in Portugal. He's one to watch out for. It's a very powerful hit of the ball and an incredible fielder as well. I think all Simrajits tend to be good fielders.
Yeah, that's true. Billy's been a last over specialist. Big swing from Janae, but he misses. Raf Takes says cricket's the fastest growing sport in Canada at the moment. It says almost every high school has a club in Toronto. And actually, I've had friends go over and play in there's the T20 there, the franchise T20 in Canada. And it's held in Toronto. So I've actually seen some cricket from Toronto before. Maybe one day we'll get there. That'd be awesome, actually. Catch some baseball while I'm there. I have been to a few games in Toronto, but I actually haven't been there since 2013. So it's one of my things to do if I do get a break. I don't get that many, as you know. But to get over there for a few days, catch some baseball, eat some hot dogs, tell people about cricket while I'm there. So Raftak said he actually went to the cricket night at the baseball.
Yeah. Well, if you go there, you'll have to go and check out some of the cricket that's been played as
Get
well.
ECN on the big screen between innings, I'd say. Well, bowled, and it's going to be sliced away. I don't see them getting two there. Maybe they should have. It was kind of a ginger approach to the ball. End of a long day for these players, I think.
Yeah, so what about this for a result at the moment? It looks like Tallinn United are going to do the double over the Stallions. They beat them in an extraordinary run chase the other night in match number 10 when they chased 177, and now, having won the toss, batting first. Oh, it's a wild swing and a miss.
Not hitting a Gundy ball now. It's just, you know, it's too much has been left to these guys. It's not really their fault. The top order, in a sense, would have hoped that they could have done the heavy lifting. Top 4 or 5 hasn't happened. Hey, credit to Tallinn United. They're going to take a 4-pointer against the 2-time ECL representatives. Talon's Italians.
They've done their homework, Vinny. That's the thing. They've done their homework. They won the toss. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Bat first, put the runs on the board, pressure off the run chase, and then when it's come to doing the bowling and the fielding, they've kept it tidy. They've made the opposition make the mistake, and they're going to take away all the points. This is a huge victory for them, and if they go well in the remaining matches, this result could be the one that maybe gives them that top spot in the group.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I mean, yeah, it looks like the most important game so far, put it that way, and they've won it so well. That's right off the end of the bat. Just a single. Hey, I'm going to tell everyone, I'm going to put the link in now. And I want to say hello to Zishan as well, who said, great to see some cricket in Estonia. Hello, Zishan. And look, commiserations. I know that Malta didn't quite go the way they wanted. Started really well in the Medina Cup.
Yeah.
Had France on the ropes, but then France fought back. And that was, to be honest, that was probably the high point for Malta in game 1. But, you know, obviously it was great for you to get over there. And I watched a fair bit of it, Zishan. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Right now, here's the last ball of day 4. And it's a big swing and a miss, and that will do it. So it's a big win in the end, 150 to 87. And to be honest, Rico, I know a few eyebrows were raised when TU decided to bat first, but I think they kind of also remembered how many runs they went for when they bowled first the other day. So this time they kind of play not the perfect game, but pretty close against such a good team like the Tallinn Stallions, and they run out big winners. Don't forget that if you are turning over to Portugal, and I have put the link there, that we have that game getting going in around about 15 minutes' time with the Miranda Dragons winning the toss and bowling first. So maybe we'll see some Panda with the ball. I don't want to get too Panda kind of conscious, but have a look at Punjab CC Amandora. They've got Imran leading them. No Rana Sawa in the side tonight, I noticed, for them. But anyway, I think that'll be a pretty competitive game. Kazi Manwat comes in for Punjab CC Amadora right here in Estonia. Rico will be back. He will be peacocking tomorrow with TSR taking on the Bulls first up. Also, we'll see the Super Riders and the Tartu Wolves are in town for the first time, kind of breaking the run of all the talent-based teams. So Tartu bringing a bit of flavour to the competition. Day 5 tomorrow live from Estonia. Let's have a look at this chase. And it started so full of possibilities, didn't it, for the Stallions? But just some key wickets and some good catches held, I think, as well as a decent plan with the bowling, I think, lengthwise. To Cypher had a few interesting tactics, but in the end, they get it done. They get it done pretty easily, keeping the Stallions to 87.
Yeah, and it was a shaky start, wasn't it? As Abbas was bowled by Puade. Puade, well, what a good start for him. And I just think Abbas never really got going then. Zafar Rahman, he did play some nice shots on his way to 25. But then he would be bowled by an absolute beauty from Rana, clipping the off stump, and then you knew when those two were gone that there's a lot of work to be done by the captain, Zishan. Zishan took time to get going. He played a few nice shots, but well, this was one of them. He just managed to get that wide from the fielder. He played a lovely one down the ground, and then he's caught in front LBW. That was a perfect reply there from Rana. Rana taking some important scalps at the right time, but none of the other batters really got going. It was all down to, you can see there, Ali Masood just saying, calm everybody, calm. Let's not get too excited, keep it calm, and let's go all the way and finish jobs off at the end. And one thing I liked about what United did is the bowlers have learned all the time, and a good example of that is the bowling from Anurag Singh.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And probably another point to make about Town United, I think they managed their squad pretty well today against that Viking Stars. They still got on 4 points, but they rested some key batters in particular, and they looked hungry for runs. And you look at Faraz Abbas, he looked a bit tired, didn't he, by the end of the day? So I think that was maybe a little bit clever as well for United. Looking at the scorecard there, Saifur Rahman ended up top scoring with 25. It never really happened for the Stallions. You had Junaid and Munir there at the end, but couldn't really get going at a rate required. And Zishan only 11, the only other player apart from them to reach double figures. Bowling wise, well, plenty good performance there. About Pawade, 1 for 8, started a little bit crazy. I suppose maybe he's responsible for the 4 leg byes off the beamer, but then also Anurag Singh I thought was absolutely outstanding, 1 for 6 off his 2, kind of shut things down at the end. Rana also brilliant with his 2 for 27. Ali Masood a wicket. Also, Obili with number 13. Didn't give too many away. Well, once again, let's welcome you to the Comcam for the last time. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full. I'm going to blow your mind out. The next time we are together is Monday the 27th of May for the first game in England. Now, that seems so far away because we have May Madness going on at the moment, and we have like 6 other tournaments and series before then. But that's actually only in, I think, 11 days' time.
It's going to be so quick.
So it's going to come around quickly, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, we've already put the invite out to everybody. It's going to be our first time in England. It is actually a bank holiday that day. So we're telling everybody, come on down and see us at the Wimbledon Club.
Should we go one more time just to let everyone know what is happening if you just tuned in right now? Because tomorrow we have day 5 right here in Portugal. Group A will continue, and we'll get to see the Tartu Wolves for the first time. Also, Portugal is going to start in about 10 minutes' time. Phil G standing by, and I love a little bit of kind of raw material there. We're going to have the panda on the park, and also I've loved also some funky night music last night in Portugal. I hope we get some more of that.
Okay, well, I always say when it comes to the night event, it's Fiesta del Noche. When we do it, it's a different style in the night time, and Phil G did a good job.
Yeah,
Phil G will be in the house very soon.
Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo Stadium, and that's going to be the venue for the next 2 games. Well, quickly before we go, I want to say thanks to everyone in the chat, to Raf, who's watching from Canada. Some good chats there. We commentated some other sports during the game. That was also pretty cool. We found out the probability of you dying in various certain ways, which was a little bit morbid, but hey, that's just where the conversation went. I want to say thanks to everyone on the ground here. I am leaving Estonia first thing in the morning because I have to take care of that Dutch series, but we just have multiples. I know you're going to do a great job. I know Charlie's going to do a great job when he comes in as well, and I'll see you in England. For all of you out there, if you are watching on the YouTube, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and finally our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out all those events that are coming up, including the squads. The squads are out for the Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland Tri-Series. Well, I know a lot of people are interested in that. Yeah. Even from outside the ECN universe, people are coming in because they're 3 teams that are going to the World Cup in just a couple of weeks' time. Well, I think in the distance I can hear the end of day music, which means that it's time for one thing, to recap some of the best, the craziest moments of day 4. On behalf of everyone here at the ground, the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, wishing Estonia a fair farewell, even though I feel like I'm going too soon. Rico Full will be back tomorrow, and Charlie just a couple of days away. Stay happy, stay safe, and we'll see you very soon for Action ECN. You've been watching the European Cricket Series. For now, hasta pronto.
Hasta mañana.